You scroll.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Foreign Minister Penny Wong won't comment on the indictment of Donald Trump, despite US authorities alleging he had secret documents relating to the Five Eyes intelligence partners at his Mar-a-Lago estate. The US, UK, Canada, New Zealand and Australia make up the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance. The indictment says there were thousands of secret and top secret documents taken from the White House to Mr Trump's Florida residence. Senator Wong has been asked whether Australia is concerned about the issue.
These are matters which are the subject of the US system's consideration. They're matters for the United States to deal with, and we will leave that process to go underway. In relation to Five Eyes, you understand the importance of those arrangements and also that we don't comment on intelligence matters.
The SES says two men found clinging to their vehicle in floodwaters in Victoria's north were very fortunate to escape unscathed. The pair, aged 73 and 46, thought they had driven into a large puddle before becoming trapped at Seven Creeks in Maypole just before 10:30 last night. The situation escalated when the car became bogged and the water level began rapidly rising, causing the vehicle to float around 30 metres downstream. John Newlands from the SES says it was a challenging situation.
We were just so lucky that they were able to get a call out. The original one was just for the vehicle stuck in water and the back end was still on dry ground. It ended up changing the situation where the vehicle actually floated downstream. We just happened to have the right asset. There's a whole lot of factors that could have occurred.
Meanwhile, Victoria's alpine resorts are urging snowgoers to drive safely, warning of rain-affected roads and winter-specific rules which are now in place. Flood watch alerts remain in place for parts of the alpine region after rain battered the area earlier this week. Andrew Eckersley from Falls Creek says the resort is looking forward to celebrating the start of the ski season, but says drivers may face small delays due to roadworks.
We encourage all of our guests to obviously drive very safely and adhere to all the road rules on their way up. During the ski season, regardless of how much snow there is or what type of vehicle you drive, it's also mandatory to carry snow chains. So then if the conditions do change and require cars to put chains on, they've got the capability to do so.
A former Indigenous female football player says more needs to be done to encourage young people from culturally diverse backgrounds to get involved in sport. Australian Sports Commission data has found children are less likely to participate if they're from a low-income family, live in a remote or regional area or spoke a language other than English at home. The Commission is now working on a national sports participation strategy to boost these numbers. Muti Muti and Gujardamara woman Jakara Egan says there needs to be an investment in supporting kids to take part at all levels.
We're not getting the full benefit from especially young mob coming and participating in sport, and especially for young women from a culturally diverse background. We see there's a lot of drop-off in sports participation at a really early age.
Rescuers in Colombia have found 4 children alive 5 weeks after the plane they were travelling in crashed in the Amazon jungle. The BBC's Warren Bull has the story.
In a case that's drawn international attention, dozens of members of the armed forces and Indigenous people joined the operation deep in the Amazonian jungle. The children, aged 13, 9 and 4 years old, along with a baby of around a year, had joined their mother and another passenger for a flight on a Cessna plane, which went down in the region of Caquetá. Rescuers later found the bodies of the 3 adults on the flight, but on their search they also found various signs, including the remains of fruit, a child's drinking bottle, and improvised shelters in the jungle, all indicating that the children had survived.
To sport, and Hawthorn plays Brisbane at the MCG in round 13 of the AFL this afternoon, with 3-time premiership hawk Jack Gunston playing in his first game against his old side. Adelaide can climb into the top 8 with a win over West Coast at the Adelaide Oval, and Fremantle host Richmond at Perth Stadium, with the Dockers missing ruckman Sean Darcy and midfielder Jager O'Meara through injury. Last night, Port Adelaide made it 10 wins in a row with a 22-point victory over the Western Bulldogs. To the weather now, and there's a strong wind warning for the West Coast, Central Coast, Central Gippsland Coast and East Gippsland Coast. For the state, isolated showers on the south coast and the ranges, more scattered in the far southwest and eastern Alps, with snow showers down to 1,300 metres. Mainly dry and partly cloudy elsewhere, a generally cool day. For Melbourne, partly cloudy. We're heading for a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, also 16. Monday, cloudy, 15. Showers increasing on Tuesday, 14. Wednesday, a shower or two, 15. Thursday, partly cloudy and 16. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees. ABC News.
For exclusive access to extraordinary people, stream great chats on ABC iView.
I wanted to meet you for so long.
Yeah, me too.
With intimate interviews from Louis Theroux and ABC Off.
Have you said anything that you've regretted?
Emotional insights on Take 5 with Zan Rowe.
How old were you when your father died?
And probing questions in Stuff the British Stole.
How on earth did you find this?
Great chats and fascinating facts whenever you like. Stream it all for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling.
100% pure footy. The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
The lead items for round 13 of the AFL. Ken 10, Port Adelaide take their spot in the top two with a big away win over the Western Bulldogs, their 10th win on the trot.
Fisted away, Liam Jones into space, swooping on at his Horn Francis. He wheels around. He's a man on a mission, Horn Francis. He's unbeatable. And it's the perfect 10. Ken Hinckley's men unbeaten since round 4. They were tested, and they prevailed by 22 points in the end.
Well, on Thursday night, an important 4 points for the Saints. Goals were hard to come by. The win keeps the Saints in the race for the top 4.
Crouch down to half forward. Arriving late is Owens and takes the pack mark. On a night when no one's been able to clunk anything. I've seen skill errors everywhere, and now Goulden didn't come back on the mark, and he's going to pay an enormous penalty. Owens kicks it from the top of the goal square, an absolute gift.
Ross Lyons, St Kilda re-established their credentials with a spirited win on the road.
And the last days of Lance, only 22 players have played 350 games. He moved to outright 4th on the all-time leading goal kickers list.
And he's 350th. Lance Franklin on the approach. He strikes it with the left boot with a goal to ascend to football's Rushmore of goal-kicking greatness. Got in the 1058. Lockett, Coventry, Dunstall and Franklin. And it'll be that for quite some time.
Hello, welcome to The Lead for round 13 of the AFL. Matt Clinch with you from the MCG, the second week of the buys. So 8 games stretch across 5 days, ending with the King's birthday clash between Melbourne and Collingwood. It's almost become Danaher Day, the 9th edition of the Big Freeze, raising money for motor neuron disease. And what an occasion that has become at the MCG. The weekend off for Geelong and Collingwood. Geelong and the Gold Coast, I should say. But Australia in a dominant position after 3 days of the World Test Championship. 4 for 123, leading India by 296. A big welcome to Adam Ramanaskas. Rama, if I'm a bit tired this morning, just pick me up, all right? I've been watching a bit of the cricket. I was watching Novak Djokovic defeat Carlos Alcaraz last night in the semi-finals. Djokovic all of a sudden eyeing a 23rd major. There's just so much sport taking on. So if I'm a bit flat, just jump in if I sort of drift off Marnus Labuschagne at any stage.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to everybody and to Lingy. I love it. This is me. Just with sport going on everywhere and sitting on the couch. And I must admit there was a bowl of wine next to me last night and just enjoying it. Just flicking from channel to channel and finding what took my fancy for 10 minutes and flicking back and forth. But the footy was good last night. I enjoyed that game. I think the power, and obviously Lingy was there watching that game live, I think the power is the real deal, and we should be talking about them as definite contenders now.
I got sent to my office last night because I had the TV on the footy. I had half of the laptop on the cricket. I was flicking with the ABC Listen app. So, listeners, if you've got any advice as to how you follow 3 sports at once, 0437 774 774, because as Rama mentioned, there is so much going on at the moment. Cameron Ling was a part of our Friday night team. Got to watch Port Adelaide up close and personal. 22-point winners over the Western Bulldogs. Lingy, welcome to you.
Thank you, Clinchy. Good afternoon to you and Rama and to everybody listening out there. Yeah, good game of footy, good game of cricket going on. Rama, I can't believe you didn't mention that during the day you're also watching the NBA playoffs as well.
Well, that's on right now. It's above my head as we speak.
Of course it is. Brilliant. No, it was a good game of footy because I think the Dogs are a better team than what their last couple of weeks' results would suggest. Well, they've dropped 3 in a row now, but they're not a 3-in-a-row loss bad team. They're quite a good team, but Port were just better. Their midfield got on top eventually. Zach Butters, I know we're going to talk more about him, but he's just superb. Brilliant watching him live and up close. I appreciated how good he was on the TV the last few weeks, but watching him live was just an absolute treat. Rosie, Horn-Francis and Ollie Wines were quiet in the first half, and Butters was still playing great footy, and then they got rolling and took over in the middle of the ground. And I want to talk some more when we get a chance, Clinchy, about the Bulldogs' strengths being their midfield, and just question whether or not it is still a strength or not. But fantastic game of footy. Hopefully we get a few more for the rest of this round, and that last game of the round is going to be something special.
Yeah, so we might come back to the Dogs, but let's start with Port Adelaide, and we'll play a bit of Ollie Wines, the acting captain with our ABC Sport team last night. But Ramal, what do you see when you see Port Adelaide? I mean, they're an entertaining team to watch. They're a side which has enormous talent. They clearly have a system when you look at the way in which their forward line is structuring. And I guess the big question was ultimately going to be this season, will Port Adelaide reach finals? Can Ken Hinkley convince the footy public that they're heading in the right direction? And now it's almost become, how can you not sign him with the way in which the team's playing?
Yeah, we'll start on the playing style first. It's more electric now. I think with injecting Rosie and Butters and the like into that midfield permanently, there's always speed on the ball. There's always want for ball movement, but not just forward. It's defensively as well. You look at how tenacious they are when the opposition have the ball and want to win the ball back. Like that, a perfect example of that last night was that Willem Drew smother in the last quarter. Just the desperation there of what they're being able to show. Their forward line's dangerous, very, very dangerous. Like Ollie Lord had been playing really well as a young player. Then to leave him out of the team, bring Charlie Dixon back in. Willie Rioli looks dangerous. So Finn Layson's in a little purple patch at the moment. But then their defence is rock solid. And we discussed this in previous weeks, leaving Tom Jonas, the captain, out of the team is a big risk. But at the moment, it's clearly paying off. It's 10 wins in a row. They're having a bit of a charmed run with injury at the moment. And I haven't even mentioned the name of Jason Horn-Francis, who we probably don't appreciate is still only a second-year footballer. But to be able to kick the goal in the manner that he did last night, in the situation that it was, to take the moment, I just think they're a team, as I mentioned right on the from the top. I think we've got to have them really in contention now to win a premiership this season.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you, Rema. It was really well summarised, and you're right, you can't overstate how difficult that goal was that Horn-Francis kicked. To pick up on the move and straighten on going the other way was just brilliant. The back line's a really good call by you, Rema, because they are rock solid. They're really good defensively, but they're also highly mobile and really damaging by foot, and a really athletic back line. When you go through Jones and Farrell and Houston, maybe as the small ones, Williams is an excellent kick. Ali's just been superb. Bergman, Trent McKenzie down there. They are super athletic, super mobile, and really can set up play with their great ball use as well. So this, I don't want this to come across too negative on Tom Jonas, but as his body's let him down a little bit and he's got a bit older, he's just that a little bit more cumbersome and a little bit less dynamic by foot means their game style can just slow down a little bit if players like that end up with the footy in their hands. So that back line is now relaunching some of their great play while still being super sound defensively. They're not giving up one to get the other one going. They're well balanced in both areas. So I'm with you. Collingwood's still the best team in the competition right now, but Port and Brisbane are sitting there comfortably on that next little grouping.
Yeah. And away wins are so significant. So to come to Melbourne, even though they had a great record at Docklands, to do what they were able to do, it felt like the Dogs surged in that third quarter and early stages of the last quarter. And as you may mention, some of the desperation, the pressure in which Port Adelaide were able to bring their number 2 forward 50 tackling side. And it feels like they're pretty unpredictable as well. When Jason Horn-Francis goes there, I didn't like the matchup between Josh Bruce and Charlie Dixon. Watching that, I just thought that had trouble written all over it from a Bulldogs point of view. But maybe that says a bit more about the Dogs' back six.
Well, yeah, it does. I didn't think the matchups were good all night. Even at times they had Alex Keith playing on the smaller player. Now that's just, that's not right. Alex Keith is 199 centimetres. Why he's playing on a smaller player? I was scratching my head at times. I think with the Dogs, 8 of the top 10 possession winners last night were Dogs players. But it's the same Dogs players.
Yeah.
So you're getting, you know what you're getting out of those guys. You're getting great performance. But it's the other 12 players that you go, well, how regularly are they featuring? It's the old school league in the best players. How, are they having a significant impact or influence on the contest? And I think right now that's where they're probably breaking down. You've got 8 players in the possession winners, and you got a couple of goals from Cody Waitman as well last night. But after that, you're going, well, where are the rest of the performances? You can't win with half a team. It's the old one, Lingy. Your bottom 6 will probably determine if you win the game or if you really contend in the season.
So let's come back to the Western Bulldogs. I just want to give Port Adelaide their credit, and their acting captain was Ollie Wines last night. He joined the commentary team with Cameron Ling, Tim Hodges, Kelly Underwood, Corbin Minimas and Mick Moldhouse last night.
Kenny usually tells us so at halftime. He said, boys, this is a great game of footy, so hope you're enjoying it because I'm enjoying watching it. But look, it was pleasing to be able to play 4 quarters of that pressure footy that brings our best football out and get another win.
10 straight. Is it sinking in, or do you have to pinch yourself sometimes to think this is going really, really well this season?
Yeah, in a way. Once you've won that many in a row, you probably worry a little bit if things could turn. But I think we've got so much confidence and belief in how we play at the moment. Everything's so simple for us. Just heard the guys speaking then before I came on. Guys go out of the team, but we've got confidence in guys coming in from the sample that know how to play the role because it's so simple for them. So it's a good position to be in at the moment with a really healthy list, guys in form in the sample, putting pressure on the AFL team. So it's all falling into place at the moment. I think our culture's not manufactured, it's natural. Our list management teams had a pretty bold recruiting strategy over the last 10 years to back themselves into keep interstate talent. So a lot of us guys come from outside Adelaide, so when we do come to the club, we're so close with each other. So I think that's been a really positive for our group because we are generally so close and we care for each other, and perhaps it's something that Victorian clubs with so many Victorian players perhaps don't take most of that advantage. So we think we're a really connected team, and it shows out on the field, I think.
Zach Butters, I know a lot's been spoken about his form and how good a footy he's playing. We love the fact that him and Libba, from moment 1 of this game tonight to the final siren, just went at each other.
Yeah, he's so competitive, Butsy. From the day he walked into the building at Alberton to today. He likes to throw a little bit of lip all around, but in doing so, it sort of keeps him on edge and makes him play up to that. So another fierce competitor in Libba, and he loved going head-to-head with him. So he's having a tremendous year, probably off the back of that, being really ruthless and competitive, and can't wait to see his game go to an even better level.
Just on Tom Jonas, does him being out of the side, does that add pressure to players to perform at their best?
Yes, certainly. Tom's an incredible leader. He's our captain, and to see him in the sample puts a lot of, not so much pressure, but I guess onus on our performance to play the role that we need to play for the team. So it's not just him. We've had guys, Ollie Lord and Frankie Evans and Ryan Burton, guys that have been in the team for a while, go out because guys are in such good form or coming back into the side from injury. So I think Jonah's really working hard to get himself back in the side, but it does put a lot of onus on guys in the AFL side to perform.
Ollie Wines joining our ABC Sport commentary team last night following Port Adelaide's victory over the Western Bulldogs. He speaks so well, Ollie. There's the potential that could become a bit of a distraction with Tom Jonas currently not in the Port Adelaide best 22. But you look at Nathan Jones, sides can use it as motivation that everyone's fighting for their position. I guess the challenge there, and Lingy elaborated a bit on it last night, is that how you can still be an active leader when you're not playing in the team's best 22.
Yeah, that's right. We discussed this last week about, culturally within the locker room on Monday to Friday, how important that role is, and how Tom continues to play that role as the captain of the football club. I think it's slightly different with Nathan Jones because he wasn't captain anymore. Max Gawn had taken over the captaincy and the like, but there's still the emotion there of Nathan Jones being a 300 game player and then not having that opportunity to participate in in the grand final.
But so, Tony Modra, the Crows,
yeah,
that's right. Bob Murphy with the Bulldogs, stories littered with these sort of stories.
No doubt about it. And it's probably that player, unfortunately, Lee, recognising, gee, the club's in a pretty a good situation here. I can either be a distraction to it all, or I can continue to help this team and get to the ultimate success. So it's a tricky one, but I think Tom Jonas will definitely be the latter, helping the team get to some success.
Yeah, 100%, Rama. And we did speak a bit about this last night. The word I used was legacy, and the legacy of Tom's captaincy of the club. Now I'm jumping ahead, and I feel bad saying this, but potentially Tom's not captain next year, and that pressure comes off his shoulders a little bit. But he can still lay a foundation for the legacy of his captaincy and his leadership by his actions for the rest of the year, even if he never takes the senior AFL field again for Port Adelaide. Now, I think they'll give him a really clear pathway where he can come back, and there'll be opportunities there. But even if he doesn't, his captaincy, his period where he's been the leader, the number one, got the title of the Port Adelaide Footy Club, can still be so incredibly positive by what he does with what Rama's talking about off the field, Monday to Friday, his conversations. If he straight away nips in the bud any little of those, what I call, corridor little conversations and whispers where you're like, you'd be getting a bit annoyed about this, you're not playing, and the frustrations start bubbling over, and you start having those little breakaway negative conversations. If he stops those straight away and is, right, let's get back on the job that we need to do, prepare well, review the game well, recover well, understand exactly what we need to do for the upcoming opposition, play great footy, coach some of those young defenders through different opponents they might play on, Tom Jonas can have a huge influence on the rest of this year and potentially a Port Adelaide premiership. And what a legacy that would be to leave behind as captain without necessarily having to take the field. So that's the challenge to him.
Cameron Ling with his views on the lead alongside Adam Ramanauskas and Matt Clinch. Didn't take too long, Rama, for my mind to sort of think forward. Well, August is the date they've all been consistently saying. I wonder if that question is going to be asked of Ken Hinkley in the press conference. He didn't have to wait too long for it to be put forward to Kenny.
I think with every win, the context changes every week.
August, we're a really good club. We're really well connected with what we've planned and what we've thought about. I've got a person standing over the back of the room, I trust with everything, and we just do what we do. And we know things take care of themselves. We understand football. We're a performance industry. You have to continue to win. I've been lucky enough to coach this club for a long period of time, and they've been an outstanding support to me. I couldn't see why any other way that we would do it. We're a really smart, understanding team. Is probably better than smart. We understand what footy is.
August. Couldn't even finish the question, Rama.
That's good. That's great by Ken. The only thing I'll say on this is there's one job available at the moment, with Richmond being available. That's the only job that we know is currently available. And does Port Adelaide, I guess, consider that a threat to Ken Hinkley? Like, Ken's coaching as good as he can. He's transitioned the team now. If you look at the way the team actually lines up and sets up, the team has been transitioned. So it's probably now this next little period, this next little 5-year period with the playing group that he has, that I think could have a lot of success, because if you look at the team across the field, it's a young team. It's still it's going to be a competing team.
Not relying on Travis Boak or
Charlie Dixon
anymore. So I guess, Lee, the question is, though, if you've reached the verdict, if you know the answer, why wouldn't you make it now rather than waiting till August?
I think because they don't want to appear as though they're reactionary to results, even though they are positive results. So if they'd lost the last 10 in a row and they'd still said August, we would have wanted them to be reactionary to those results and said, they're losing, they're not going to play finals, sack him now, because why wait till August? Well, they've been really clear, and I think calm, that said, we are going to do this in August. Regardless of 10 losses in a row or 10 wins in a row, we're not going to be reactionary to results. And I think it's a bit of a statement saying the wins are great, but we said we're going to do it in August. We'll stick to our word, and that's what we'll head. The plan we'll head on through with. It takes a very, very special personality like Ken's to be able to do that too, I think, when you're winning like this. Ken's just a quality person who is the type of guy who trusts that, if the results come right, he'll be looked after and he'll be fine. So his insecurities won't be sitting there thinking, I want a 3 or 4 year deal because I need the security. He'll trust that, given what they're producing at the moment, it'll take care of itself. And now he's more focused on let's keep winning and let's win a flag, which is a credit to him. And he is the man to lead them forward. There is no question about that. But I've said that right throughout this entire season. But, of course, I'm biased because I know him and I've been coached by him, and he is as good as you get as far as relationships, tactics, motivation, the lot. He's a great coach.
All of a sudden, next Thursday night against the Cats looks pretty appealing ahead of a showdown in round 20, and they've got the Magpies, I think, in round 19. That's at the Adelaide Oval, Port Adelaide. So they're doing everything right. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. We'd love your contributions coming through. Not sure if my text was read out last night, but would not begrudge Kenny if Port go on to win the grand final. He's excited. It's exciting to watch. If it happens to be a Pies Port grand final, what a bonanza of a game that would be. That's from Fran in Melbourne. Tyler from South Perth. Jason Horn-Francis' goal last night looked like Voss in his prime. Laurel in Rushmore, afternoon team, open fire, knitting slippers. ABC footy on the radio doesn't get any better. Yes, good to see Clinchy on the TV with the bags under his eyes. Yes, doing a bit of the cricket report on ABC TV. Great to chat to Emma Rebellato, just jumping into other chairs. And Catherine wondering, should the Bulldogs strengthen their midfield, bring back Toby McLean? Ahead of the thoughts of Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas, here was Luke Beveridge with his assessments on the Dogs' drop-in form.
Probably during the run of games, we were stringing wins together. We were definitely defending turnover better than what we have the last few weeks. Put that down to a few things. No doubt some instability, probably more in our back end with a couple of injuries that we haven't totally been able to cover. And so we've just got to support the boys and keep educating them and look for the improvements and press on.
So Cameron Ling, that was Luke Beveridge's assessment. What was yours as you made your way back from Docklands last night?
Yeah, and it's going to back up a point Rammer made a little bit earlier about the same players for the Bulldogs playing well or getting the footy. And it's you go into a Bulldogs game and you do your preparation as us who are about to call the game, and you think, well, the Bulldogs' strength is their midfield, and they've got quality in the midfield. They should be too strong in the midfield. I'm starting to wonder whether or not we need to reassess whether that's an actual strength for them. Not because of the players and not because of the amount of footy they get, just the way in which it is so midfield-centric. So last night, Clinchy, 70 more disposals of the footy with the Western Bulldogs, 16 more clearances by the Western Bulldogs. So that speaks to midfield dominance as far as possessions. But all of that equated to 3 less inside 50s. So maybe we need to stop and go, I don't care that Libba and Bont and Bailey Smith and Jack McRae can get lots and lots and lots of the footy. Got to throw that out the window and think, how do we actually just start getting the ball forward more often and provide forwards with more opportunities and have 40 or 50 less disposals than they had last night, but generate 8 more inside 50s than what they had last night? Do we end up with a much better balance of football for the Western Bulldogs rather than outstanding numbers from, I'll admit, outstanding players, the Western Bulldogs, but are those outstanding players actually half holding the team back because those possessions occur so much between the arcs, Rammer, in the middle of the ground rather than getting penetration?
Well, the 70 more disposals, you know what that produced last night? 9 goals, 8 in turnover to the Port Adelaide Football Club. So, possession's great if you can maintain it and hold it and not turn the ball over. They turned the ball over last night. And then you look at, if you go down to the most critical one, so they've had 70 more possessions, but they've only had 1 more contested football. So, I've said this for years about the Bulldogs. I've said it for a long time. I think they prioritise possession rather than moving the ball and locking it in forward line and holding possession down that end of the ground. It's like tempting fate through the middle of the ground. Let's toss it around, flick it around. Like Butters, Rosie, Willem Drew, those type of guys, they're onto you like a flash last night. They're causing turnover. The ball goes down the other end. 9 goals, 8 through turnover. There's the game.
And you get through occasionally when you flick it round, and it does look great occasionally. But that comes back to the point, is the way they play sustainable for a whole game? Because Geelong broke them open later in the game last week, and Port Adelaide broke them open later in the game in the second half this week because eventually one of those handballs just misses the target because of high pressure, and eventually it just gets taken off them and goes back the other way. You're right, Rama. As I said, give me 50 less touches in the middle of the ground, but give me seven or eight more inside forward 50s.
Correct.
I reckon they're a better team.
Does Marcus Bontempelli have an anxious few hours this morning, Lee, from his high contact that took place in the second quarter against Dan Houston?
No, absolutely not. Dan Houston's fumble is what causes that contact. Marcus Bontempelli approaches. He almost tries to put a hand up to stop the contact. Houston fumbles the ball and keeps coming forward at it. Bontempelli can't be held responsible for a mistake from the opposition player in that smaller space on the ground. Absolutely not. But then again, neither should Dan Butler. He shouldn't have got a week either. Who knows?
So while you're running hot, how did you view the Dan Butler one? A chase down tackle on Nick Blakey. It's come back as a one-match suspension. It must be said that Blakey wasn't subbed out of the match due to concussion, so it's a tackling technique, and in the end, a one-match ban, which will be interesting. You'd imagine the Saints will challenge it.
Have to.
You know whose fault it was? Nick Blakey's. Held onto the ball too long and thought he had an extra second or two and was actually relaxed. He wasn't braced for contact. Dan Butler shouldn't be penalised for brilliant closing speed and laying a great run-down tackle.
Well, Lingy, what St Kilda should be able to do here is all players have the GPS unit in the back of their jumpers now, so you can see how fast they're running at any particular moment. St Kilda need to analyse that data and show Dan Butler how fast he ran. He was at full speed when he made contact with Nick Blakey. If the AFL expect Dan Butler to slow down, then turn him, then take him to ground and put a pillow under his head. So I'm all for protecting the head.
Yep,
but
me too.
Accidents happen. Like Dan Butler is going full pelt. The momentum is going that way. Yep. I just don't see. It's a pure football accident.
So the match review officer assessed it as careless conduct, medium impact and high contact with the head hitting the ground. I guess the big question is, was the force excessive? Did he mean to do it? And is now the onus on the tackler that you almost have to decelerate in order to make sure that when you are doing a rundown tackle, the head doesn't hit the turf?
So if he decelerates there and Nick Blakey steps and is through and the ball goes down the other end, guess what Ross Lyon is saying to Dan Butler?
Yep, correct.
You need to, at full pace, hit that tackle.
At no point in that tackle did he have him stood up then the second or third and take him down with a big dump. There was no turn. It was momentum of a chase down tackle. Nick Blakey didn't have the awareness, like lots of people don't have on a footy field occasionally, where the opposition player is closing that quickly. He was kind of relaxed. So he got nailed. It's holding the ball. It's just a fact. Clinchy, I don't like the fact that Rama and I are agreeing so much at the moment. It's making me quite uncomfortable. But he's spot on with what he's saying. It is. You've said it perfectly, Rama.
So you'd imagine St Kilda surely will put in the appeal, and if they're half smart, they'll go for the Carlton lawyer who seems to just about make compelling cases whenever he fronts up.
I just think you've got this data from the GPS units in the back. Show it. Show how actual fast Dan Butler was running when he hit that contest with Nick Blakey.
Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling in perfect harmony around that tackle, alongside Matt Clinch with the lead. Your thoughts always welcome on 0437 774 774. So it was an uneventful opening quarter.
Uneventful? You go with uneventful.
Well, it was one goal scored. What else do you want to go with? It felt like a soccer game.
I actually think if you combine my under-14 team and Lingy's under-19, I think we would have got
more highlights.
Yes,
okay,
more
I'm
goals.
with you. I guess St Kilda ended their SCG hoodoo against the Swans, winning for the first time since 2009. So they got the 4 points, but it does just bring that question as to how good this St Kilda side is this year under Ross Lyon. Is it all going to evaporate as the season rolls on?
Look, see, if you talk to Ross Lyon will go, you know what, we went up to the SCG against a good team and got 4 points. We jump back on a plane and we go home. Mm-hmm. Okay, yep, you're not buying that DVD, I wouldn't imagine, in the Name of Game series.
that I talk about.
You're going back about 20 years, Rama. Back when you were playing.
But at the same time, you've got to look at St Kilda's method and what they're actually trying to do. What their problem, I think, a little bit with their method at the moment is they're not scoring heavily. Yep, okay, they're very, very well organised defensively, but once a team starts to work out how to actually break through St Kilda, I think that's where they might struggle a little bit now. But they're in a great spot. I think, what is it, 8-4 now, is it, or 7-5? One
just
of the
outside
two.
the top four.
Yeah, so they're sitting nicely. So to launch into the second half of the season and give themselves every opportunity to play finals, it's 8-4. Yep, they couldn't be in a better position. Now, if you said to a St Kilda supporter at the start of the year, hey, we're going to be 8-4, they're running to Moorabbin and buying memberships on masse. So in terms of how Ross has transformed the team to what he wants and to make it look like, I think, a Ross Lyon team now, tick, absolute tick. The one last part, and it's probably always been that little bit of criticism with Ross's teams, is can they score consistently?
Yeah, that's a fair question. It reminded me of the exact same team, St Kilda Sydney game when Ross first took over the Saints. I think what was branded as one of the worst games ever back then. But you're right, the scoring. But then I look at so Max King starting to build a little bit. Mitch Owens looks
good player.
Every bit like he might be grabbing the rising star, though, against some very, very good competition as well. Wanganeen Miller, his jump in improvement. So we're seeing the younger guys really take huge steps this year. They may drop off as the year progresses. They may have quieter games. But G. Ross is getting some really good responses from those younger guys, and the guys there that I reel off with Owens and Wanganeen Miller and Philippou and these guys, they are attacking type players. So I think he'll keep adding layers to their attack, which in other teams that he's coached in other years gone by, he probably didn't have enough super skillful, super attacking guys. He used a few of them, Nick Rewalt and Del Santo and that in his St Kilda days, but they didn't quite have enough. I reckon they're starting to get enough of those guys that in the years to come, he'll let them loose a little bit more. I reckon he'll add that element to his team.
It's an interesting point. It's probably the layer that they're not quite ready for. Yeah. If you look at their evolution of the development, Ross is probably thinking about the attack side of the game in the next year or two. But the issue is now, if you're a competing team, you need that. You need that element if you want to compete with the teams. You look at Collingwood, the way they're playing. They've got the attack and defence down pat. We're going to watch the Brisbane Lions today. They've got the attack and defence element down pat. Port Adelaide last night. So if they want to actually compete when it gets to the pointy end of the season, they almost need to have them both in perfect harmony.
It's still probably our question mark on Melbourne too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you go, okay, really good defensively, really good in a contest. Can you score easily when you have control of the game? And that's the Saints element they've got to add.
Tim on the SMS from Bulleen 0437 774 774. St Kilda 8-4 after 12 games last year. We all know how that finished, and that's the interesting part. Yeah. They did start last year well.
Signed
they won 4 games on the back end of the straight, so that will be the interesting part. It was also a significant night for Lance Franklin. He was able to move to outright 4th on the all-time leading goal kicker list. It is a rare moment in history. I don't imagine that list is going to change too much, and he's going to be one of the greatest players the game has ever seen. Tom Harley joined Corbin and Ben, the Sydney Swans CEO, and spoke about his contribution to the game in Sydney.
He's been phenomenal, and we've all, I guess, a lot of the Swans people have been asked to comment on Lance's contribution to the game up here, and he is one of very few, maybe the only one in my time involved in the AFL, which is sort of stretching 25 years, is genuinely transcends the game. So transcends the game with the purists. People are coming to tonight's game to watch Lance. Now, there are very few players, I think, in the competition, in the history of the competition, where they literally individually bring people through the gates.
Corbin and Ben, 5 o'clock at Australian Eastern Standard Time on ABC Sport Digital or under the Best of ABC podcast. The Best of ABC Sport, a good companion as you're getting ready for the weekend's footy. So as Tom may mention there, Ramo, he's the type of player that has brought people into the footy. He's kicked 5 goals or more against every team in the competition, which you think about how rare that is. And when we talk about his career to our kids and our grandkids, I'm sure we're going to think how lucky we were to see him live.
Just a player of his size and his athleticism. They're a rare combination. And the consistency that he's done it at, I think over the 19 years is what nobody appreciates. I think all players go through really good phases of their career, but for him to do it, I know he missed a couple of years there when he was injured, but he hasn't dropped off. Even last year, I think he kicked 50-odd goals for the season, and people were talking about him as an All-Australian.
Yeah.
So I just...
You got a quick Buddy story for us?
I do. I've got one quick Buddy story. So 2008, Essendon play Hawthorn. Buddy is playing on Paddy Ryder, who was a great player. And at that stage of Paddy's career, he was playing centre-half back. Buddy kicked 9 goals 5 that night. Paddy Ryder walks into the rooms after the game, and there's a group of us. He goes, I don't want to play centre-half back ever again in my career. And that was the end. Paddy basically played ruck for the rest of his career after that and had a great career. He was an All-Australian, but Buddy has beat up on him many teams, but I think it's Essendon the most that he's actually beaten up on. I saw a stat the other night. I think he's kicked 80 goals against Essendon as the most of any team in the competition. So just a wonderful player. But one thing I do, and I think is really understated about Buddy, is how humble he is as a player. He looks like he does have this presence and arrogance out on the field, but off the field he's just one of the more humble humans you'll meet.
Craig Vozzo, the Essendon CEO, is about to join us. Have you got a quick Buddy story, Lingy, that comes to mind?
No, other than he's the one player playing against him where I felt genuine fear. And I don't mean physical fear, like a Glenn Archer probably did to me when I was first playing the Cape, but I thought there were periods where doesn't matter what we do. If we play 18 players on him, he's still going to get the ball and still kick goals. It was... we were a great team, and they were a great team, and I thought, yeah, but we can't stop Buddy. There was a start to one of the Geelong Hawthorn games, one of the ones that ended in a thriller, but I think he had 3 goals within the first 6 minutes of the game. I thought, he's going to kick 25 today. It was like juniors. It was like the under-9s where you got one dominant kid who just gets it every time. I was genuinely fearful of what he could do to us, and we wouldn't be able to stop it. Incredible footballer. What a career.
Cameron Lang and Adam Ramanauskas with their reflections on Lance Franklin's career, and still a couple of chapters to be written in the last few games of the 2023 season. It's a big weekend for the Bombers. They celebrated their 30-year anniversary of the Baby Bombers and elevated some legends last night. Their CEO, Craig Vozzo, will join us next.
I've been waiting for you. Please sit down. You've been blessed with many heirs and heiresses. In the future, I see your children entranced by the ABC Listen app, understanding the world with news time, laughing out loud to story salad, and being lulled to sleep with story time and lullabies. Your reading is complete. Keep your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as the wind. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Lang.
Grandstand AFL.
Oh, boys, really clear. Let's start again from zero, yeah? Let's establish our game through being connected, ruthless in the contest, and playing our way. On the go supposed to be chase. Playing our forward half, and I guarantee we'll get the game on our terms. We're going to play it in our half. Still bring your freedom, though. Still bring your flair. Yep. Still need that individual brilliance within the system, yeah? Let's celebrate every little win. Pick your teammate off the ground. Celebrate the spoils, celebrate the chases, celebrate the tackles, celebrate the half wins. Let's have a good night, yeah? Let's go.
That was Essendon captain Zach Merritt. He was mic'd up courtesy of Fox Footy last week in their match in which they started like they'd been shot out of a cannon in that opening quarter against North Melbourne. It's such great insight to see how he's addressed the team and as to how he's trying to get his midfield group to get the best out of them alongside himself. The CEO of the Bombers is Craig Vozzo. He's been good enough to join you on the lead. Craig, welcome. Thanks so much for your time. Tell us, what was last night like as someone trying to learn a bit about the history of the Essendon Footy Club?
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Yeah, it was fantastic. It was like going down memory lane. Obviously, my history is pretty good when it comes to the 93 part and onwards, but learning about the 50s and the 60s and some of the old guys, old legends of the club that were elevated, it was fascinating. And just being in that room with so many strong, rusted-on Essendon people was a great experience for me in my few months at the club.
So just before I let Rama and Ling jump in, who was best on ground last night? Whose stories sort of left you with a real impression?
I I'm a bit of a historian, but it was nice. I loved Barry Capuano and the Brittingham family, their talks as well. But Mark Mercuri was good for me because I sort of could remember the time really well, so it was good to reflect.
Craig, I've just got to hold Rammer back. He's got 100 questions he wants to ask and obviously talk plenty of Bombers, but I'll sneak one in here. What's it been like for you coming? I mean, you've had the experience of a really big club at West Coast in Perth, but coming to one of the big Melbourne clubs, but also a big Melbourne club that hasn't had the success of late that it has had throughout its history. How have you found the external noise, the external expectations, the love and passion for the Essendon Footy Club?
Yeah, look, Lingy, the big bit is similar. Obviously it comes with expectation, and that was the same over at the old club as well. But it's a different big in the sense of the history of the club. So the 150 years versus 35 years at West Coast means there's 150 years of people probably, and different stakeholders and different opinions and people wanting to generally help the club really. So for me, it's understanding the club, what makes it tick, and trying to probably unify people behind the football club and move in the one direction. If we can do that, it can be a pretty powerful organisation.
At the same time as you're bringing all that together, obviously the number one thing that all those people who love the club care about is on-field. A new coach, a captain who we just heard from there, and Zach Merritt, and a really sort of almost a new direction with the way the group's going. How have you seen to this point in the year the performance on the field? Is it ahead of expectations, about where you thought it might be?
Oh, we're really pleased. Brad talks about we're going to every game to win. We're probably really pleased with the win-loss ratio at the moment. That's tracked really well. But more importantly, the learnings, the teaching, the education side of things of what Brad wants to bring, not only for the short term but the long term. And so embedding behaviours, game plan, standards, etc. That's probably been the most pleasing thing as we move forward. And generally, as you know, the scoreboard takes care of itself if you can get those things right. And Brad and the coaching staff and the football department are doing a really good job.
Voz, you were so entrenched in football at West Coast, where from list manager to GM of football, et cetera there. How have you transitioned then going and putting the suit on every day and sitting in the big corner office and having to worry probably about the business of football rather than the on-field?
Yeah, it has been different, Rama. Having said that, one thing, I refuse to wear a tie unless I have to at an accident function. That's okay. But I sort of had the last 18 months of my stint at West Coast in the exec team, so it got me in a different direction, focusing more generally across the club in my role as senior counsel there and working across. I'm still sat on various football committees, but had a broader lens, so that was a good start point. But obviously this is all-encompassing. But I'm finding it fascinating and really interesting. And it's good to apply your mind over the broader business with all the stakeholders. So I'm enjoying it, in answer to your question.
So Essendon's always obviously been big business in this town, in this country, with the amount of supporters they have around the country. Where are you finding the most opportunity, I think, to continue to build Essendon as a football club over this next little period? Take away the on-field.
Yeah, look, I think the on-field, I have to go to that because I think it fuels the off-field opportunity. I think the biggest piece that we can re-engage and build on post-COVID, which most clubs suffered with financially and resource-wise, is our community footprint. So we're really keen to build that aspect of the football club and reconnect as much as we can in the broader Essendon community, the North-West Corridor, Tiwi, West Arnhem Land. And as you know, we've got a footprint right across the country. So the more we can engage with and grow our supporter base, the better we're going to be as a football club for the long term.
Craig, I'll ask the question that none of the guys are going to ask you. When you come to Melbourne, the question gets raised. 2004, the last time Essendon won a final. What sort of the parameters this year? Like, what do you try and set as your benchmark as to what you'd like to achieve for both your first year and for Brad Scott as well?
Well, look, we're building as a team and as a football club, but focusing on the on-field. We want to get better. We're on a journey. We've just started it. We're tracking nicely at the moment. Obviously, it'd be lovely to qualify for finals, and our focus is week by week, winning as many games as we can. And if that's the outcome, great, and we'll worry about the rest as that comes along. But obviously, the longer-term journey is one of trying to establish ourselves in a position where we can have some sustained success. And sustained success involves winning. And hopefully winning finals and moving forward. So that's our aspiration. It's not a long-term thing, but we do need to be slightly patient in our build. We've got a young group, probably in one of the youngest teams in the competition, both in demographic of age and games played, and certainly we were last week younger than North Melbourne, I think. So we do need to build. We need to have some speed in our expectation, of course, but it does take time. That's a long-winded answer to your question. I hope that gives you context.
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, the other two interests are the free agents in Darcy Parish and Mason Redman, and Mason's been quoted in the newspaper today around his contract situation about wanting a clearer picture of what the Essendon evolution under Brad Scott would look like. He's obviously 25 years of age in the final year of his contract. Are you really comfortable with where those two contracts are at the moment? Are you hopeful of those guys signing, or are you realistic in the sense that you're not going to pay overs as to what you see them being worth?
So on all of those points, firstly, I completely understand the position of both players. This is a pivotal contract for their careers. That this is their mid-career points. So they want to make sure that they're in an environment where they can have success. I think the money's secondary to both of those guys. It's making sure that they feel that we're heading in the right direction. So that's been a great opportunity for us to display what we want to do moving forward and establish the type of football department, the type of football club we want to be, and hopefully they can see that we're heading hopefully in the right direction. So if we can get the tick there, and we're hopeful of doing that, retention's a really big piece of list management, particularly retaining your best players. They're certainly amongst our best players. So our genuine thought is that we can create an environment that has them staying in our football club, and the rest will look after itself.
Craig, you mentioned before about the youth of the group, and surprisingly, with how positive it's been, we actually haven't seen some of your really high draft picks probably as much as Essendon fans would want to see. Zach Reid, I think, has got a couple more weeks, and unfortunately Harry Jones is done for the season. The one I want to ask you about, though, the one I think a lot of footy fans are almost salivating over in the last couple of years, is Nick Cox. Just for the Essendon fans listening, where's he at? Are we likely, I believe, coming back into the VFL and playing, but are we likely to see him anytime soon in the AFL lineup?
Yeah, so he's played the last two, Cameron, in seconds through the VFL, and acquitted himself really well, but he's coming off a long break. So we were probably more conservative with both Nick and also Reedy because they had some back stress issues. So he's in a slow progression in terms of game minutes, and his form has been really good early, really promising. So we're hoping we can get to play those guys in the back half of the year at some point. And the other one, Harry will be out for the year, unfortunately. He had a back stress injury, but we've also taken the opportunity to have a clean out with his ankle as well. The other one is Elijah Sardis, who's just come back as well and played his first VFL game. So we're super excited with all those guys and the potential that they have. But, as frustrated as probably our supporters in wanting to see them at AFL level, but we need to be patient to give them the best chance of long-term success.
Voz, the opportunity of tomorrow night as another showpiece game. I know both clubs are displaying their 16 premiership cups on the ground. But what's the vision for tomorrow night's game being the King's birthday eve as such game, and how many people are you expecting at the game tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think the long-term opportunity is to build it as a genuine fixture each year between two, really strong Melbourne clubs for this particular occasion. So hopefully this is the first of many. Carlton are aligned with that thinking, which is great, and hopefully tomorrow's a great opportunity to build it out. We're expecting, hopefully we can hit the 80,000 mark. That's the expectation, because it's going to be, it's massive stakes for both football clubs, and hopefully we get the crowd to turn up. I'm not sure about the weather, but hopefully it is good. And it's going to be a great occasion, that's for sure, and hopefully one of many to come.
And $2 pies before 7 o'clock, you know the way to some footy fans' hearts by offering that sort of incentive to get into your seat early. Craig, just as we let you go, it's been such a challenging sort of 12 to 24 months for the West Coast Eagles. 37 players used. Just sort of closing out on how challenging it's been for them this year. Did you have aspirations that they'd be able to fight back up towards the ladder this year? But when you're missing that many personnel, it just must make it so hard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I was in West Coast thinking mode, I was really quite buoyed with where things were heading, provided you have your best players on the field, and that's the case at any football club. So the fact they've been crippled with so many injuries is really distressing for them, and obviously knowing so many people within that club, it would be heartbreaking for them. Yeah, that's for sure. But I'm sure they can bounce. They always have as a football club, and quickly. But my eyes are on Essendon now, so making sure we get things right at our club.
Yeah, but from what you saw with Adam Simpson, he's the guy for the future?
Oh, look, it's not for me to comment on opposition coaches and where clubs want to head. All I can say is my experience with him was he's a wonderful coach and has done a wonderful job at that football club for a long period of time.
Craig, we always appreciate your time. Enjoy the festivities tomorrow night. We can't wait to see another classic instalment of the rivalry between Carlton and Essendon.
Thanks, guys.
Craig Vozo, the CEO of the Bombers, joining us on the lead on Grandstand AFL. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling. I had to ask.
Oh, yeah, I know. Just quickly before we get to Lingy's last word, I just want to congratulate two of my old teammates, Mark McCurry and Darren Buick, on being elevated to the Hall of Fame, but also John Burt and Barry Capuano being elevated to legend status at Essendon, and then Bill Brittingham and Ted Fortnum also who are inducted into the Hall of Fame. So particularly to Merckx and Boris, two of my great teammates. Congratulations.
I've run us into the news, Lingy, so we're going to have to drop the opener. I'll just introduce you if that's okay, because I think Lingy's last word might be heading in the right direction from my point of view.
Oh, it is Essendon and Carlton related. Essendon are a better team, don't get me wrong, in this season. But I think I've changed my mind. Carlton have got to win this one. They've simply got to win this one tomorrow night, because you look at the midfield now with Dylan Shiel out, Darcy Parish is still out, Merritt, Hobbs, Caldwell, maybe McGrath, maybe Perkins, little burst, versus Cripps, Walsh, Chera, Kennedy. If Carlton are serious, and I say if they're serious, they win that one. They just got to. And maybe with all the pressure off, they just go out and they win, which is crazy because the pressure should still be there because you have pride in your performance. It doesn't matter the fact you're not going to make finals. I've got a feeling, Rama, I'm sorry to say, the Blues should just go out there and get the job done.
Thanks. I thought you and I would be coming closer, Lee, but clearly not.
There's too much niceties going on.
Exactly.
I feel blessed, Lingy. You're the man standing still waiting for the bus, and everyone else has conceded that they just aren't that good, Carlton. But anyway, we shall see. As we wrap up, King's birthday Monday, Collingwood, Melbourne. I mean, what a great test. No Clayton Oliver, no Jordan De Goey, no Steele Sidebottom. So it doesn't give us a full reflection, but it will teach us a bit about where these two sides are tracking.
I want to see Melbourne score, and against a very good Collingwood defence. I need to see that from Melbourne to believe in them. And Collingwood are just magnificent. So it'll be a ripping game of footy. I think the Pies win it. But I want to see that different element to Melbourne. I've got to see it if they're going to be really in that top bracket.
Any advice on the slide, Lingy, for those going down?
I enjoy it. It is a fantastic occasion. It was absolutely freezing. There's no getting around that. Your head's going to hurt. You're going to feel some pain, but love every minute of it. I'm so happy I got to do it. I get my special beanie with number 21 on it every year, sent to me from Neil and Beck and the team as the 21st slider, and I cherish it. It is a special day. Enjoy the day. Buy your beanies and donate if you can. It'll be a great game of footy, but an even more special day.
Raised more than $50 million, given they started the foundation in 2014, and Neil is still fighting the fight.
Amazing.
Melbourne or Collingwood?
I think I'm going to go with the D's.
Ooh, Rammer.
Yeah, something a little bit different.
Brody Grundy said, give me the opening bounce.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how the Collingwood fans react for a player who loved the Collingwood Footy Club but was shown the door. There's so much footy still to come. Thank you, Lee. Look forward to your company next Saturday.
Thanks, Clinchy. Thanks, Rammer. All the best.
And Adam Ramanaskas to be joined by Nathan Burke. We're at the MCG. The floodlights might have to be turned on. It's a little bit cloudy for the Hawks and the Brisbane Lions. The Lions looking to win at the MCG. They have had their issues here at the home of footy. That's coming up next on ABC Sport.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Details of 37 criminal charges against former US President Donald Trump have been revealed, including allegations he kept top-secret nuclear documents. The BBC's Gary O'Donoghue reports.
The 49-page indictment against Donald Trump alleges he knowingly held on to hundreds of classified documents after leaving the White House and then proceeded to show them to people who weren't cleared to see them, and to obstruct justice by telling his staff to withhold their return. The documents dealt with a range of national security matters, including America's nuclear programs, the capabilities of US and foreign defense systems, and retaliation plans in the case of military attack. Mr. Trump is expected to make his first court appearance in Miami on Tuesday.
4 children missing in the Amazon rainforest following a plane crash more than a month ago have been found alive. Rescuers have been searching for the children from an indigenous community in Colombia's south for 5 weeks. The crash claimed the lives of 3 adults on the aircraft, the children's mother, the pilot, and an indigenous leader. Former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has announced he's standing down from Parliament with immediate effect. From London, here's our correspondent, Alison Horn.
The former Prime Minister has been fighting for his political future with a parliamentary inquiry investigating whether he lied over Partygate, a series of scandalous and rule-breaking parties held in government buildings during COVID lockdown. In a statement, Mr Johnson says he's received the findings of that probe and says he's now being forced out of Parliament by the committee. He says he's sad to be leaving Parliament for now. Alison Horn, ABC News, London.
South Australian police are investigating the discovery of bones in the backyard of a house south of Adelaide. Police were called to the property on Perris Creek Road at Strathalbyn yesterday after reports that bones had been uncovered. Forensic investigators are at the scene with the search involving volunteers and local patrols. Police have not disclosed whether the bones are human. 2 men have been arrested over a public place shooting in Sydney's southwest. Helena Burke reports.
In December last year, police were called to a suburban street in Greenacre after neighbours reported hearing gunshots. Officers found a vehicle with bullets fired into it. Nearly 6 months later, detectives investigating gang-related crime have now arrested 2 men over the incident. The men, aged 25 and 26, have both been charged with assault, attempted robbery and participating in a criminal gang.
South Australia's 3 racing codes are welcoming a move to double the amount of industry receives from tax revenue derived from betting. Ethan Ricks explains.
Racing SA says the state government has agreed to increase the return of betting operations tax revenue to the racing industry from 10 to 20% from the start of next month. The betting operations tax is a 15% consumption tax on the wagering revenue betting companies make in South Australia. The new funding model is expected to run for 4 years, with funding to be shared between the industry based on market share. Racing SA, Greyhound Racing SA and Harness Racing SA have welcomed the announcement, with Racing SA saying it appreciates the strong signal of support and says that it puts the body in a position to push for further investment.
In Central Australia, Fink Desert Race organisers are warning the event will be immediately called off this weekend if spectators and the media don't abide by safety rules. Charmaine Allison reports.
The race kicks off tomorrow morning with hundreds of competitors on bikes and cars racing 230 kilometres of treacherous track to the remote community of Apachula before racing back to Alice Springs on Monday. A new setback of 30 metres will be enforced along the track, with helicopters scanning from above for any spectators who break the rules. Competitors will also be able to trigger alerts using new buttons on their vehicles, which will immediately cancel the race if spectators are spotted within the boundaries. The new rules have been introduced in the wake of an inquest into a spectator death in 2021.
And a daily hour of quiet will soon be rolled out at Service New South Wales centres in the state. Participating centres will turn down lighting, music and announcements and ask customers to put their phones on silent. The New South Wales government says it will help people with low sensory needs to complete government transactions in a more comfortable environment. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
The brilliant minds from the Nation Building Authority are back.
Our fridge has got an address book. It's got the lot. Has it got cold milk? Not yet.
And there's a lot to unpack.
Who's been asking?
We have.
What?
Us.
Who?
Me.
Why?
I'm lost again.
With Rob Sitch, Kitty Flanagan, Celia Paquola and the whole office.
This is in the cone of silence.
Under your hat. It's already on the radio.
All new Utopia.
What have these clowns been doing? Building for the future.
8 p.m. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The Raw will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes. He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant.
He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35 and boy does he love it. Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear. To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The Brisbane Lions head to the MCG for the first time in 2023 as round 13 of the AFL continues with the Hawks hosting the Brisbane Lions. The Lions coming off the back of a 17-point loss to Adelaide ahead of the bye and looking to stay inside the top four at 8 wins and 3 losses. Chris Fagan coaching against Hawthorn for the first time since the Hawthorn racism investigation took place, and Jack Gunston playing against his former side where he still has so many relationships. And for the Hawks, they're looking to try and turn around what was a dismal first half against Port Adelaide last week, and despite having just the 3 wins so far in season 2023, Sam Mitchell keen to show
show that his Chargers are heading in the right direction. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button. Matt Clinch with you from the MCG. There's no late changes for either side, so Cam McKenzie and Kitty Coleman are the respective subs for this afternoon's clash. It is overcast and a little bit cold at the MCG. There has been some rain over the last few days, but we are optimistic that today should be played in relatively good conditions. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Clinchy. Great to be here. I mean, the Brisbane Lions have found the MCG as a little bit of a house of horrors. They've lost 12 of their last 13 matches here. They did have a win in the semi-final against Melbourne, so that was a pretty big way to break the duck. They should have a soft kill today against a Hawthorn side that we know are rebuilding. And the big issue for Hawthorn has been this year, when teams have got a run on against them, they haven't been able to stem the momentum. And I imagine, and this is something that Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke can speak to, that's par for the course for a young side. It takes mature heads and experience to know how you can bend the game to your will when the opposition are having their turn.
The return of Hawthorn captain James Sicily for his Chargers today, and interested to see how Daniel Rich comes back, sliding in with no Kitty Coleman alongside him across half-back. You mentioned the Australian Football Hall of Fame member Nathan Burke is here and ready to go. Hello, Burkey.
Hello, Clinchy. Hello, everybody. Good to be here. If we had sound effects with an alarm, there's an upset alarm going on here today. I'm tipping an upset.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So, upset alert. Eeyore. There it is. That's our budget here at the ABC. That's our alarm alert.
That's actually over budget here at the ABC, Berkey.
I should get extra for sound effects and extra talent. But no, the Hawks aren't without a chance here today. You mentioned Brisbane's dismal record here. Hawks, I've seen play some pretty good football, and they'll bring it out today.
We're about to head straight inside the Brisbane camp. Rama, welcome once more to you. For listeners who are with us with the lead, what are you looking forward to this afternoon?
Well, I'm the opposite to Berkey. I think it's this has got to be a sign of maturity for Brisbane. Come to the MCG, cold winter afternoon, and get the job done and show that they're a really strong contender in this season. Hawthorn were disappointing in the first half, had a good second half last week, but if you look at the two teams on paper, Brisbane should be winning this game comfortably.
You can put some of those questions to the Brisbane camp right now. Let's head down. The final member of our team is Lauren Borden. Welcome to you, Lauren.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm down on the boundary here with Brisbane head of football, Danny Daly. You've just been listening to Berkey and Rama there. Had a smile when one was speaking, but not so much when Berkey was.
Yeah, I think I'll answer Rama's questions today. We'll give Berkey a wide berth. But no, they're fair comments. If the Horse can get their game up and running, they can be dangerous. So we need to be at our best today, no doubt.
You have just come off the bye. Did it feel like a week that went by in an instant, or do you feel like you've come back refreshed?
No, it goes pretty quick. But, we gave all the players and staff 4 days off from Thursday last week through to Sunday and hit the track running on Monday. So, it's interesting on the old bye, but, we're ready to go today. The boys have freshened up and, hopefully we can get the job done at the G.
You did have your bye smack bang at the 12-week mark, so right in the middle of the season. Do you look at the season in halves, knowing that there's a lot of big games to come when you've got St Kilda a couple of times, Geelong and Collingwood as well for the remainder of the season?
Yeah, we do. I think in the past we've had our bye at the back end of the bye, so this is the first time we've been up front with other teams, so it's been a little bit different for us in terms of how we prep for the remainder of the year. But we've probably gone a little bit different than we have in the past in terms of we've really had a focus on the back end of the year in the past, but now we're just going like in 4-week blocks, to be honest. It's really important that we keep momentum going at 8 and 3, and if we go in blocks of 4 and try and win those 4 or 3 at best and at worst, and set ourselves up for the remainder of the year. That's what our process has been this week.
Let's head upstairs now for some more questions from Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
Well, Benny Cameron mentioned it, Danny. The record here at the MCG isn't great, and I don't think there's any reason to hide away from that. But is it mentioned? Is there a reason? Why is the record so ordinary at the MCG?
Oh, look, we can only talk for the time that we've been here together, myself and Fags, which has been about 8 of the games. And, we got over the line last year against Melbourne in the final. And, even against Richmond, I think we kicked 12 goals in the first half to their 3, and they overran us by 5 or 6 points in that game. So we played some pretty good footy that day, and obviously the prelims Geelong were just too good for anyone. But, we don't get here enough, I suppose. We'd like to play more games here and experience a bit more. So outside of the fact that, they're the reasons that we don't play here enough, and we've come up against good teams, and we haven't played the ground as well as other teams play here, which we've done a bit of research on over the last 12 months to try and get better in that area. But, if we can get the job done today, and, 2 of our last 3 would have won here, and as I said, the one previous, we were pretty good against Richmond. So the only thing we can do is win and get the win, and hopefully get the monkey off our back a little bit more.
I only want to ask you one question about Fags. He's been incredibly resilient the way I think he's handled the situation for now. It's a good 6 months, I think it is. Just your role as GM of football, in his moments, and no doubt he's had his moments, how do you sit down and talk to him about the situation? What role do you have to play to keep Fags, I guess, focused rightly and solely on the Brisbane Lions Football Club?
Look, it's a good question. I've got a fantastic relationship with Fags. I sit down with him almost daily just to make sure he's going okay. People would argue there's a lot I do wrong as a footy manager, but one thing I've got is empathy and care, and I make sure that I'm always checking in with him every day, and his wife and his family, because he has been resilient and he has been tough through it all. But you're right, he's had moments, and it's tough for him and all parties involved, and all I can be is there to support him, keep supporting him, make life easier for him as a coach. Make sure the footy department's run well for him, so he doesn't have to worry about that side of things, and just let him worry about coaching. But as I said, we've got a fantastic relationship, and we look after each other pretty well, I think.
One person you won't have to support is your defensive coach, because you've got Harris Andrews, Gardner, Payne, all together in the side for the first time this year. He must be pretty excited.
Yeah, Jed Adcock looks after our defenders, so we've got all those guys, and Richie's obviously back after missing a few weeks, and obviously Kitty Coleman hasn't been in great form, so he's our sub today. So we've got Darcy Wilmot now back to give us a bit more speed down there, along with Connor McKenna. But Harris and Payne have been working really well together as the two key defenders down back, and allowing Harris to come off and intercept if he needs to. And obviously Dizzy has had one game back last week against Adelaide. So, our back six is in reasonable nick at the minute and going pretty well. So we're going to play an important part today, because Hawthorn forwards can be pretty dangerous if their midfielders get control of the game.
And how close are you from that? We're playing our best footy, and just all we need to worry about is what we do each week. Doesn't matter what the opposition bring, we bring our stuff and then we win. So sitting fourth on the ladder, you must be fairly close to that. Yeah,
we're not far off our best footy, I think. Obviously against Adelaide we played pretty well, but we just couldn't hit the scoreboard. We kept kicking points, but I think the big thing for us is in the past we've really worried about probably the oppo a little bit too much, whereas this year we've had a real focus on ourselves and making sure we get our game right and our mental state right going into a game. We still spend a little bit of time on the oppo, but not near as much as what we used to. So it's more about us and more about our mindset and more about how we go into the game, making sure we get our defensive game right and our pressure right, which probably lacked a bit last year.
It's a nice segue. I was going to ask you about the defence. It's been highlighted on a lot of the footy shows, and anyone who just watches Brisbane closely this year can see that your defensive intent, effort, maybe system as well, has been ratcheted up. How has that happened? What have you done?
We did a lot of work on it in the pre-season. I think in the past we've been guilty of, and the media, including guys like yourself, have been critical of our defence and probably worrying too much about our offence, which is fair. So we did a lot of work over the pre-season on our defensive structures, how we looked behind the ball, how our pressure was ahead of the ball, and that's been the catalyst, I think, and that's what we'll review every week. Our offence is our offence, and that takes care of itself, but our players really energise themselves to make sure the contested part of the game's right, but also our pressure and defence, and that's what we wrote our game on, and that's what we review our game on every week.
Danny Daly, the GM of footy with the Brisbane Lions, is with us on ABC Sport. Just a couple to finish with. Jack Gunston playing against his former side. It's always a weird week whenever you're playing against a lot of guys like Luke Bruce, who he's still particularly close with. How have you evaluated his inclusion of this Brisbane Lions forward line?
Yeah, I think by, his own stretch of imagination, he's probably not going as well as what he would like to or thought he would be, but hopefully that can get rolling in the second half in terms of what he does with the scoreboard pressure. But what he's done off the field and during the game with our other forwards, Hippie and Joe Danaher and Charlie Cameron, even Cam Rayner, like just educating them and allowing them to get to work on their patterns, etc., has been really good for those guys. But I hope today that he gets rewarded with a few goals against his old side. No doubt he's a little bit nervous, but I think he's got a pretty good record at the G, so hopefully he can snag a few today and get some reward for what he's been doing for us.
And Joe Danaher in your forward line, I know you get asked about the top line players regularly, but 13 goals in his first 6 games. He's kicked 17 in the last 5, so he's been in red-hot form. Do you care who kicks the goals in this Brisbane Lions forward line, or is it the right combination? I mean, he's never been a leading goal kicker for the Brisbane Lions since transitioning to you. Is the hope that he might play a bit closer to home, or is it however the matchups evolve?
Pretty much how the matchups evolve, but I think because he's our second ruckman at the minute, that he tends to play a bit closer to goal to reserve a little bit of energy so he can get into the ruck and get around the ground a bit. So I think that's worked really well for him and the team. In terms of who kicks the goals, we don't care as long as we kick enough to win a game of football. But, we're pretty potent down there with, Joe and Hippie and Charlie and Cam Rayner and Bailey and those sorts who can kick their 2 or 3. And, I think we average 8 goal kickers every game. So that's the most important thing for us, that we've got a good variety down there and we're hard to match on down there. So, hopefully someone gets the opportunity to kick a few today.
And finally, just as we let you go, given your amount of time in footy, how do you rate Will Ashcroft's start to the season, and how do you try and manage him to make sure that he's able to get through a full season at AFL level for an 18-year-old?
Well, he's obviously hit the ground really hard and running, and he's had a terrific season to date. And we knew he was going to do that. For an 18-year-old, he's so professional, and we did sit down with him a couple of weeks ago and talk about potentially resting him or giving him less game time. And I can tell you the feedback back from him wasn't very positive, so we won't be doing that in a hurry. But he plays about 75% game time, and we look after him through rotations. So he's having a good season. We just probably need to get him a little bit more on ball, to be honest. So it's his first game at the G, so hopefully he puts on a show for everyone.
Yeah, great experience for him, following the footsteps of his dad. Danny, as always, we appreciate your time. Good luck this afternoon.
Thanks, boys. Have a good call.
Danny Daly, the GM of footy for the Brisbane Lions, joining us on ABC Sport. Why do you in the media, Ben, just ask these sort of questions?
I've never seen a man more happy.
Well, no, I thought it was
you were happy.
I thought it was quite funny because it's an ongoing thread in the show that I do with Corbin and Ben, that last year I called them, with tongue firmly in cheek, the Brisbane Turnstiles. I said they're great on offence, but they get walked through on defence, and I think that was fair at the time. They did. It's clearly changed this year, and as was pointed to there by Danny, they put a lot of time and effort into it and have clearly changed in terms of schematics and in terms of attitude.
So you reckon he's keeping receipts from Corbin and Ben?
Well, it sounded kind of pointed, didn't it? People like you.
He said people like you.
People like you. So maybe some of it's...
You've made it in the media. I mean, the big question around Brisbane is, it feels like they bolster their defence with Jack Payne, so provides great support for Harris Andrews. Unfortunately, the ultimate question is going to be, they've been perennially a top 4 side. Can they take that next step and be a top 2 side? Can they beat the likes of Collingwood and Melbourne and Geelong?
The thing we don't know is what's between their ears, because that's the thing that's holding them back. If you look at their team, they've got the big monsters down back, big monsters up forward. They've got a really super talented midfield, so they want for nothing. And their game style is effective. And as you said, Ben, they've added that defensive side to their game, which was lacking. So now it comes down to, how do we handle finals? And what sort of mindset do we take into finals? Have we still got a monkey on our back, or have we shaken that off because we won some last year? That's the thing about Brisbane, is how do they mentally handle playing away from the Gabba in big matches?
Well, they needed more depth in their midfield. They got that with Dunkley and Will Ashcroft. I think those two guys coming in, a lot of possession there. One's definitely an in and under hard, tough one guy. With Will Ashcroft is probably that hybrid type of mid, classy by foot. Can for a first year player, I think if he was plying his trade in Melbourne, we'd be talking about Will Ashcroft a lot more than we already. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, absolutely no doubt.
His ability to extract the ball and deliver it to the outside players probably doesn't get the recognition it deserves.
Yeah, I always felt once they started to. The opposition midfield started to get on top of Brisbane, they didn't have a plan B. Like their plan B against Melbourne in the final was to put Jared Berry to Clayton Oliver, and that worked. But then it didn't sort of work the following week. So they just simply, what they've decided to do is go, well, we need weighted numbers in there. And now I think that's starting to come through where, you know, if it's not Lachie Neale or if it's not Hugh McCluggage or John, like you can go down the line now with a guy that can have a big game through their midfield. And I think their forward line is starting to function. They would like more goals out of Jack Gunston. I don't have any doubt about that. But that'll come. Jack Gunston, it's just a matter of learning, well, where's my opportunities lie in this forward line? Joe Danaher does this, Eric Hipwood does this, Charlie Cameron does this. How do I then go and get sort of my feed, my food? Where's my nourishment in all this? So that'll come, but they're every bit in this season. I think they can challenge Collingwood, they can challenge Melbourne, they can challenge. Who's the other one in there in the top four at the moment? Port Adelaide. Yeah,
we think Geelong might get there potentially, but
they can challenge. There's no doubt.
The only question I kind of had, sorry, Benny, Berkey, was are they too offensive centric? They all obviously want to be on the end of it and be kicking goals, but sort of relying on Link McCarthy and Charlie Cameron to be pressure players as well. Do they have the balance right?
If there's one area that worries me, it's that forward line, and I'll use the word flaky a little bit. So Danaher and Hipwood, if they're still going to be the main guys kicking the ball to, I don't trust them fully in big games. And that, to me, backline okay, midfield great. It's the flakiness of the key forwards that worries me.
I'm the opposite. It's the backline that still worries me slightly. I think, Jack Payne, I think, has done a good job this year so far. Darcy Gardner's really important to him, but keeping him on the field and not injured, because then what happens is it's too reliant on Harris Andrews then. Yeah. And if Harris Andrews has to swing from player to player in their defence, where the problem is, I will put Harris there because he'll fix it. You just want Harris to... He's a terrific intercept mark, terrific spoiler, and how he goes about it. But it's then, okay, I think you can rely on Starcevic and how he goes about his football. But it's just, well... Is it strong enough? Let's keep them, rather than trying to put players in and out of there. I think they're better off going, well, this is it. Let these guys play together. Let them work it out.
Which is why it's so important to be able to win away from home against sides that you should beat. Berkey, you came straight from training this morning for the AFLW. We all await the start of the season.
Still got his footy boots on.
Yep. I stayed dressed like this for the whole week.
I love it, Berkey.
Coach Carter, about you.
They slip it over in the commentary box.
Do we have a fixture?
No. We don't even know.
Should we have a fixture?
Well, yes. We don't even know how many games we're playing this year.
10 rounds, Rama? I mean, we're kind of joking about it, but it is a bit ridiculous that we're, approaching 3 months out from the start of the season. We don't have any clarity as to how it's going to evolve.
Yeah, look, we all know it's going to be 10 games, but for some reason they don't want to come out and say that. They rely on, say, it's the CBA negotiations and all that sort of stuff. Just come out and tell us, and we can all have a whinge about it because no one wants to play 10. But we'll wait for a really big weekend, and then they'll sneak it out Monday morning before the King's birthday game, probably.
What would be lovely, if it's going to be 10 this year, but then show it for the following year to be 12 or 13.
Yeah.
Show the path to 17 games.
Well, that's not going to happen when their first negotiating point with the CBA was 10 games a year for the next 9 years.
There you go.
Right.
So that's not going to be acceptable for the girls.
No. They will not take that. No. They'll use the S word if they have to go down that path, if that keeps getting put on the table.
Well, they want a fair season is 17 games, playing everybody once, and I know that's a stretch right at the moment, but show a path, I think, to that.
Yep. Exactly.
So you think the players would strike if there's not a pathway forward as to what it's going to look like over the next couple of years?
Yep, no doubt. And exactly the same as Ramo. They don't want to jump to 17 games next year. Let's go. They'd even go with 11. They'd put up with that.
Progress.
Make it 12, then 14, and then 15, and then 17 if it has to be that way. But give them a pathway to a proper league rather than an exhibition of women's football tagged onto the end of the men's season.
So is that the AFL CEO-elect, Andrew Dillon, we're waiting for clarity? What do you understand to be the hold-up in terms of the direction?
Assume it's CBA.
You think it's CBA?
It's CBA, but our club hasn't had the AFLPA presentation to them yet. They're going around all the different clubs.
Right.
But I do know...
The Northern States during this week, they were in the PA.
The conversation that was going around with the other clubs that they had was that they are miles apart. And
I don't see any resolution in this for probably another 6 weeks at least.
Yep, they are miles apart.
So how close to the season do you start to get worried?
Now. Well, the thing is, and what and Berkey will understand this, is AFL, they have to start planning, because you don't have players that are full time. So they've got they've got to sort out their work. They've got to sort out their family on a weekend and how that all works. Like the men's fixture comes out before Christmas, basically, so people can go, okay, we're travelling here, we're travelling there, we can do this, we can do that. We're less than 2 months away from the start. Less than 2 months, Berkey? Or 2 months?
2 and a bit, yep.
Yeah, 2 and a bit months. And there's no planning of how the season's going to look. So, Berkey's GM of football or operations manager, they want to start flights, accommodation, all this logistical stuff that takes time to get it sorted out. And then the girls have got to also plan their life.
Almost staff need to get off work.
Yeah, the fans who are trying to work out where the games are going to be and how they look to try and go along to follow their team. So, yes, we'll keep a close eye across that and the developments around the AFLW. So the teams are going through their final preparations down the change rooms. In a moment or so's time, they'll make their way out onto the MCG. It's Hawthorn taking on the Brisbane Lions as round 13 of the AFL continues. There's no late changes with Mackenzie and Coleman, the subs for their respective sides in this afternoon's match. In a moment, the full preview to come.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team. AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Marks out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish. Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang. 'Cause here it comes.
AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Sunday afternoon footy from the MCG. The Brisbane Lions make their first trip to footy's heartland to see if they can continue with their momentum, looking to stay inside the AFL's top 4 with 8 wins and 3 losses following the bye. Well, for the Hawks, they get back their skipper James Sicily following a disappointing first half against Port Adelaide last week. They showed good resolve in the second half, but Sam Mitchell will hope they're more like the second half Hawks than they were the first half last week. A big warm welcome to our South Australian and Western Australian listeners for the first time to ABC Grandstand from the MCG and our listeners through Queensland News Radio. Matt Clinch with you. There's no late changes with Kitty Coleman and Cam Mackenzie, the subs for the two sides this afternoon, as the Brisbane Lions make their way out onto the MCG and the Hawks are just a few moments away. Ben Cameron will call the action alongside me. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke are your experts. Now, the other match taking place this afternoon is the Adelaide Crows taking on the West Coast Eagles. One of the great stories is the mid-season draft. Ryan Marrick was picked up. West Coast Eagles with 6 forced changes. So all of a sudden he's gone from working in the local supermarket to playing in the AFL footy. It does sort of give me that moment of sort of Michael Beer. All of a sudden you're representing Australia. How do I end up here? I mean, Rama, it's the boyhood dream. It's an area in which you're involved in the player management side, but even he must be surprised that he's going to run out with a West Coast Eagles jumper on this afternoon.
Well, it has happened in previous mid-season drafts where the player has come into the team pretty quickly after they've been drafted. So, look, it's basically a weighted number situation with West Coast. They need bodies. Betty Cabra and I were talking about this off air earlier. Like, why didn't West Coast have another pick in the mid-season draft? And that's simply because the talent wasn't necessarily there. But this kid, he can play. So I don't think there's any doubt that he'll go okay tomorrow. He was quite good in the first half of the year. Watching him play for the Gippsland Power, then through the Vic Country series and the Young Gun series. He actually performed really well. He played okay last week in their waffle team. So now he gets the opportunity, and hopefully he plays well and can play the remainder of the season, Benny.
And what can he be? Will he be a sort of third half forward?
Yeah, he'll play half forward, I think, more that sort of role. He's not key position height. He's about 192, I think he is.
Like a mid-size.
Yeah, but he moves well.
Yep.
Yeah, he can find the ball at ground level. He can find the ball in the air. He's lost a bucket load of weight to get himself really fit.
Gave up potato chips.
Well, I think he lost 20 odd kilos.
24, he said. Yeah.
So it's a terrific story of resilience, and this is, I think it's a great lesson for any young kid to go, you know what? All I need to do is put my head down, bum up, and work hard, and give myself an opportunity. Like Berkey would understand this. There's so many talented kids out there that play football on talent, and they can make their way through in their pathway years. But this he's worked hard to get where he is, and he changed his body and changed his game, and hopefully the rest is history, and he can have a long career now for West Coast.
You can hear in the background, Hawthorn have made their way out onto the MCG. 1 for all and all for one is what it says on their banner, led by James Sicily, who returns for the Hawks this afternoon. It's 250 games for Taylor Walker. He's been such a strong leader for the Adelaide Crows. Bernie Vince described him as a loyal larrikin and a big heart. And yet there was a moment in his career with what took place around the racial abuse that he might have wondered, is my career over? Will I actually get back into this Adelaide Crows lineup? I was in Adelaide when he was coached by Neil Craig. He played a season for Norwood where he kicked 57 goals before he even got into the AFL senior side. He's the greatest player from Broken Hill, obviously, but he's a player who's evolved with the Adelaide Crows and hopes that he still might play a part in their push back in towards September.
I liken him a little bit to Tommy Hawkins. Both have sort of matured a little bit. Taylor was always a very, very good player, but on his day I saw him go over there and tear the Saints apart by kicking 5 goals. Amazingly, they rested him the week after, and the Crows are absolutely abysmal in that game. And it makes you think, okay, well, is that a bit of a mindset thing that when Taylor's not on the ground that they're a little bit less of a team? And I probably think it could be that way. So, look, there's no doubt whatsoever he is still one of the top 3 most important people in that Adelaide team, even at his age.
He's a lovable larrikin. Like, if you think he was rough around the edges when he got to Adelaide, there's the famous
photo of him having a
beer, sitting in the grandstand.
Not playing in the seniors?
No, not playing.
Not realising he was doing something wrong?
No, having a beer and just, being a lad. Being in his early 20s, he probably was at the time, but then to transform himself into a leader of the Adelaide Football Club, take that team to a grand final. Yep, okay, that didn't end well. But then I think through that, the period where Taylor was suspended for the incident with racism, how he handled it, 1 and 2, then the learnings that he got from it, and he realised he made a mistake, and he owned that mistake, and he went to work about becoming a better person. So since he's come back from that suspension, I think he's kicked the 4th most goals in the league out of any player. So I agree with Berkey. He is still absolutely critical to the Adelaide Crows, because what he's also doing is helping Darcy Fogarty, and we all think Darcy Fogarty is going to be a really good player. So it's funny, I think Taylor's kicked 80-odd goals since he came back from that suspension. And since Taylor's come back from that suspension, Darcy Fogarty's kicked 60 goals in the same period of time.
And the game after the St Kilda game, which was a really good effort, Taylor didn't play and Darcy got 2 touches for the whole game.
Yep.
And the 2 most challenging times I've ever seen in sport in my time of broadcasting was when Philip Hughes passed away, having taken place in that game that was taking place in Sydney, and when Phil Walsh was murdered, and the role in which Taylor Walker had to play as the captain of the club. For a side that had lost their coach, I was at West Lakes the next day as the players were coming in, and you can't describe what they were trying to deal with and the way in which he was able to bring a fractured club together and to feature in a grand final in a couple of years later. So Tex Walker with his 250th game. It's the twilight match this afternoon as the Adelaide Crows take on the West Coast Eagles. We had a chance to catch up with the Brisbane Lions camp. Danny Daly joined us a short time ago. The GM of footy, Lauren Borden's made her way down to the Hawthorn camp, and let's take you down into the Hawthorn camp ahead of the match. Danny, you Loz?
Thanks, Clinchy. I've got Hawthorn assistant coach Adrian Hickmott down on the boundary with me. Adrian, it's a beautiful day for footy today. You come up against Brisbane, the first time they've been down to the G this year, and you've had some good form against them lately. How are you all ready for this match?
Yeah, g'day everyone. We're ready. Like you said, it's a lovely day out here, and Brisbane have been in good form and sitting fourth on the ladder. They won 3 in a row and then lost to Adelaide, had a bye, so they'll be coming back and raring to go, as we are. We just come off a loss to Port Adelaide, who are a really good side, and we look forward to it.
You conceded 100 points in that first half against Port Adelaide last week. What's spoken about that this week when the opposition doesn't get any easier against Brisbane?
Wasn't pretty, was it, that first half? We did concede 100 points, but we come out after half-time and we showed some effort and a bit of grit, so we were really pleased with our last half of that game to do that. So we ran with that throughout the week, guys, and showed them the vision of the good quality football that we can play, even though in the first half we were convincingly beaten.
Sam Mitchell spoke about arresting those momentum shifts during the week. Who's it up to do that if you would like the players to be able to do that on the field? Is it something that James Sicily would have been able to do had he been out there last week?
I'm not sure he would have been able to stop it, but it would have definitely helped. Senior player like James Sicily. We got Bruce out there as well, and some other senior players in Frost that can help the momentum shift as well. Settle the younger guys down in our team, get them together after a goal and say, right, let's take a deep breath and work to our area was the contest, work rate to the contest, and then winning the contest. Port Adelaide were in, so if we can hold momentum in that area, that will help.
How difficult is it to stop a momentum swing? We see it all the time in football, but how tough is it to stop those 2, 3, 4, 5 strings of goals?
Yeah, it's tough. We're up on the coaching box and we're trying to make subtle moves here and there, but we know if you make too many moves, it can confuse the players. So there's a fine edge of making the right move to slow it down, and hopefully that will work. And obviously on the last weekend it didn't, but we'll put some strategies in place. We have been throughout the week, and we'll work on that in the second half of the year.
Adrian Hickmott joining Grandstand AFL, Hawthorn assistant coach. We haven't been able to see much of Chad Wingard this year. He's had a lacerated tongue and calf injuries. Can you give us an update on how he's tracking and when he'll be back playing senior football?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's been played with a few injuries throughout the season, so he hasn't had a good run at the game, and now he's spent the last 3 weeks out. He'll come back through our VFL Box Hill side this week. Nearly played last week, but didn't quite get through training, so he'll have a full game in the Box Hill. There's no doubt Chad can play, and he's a very good player, so we expect him to get in the side pretty soon.
Another Port player in Jarman Impey re-signing this week for 3 years. He's been at the club for about 5 or 6 years now. What can you tell us about what he's brought to the side since moving over to the Hawks?
Yeah, well, as soon as you mention his name, I think of leadership straight away, but also fun of the game, love of the game. He's got a tremendous love for being out in the ground and playing footy and training, so he brings that to our side, and it can help because, if we've got younger players, football's not the end. You can have fun, you can enjoy your football, so he does that and he shows really good leadership qualities.
You've upped your scoring a fair bit in the last 3 weeks. Mitch Lewis has kicked 12 goals, Bruce with 11. How happy are you with how the forward line's going, especially with Mitch Lewis now slotting back in there?
Yeah, Mitch Lewis, he's a very good player, a tall man and an aggressive young player in the contest, along with Kaczynski and Bruce, as you mentioned. And then we've got Butler, young Brockman that are working hard at their feet. So, when we get the ball into our forward 50, they put up some good contests, a good fight, and our encouragement is try to hold the ball inside 50 so they can score.
And finally, what are you expecting from Jack Gunston when he takes the field on the opposing side after winning 3 premierships at Hawthorn?
Yeah, well, we expect a bit of fight. He's got I was here with him for 1 year. Definitely competitive young man, and I think he'll enjoy it out here. And it happens throughout AFL and AFL games, so there'll be enjoyment. They'll have a little bit of laugh, but when it comes to the crunch, they'll get into it.
Thanks for your time, Adrian. Good luck today.
Good on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Loz. Adrian Hickmott, the GM of footy at Hawthorn, joining Lauren Borden down on the boundary ahead of Brisbane and Hawthorn from the MCG. There's no late changes with Kitty Coleman and Cam McKenzie, the 2 subs this afternoon. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke are your experts. So off the back of Hawthorn conceding 105 points in the first half against Port Adelaide, the most by any team since 2012. How do you gauge Hawthorn this afternoon, Rama and Burke, as to what you'd like to see in their progression toward being competitive and below a bottom 4 side?
I want to see the Hawthorn that played against St Kilda a couple of weeks ago. that was a good Hawthorn. That was a glimpse, I think, into the future of what they're actually trying to do and trying to formulate for the years moving forward. The first half Hawthorn last week against Port Adelaide was uncompetitive and just completely outplayed, and just it was terrible. It was terrible to watch. Now, okay, James Sicily wasn't there in the back line, but it doesn't matter. Like, Port Adelaide were just all over him. They did what they want in that game of football. So you still want to see you still want to see where the evolution is going to be. You still want to see, oh, okay, yep, I can see how that player's role is going to continue to evolve in the years to come. For the Hawks, they've transitioned their midfield with Will Day, John Newcomb, and those types going through the middle of the ground, Connor Nash even. So we can see how that's happening, but it's again then, how does that back line look? Who's going to be the player that stands up continually from the younger brigade I'm talking about, not James Sicily and the like. You want to see if it's going to be these younger type of players, can they be with this Hawthorn team for the future?
For me, I always ask the question of, what do you focus more on, your game or the opposition? And I reckon Hawthorn last week went into that game against Port Adelaide really focused on what Port Adelaide were going to do and didn't have any of their own brand. At halftime, they managed to go, hey, let's play the way we want to play, and got themselves back into it. So today I want to see them doing what Brisbane are going to do. Brisbane are going to focus 95% on how do we want to play the game. Hawthorn need to do exactly the same. What's the Hawthorn brand? How do we play? Let's run and share the ball off the half-back line and get the ball forward as quickly as we can.
So there's Berkey and Rama's assessment. Lauren Borden sitting in the front row of the grandstand. You're not going to get wet this afternoon, are you, Loz?
I was banking on no. So as I was walking in, nice sunshine. You could see the autumn leaves falling to the ground in Yarra Park, but now it's overcast skies. So fingers crossed there's no rain. It is still a mild day here in Melbourne. James Sicily won the toss in his return. It'll be Hawthorn kicking towards the city end of the MCG.
Thanks, Loz. Yes, there is no rain on the forecast, but the floodlights are on here at the MCG. It's Hawthorn and the Brisbane Lions as round 13 of the AFL continues. The Hawks having won the last 3 against the Brisbane Lions. Here's Ben Cameron.
Underway, McInerney wins the tap down. Onto it though, Nash for the Hawks. Handball away to Warple. Warple, handball to Wimpy. Handball to Hardwick. Backward of the logo. Members side of the ground. Kicks out towards the wing. Kazitsky can't gather. And it's knocked out. A throw in on the wing. Hawthorn in their brown and gold with the brown shorts. Brisbane Lions in the old Fitzroy-style jumper with the line on the front.
Is it a rule that the rucks don't jump at the centre bounce anymore? They just run in, touch each other, and it's like not even a basketball tap. At least they jump.
Holding free kick from the throw-in. It's going to go the way of Will Day. So off the ball, not in the ruck contest, but just in front of it. Lockie Neal holding on. Day on the logo. Drives the Hawks inside attacking 50. Kazitsky launches, can't take the mark. Berry down, roves the pack for the Lions. Handball away to Bailey. He's wrapped up. Ball up 45 metres out from the Hawks attacking goal through the opening minute.
Sicily on Danaher, which will be very interesting. How much leg rope does he give him?
Thrown up, Reeves wins down the tap for the Hawks, but straight to Dunkley of the Brisbane Lions. Around his body up to Danaher, who works the centre half back. Hand pass over the chop, trying to link up with Bailey. Back to Danaher, shrugs the tackle of Scrimshaw. Wheels onto his left, long kick towards Gunston. Can't take the mark. Hipwood's front and centre. He's now under pressure from Hardwick as he lost his footing. Trying to rip it clear as McCluggage for the Lions. He can't do so. Hand pass came straight out to Wilmot. He's tackled by Moore. Great tackle. Holding the footy and wins back the ball for the Hawks inside their defensive 50.
Joe Danaher did really well through the middle there. He just missed the wrong target going inside 50. Eric Hipwood had got himself all alone.
Moore, a long kick to the wing. Meek trying to attack the footy. Down in front, Dunkley there for the Lions. Handball as he's tackled. Away to Day. Gets it back for the Hawks. Gives it off to Amon. Dangerous kick towards centre half back. Bramble's able to make it look okay. Handball away to Weddle. Sweeps a handball to release Scrimshaw. Has to wait for the bounce. Now takes a bounce through the middle of the ground. Kicks a floater towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Knocking it up into the air is Meek. The Lions arrive. Dunkley's around the footy. Brockman picks it up. Handball stolen by Starcevic. His kick a shocker out towards halfback.
It's a bouncing ball for Pryor. It's stuck underneath him. Trying to knock it clear. Bruce Donald for the Hawks. Hand pass to Mitch Lewis. Squeeze the kick out towards Day. Knocked out cleverly for the Brisbane Lions. Dunkley into the middle of the ground. Rayner tries to spin out of a Sicily tackle. Hand pass out in front of Nash though for the Hawks. Hand pass to Carl Amon to Sicily. Still has Nash at left half forward. Pokes the kick inside 50. Lewis lunging forward. Can't take the mark. Gathered by Rich, who gets the hand pass away. And the kick to Berry in the back pocket.
Berry will chip it over the top, and mark taken by McInerney. He'll kick out to the wing. Gunston marks coming up against his former side, and he gets a
cheer.
Yeah, a warm round of applause.
Which he thoroughly deserves from the Hawthorn supporters.
He'll kick low around the wing. Bouncing ball. It's chopped off there by Weddle. Runs away with it for the Hawks. Handball to Impey. Back to Weddle. Arches his back. He takes on Berry. Now he'll kick inside 50. Trying to find Lewis. Fisted away by Payne. Out towards the boundary line, outside the 50. And Berry can pick it up at left half back for the Lions.
And pass to Wilmot, bouncing on half back. He looks up towards half forward. Danaher's the target. It won't get to him. Sicily in front. He's taken high by Joe Danaher. He turns to the umpire to plead his case. It was certainly late and it was high. James Sicily in the long sleeves as the free kick at right half back, the Hawthorn captain.
That was good by Danaher. He's got to make Sicily earn it if he's going to stand there in front of him all day.
Called to play on a laser-like pass around the boundary line. It finds Jarman Impey.
It's a good point, Berkey, because how many times do you want a knee in your back? They start to hurt.
Inboard to Sicily, coming off 43 disposals. That's not his best. He turns it straight over. A chance for the Brisbane Lions through the middle of the ground. Bailey gets the hand pass to Rayner. It's one-on-one further afield. Kicks towards Charlie Cameron. Hardwick spoils it down. Sicily gets back for support. Scrimshaw, great blind turn out of traffic. Hand pass to Sicily. Chips it to Jarman Impey in the right back pocket for the Hawks. No score through 4.5 minutes.
Oh, Impey tight roping the boundary line with his kick, but it's good enough to get to Weddle. Just in the field of play, just beyond the defensive 50. One of these young Hawks we're watching develop. Long ball towards the wing. Standing in front, Reeves a lot of it. Doesn't complete the mark. Piling on top, McInerney. Ball up on the wing.
There's no doubt, Benny, they've found a player in Josh Weddle. He looks very comfortable as a defender. Already can play on a mixture of opponents' mediums and maybe at a stretch a tall. But he's quick, he's strong. So they've found a good one, I think, the Hawks.
Just 19 years of age, the round 10 rising star, 28 and 2 goals on that occasion. Yeah. Still no score through the opening 5 minutes here, a boundary throw-in on the wing.
191 centimetres and 92 kilos, so he is a mobile big man. Thrown back in. McInerney removed in it by Reeves. Gets the hand pass to Warple. Sends the Hawks towards half forward. Lloyd Meek underneath it. Spoiled away by Andrews for the Lions. Out towards the boundary line. Kajitsky tried to flick it to Bruce. Lost his footing. Gardner over the top. Nash tries to rip it clear. Can't do so for the Hawks. And it's stuck underneath. A couple of players and the umpire will ball it up in front of the Ponsford stand. Right half forward for the Hawks.
Gee, they're big now, these players, aren't they? I mean, he looks medium-sized and he's 190 plus.
Yep.
McInerney takes it out of the ruck at half-back for the Lions. McCluggage, he'll kick into the middle of the ground. Danaher doesn't take the mark. It spills down to Blank. He'll kick inside, attacking 50 for the Hawks. Bouncing ball. Wilmot's there. His handball errant. Moore steals it for the Hawks. Handball to Nash. Handball too hot for Warple. Handball back to Nash at right half forward. Somehow gets a handball away. And McCluggage wins it back for the Lions.
Sends it towards Bailey. Has to tap it to his own advantage. Away from Hardwick. Under good pressure from Hardwick. Careful the arm didn't slip over the shoulder. He wins at the Hawks defender, but his kick in hurry is out over the boundary line and out of bounds on the full.
So you talk about size. There's a kid for next year's draft. His name's Josh Smiley. He's 194 centimetre midfielder and already finds the ball 30 times a game comfortably.
Hawthorn through Will Day. Hand pass away to Brockman, to Impey, trying to get it around the pressure of Starcevic. Hand pass back to Brockman, to Impey. It's one hand pass too many. Day trying to wrestle away from Dev Robinson. He can't do so. And a ball up on right half forward for the Hawks. 7 minutes gone, no score. Inside 50, 6-2, the Hawks' way.
I blame the chickens, Rammer.
Oh, no, but he'll play for Vic Metro tomorrow versus South Australia, so you'll be able to watch him if you really want to.
Here goes Ashcroft, bursting away with the ball for the Lions. Gives it off to Robertson. He'll kick to Gunston. He marks out in front of Sicily. He's
that's
dealt
close.
It's a 25-metre penalty, that one.
Yeah. Former teammates going at it. Gunston wheels and kicks into the pocket, and Charlie Cameron marks 30 metres out, 45-degree angle left-hand side.
And I probably think we spoke about before the game Gunston's role. That seems the best role for him at the moment because Danaher and Hipwood both like playing closer to goal, and Charlie Cameron. So winning that ball sort of from 50 to 80 metres out from goal, he's already a beautiful kick.
4 goals last time out. Charlie bending it home beautifully for the first of the afternoon for the Lions. The right foot snap from the left forward pocket. The Lions kicked the first goal of the Arvo after 8 minutes. They're 1 straight 6. Hawthorn yet to score here on Grandstand AFL. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
Just to go on with that with you a little bit, Berkey. Like Gunston, I think for a lot of years at Hawthorn, you know, he was the third wheel there with Franklin, with Roughhead. Then Roughhead leaves and he's the second wheel because when Franklin leaves because he's the second wheel because Roughhead's still there. But here at Brisbane, he's still no doubt he's still finding his feet. So, but working from that 50 to 80 metre mark, which not a lot of players really do these days, Berkey, is the old sort of traditional centre half forward. That could be his way of getting into the game more, getting his hands on the ball more. Then he'll find the impact on the scoreboard will come.
Well, the 2 kicks that Danaher had inside 50, nothing came of.
Yeah.
And the one Gunston did, they got a goal.
McInerney tried to take it to the ruck. He had to become the tackler on Meek, who shovels it forward to Newcomb. Great hand pass forward. Links up. Got the hand pass away to Mitchell. Gave it to McDonald. Vacant goal mouth. It's offline to the right. Oh, big collision. In from the side. It was at full speed.
They're all
Sam
up.
Butler, who almost collided with the right behind post. Thankfully, he's okay.
Oh, Wilmot definitely collided with the post.
So there was Butler, Moore and Wilmot, who are all in a collision up against the right behind post. Thankfully, everyone's okay.
Forward 50 stoppage here for the Hawks. Make a post to McInerney. Wilmot, the man who just collided into the post, wins it. Off to Ashcroft. Handball to Starcevic. High kick beyond defensive 50. The Hawks are there. Sicily. Handball away to Mitchell. To Weddle. To McDonald. Now to Amon. All of that by hand. A kick inside 50. And on the lead, Lewis marks. 45 out. A 30-degree angle to the left-hand side.
I thought they overdid it with their hands there. The Hawks had a couple of times to get it in there, but thankfully it ended up with Carl Amon, who's a lovely kick of the football, and really good lead by Lewis. He knew that he was going to spin out onto that left, so took off early.
Picked 12 goals in the last 3 weeks, Mitch Lewis, so in a reasonable vein of form. Drop punt here from 48. Looks good off the boot and gives the Hawks their first. They respond to the Lions opener. It's 1 straight 6 apiece after 10.5 minutes in the opening term at the MCG.
Isn't it good to just see a big bloke lead out from full forward, mark it around about 45, kick from 50 and pop it just straight through the middle? It was a really good, smart lead. He knew the chain of handball was going to take the ball from one side of the ground to the other. So he took off, and Amon was a beautiful kick. But just to go back, they're not going to have 25 shots a goal against Brisbane today. So the first real opportunity that they've had from 50 metres, he puts it straight through the middle. So well done, big fella.
Hawthorn setting up interesting in their defence. So it's sort of a rotation. They want to keep James Sicily as high as he can around that half-back line. So if Danaher goes deep, it's Blank that then goes to him or Scrimshaw.
Make one down the tap, but it's Bailey who kicks Brisbane inside 50. McCluggage spoiled away from him by Sicily. Charlie Cameron after it. Swings it back onto his left boot. High kick inside 50. Scrimshaw underneath. Danaher spoiled it down. Hipwood's locked up in a tackle by James Blank. And a throw in the left forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions. It's interesting as to whether Sicily and Andrews will both try and get clear for their respective sides, avoid a direct matchup. Try and pride that springboard off half back. Thrown back into play. Lions deep in attack. McInerney and Meek comes down to the front. Dunkley's hand pass to Ashcroft. Almost pinned. Got the hand pass to McCluggage. Back to Dunkley. Vacant goal mouth around the body for the Lions second. And plenty of celebration for Josh Dunkley. His first goal as a Lion. a prominent goal scorer for the Western Bulldogs, and he is one of the players that has come in and given the Lions a real boost, hoping to push their premiership credentials. The Lions back in front by 6 points, 2 straight 12 to the Hawks 1 straight 6. 12 minutes gone, opening term.
Well, he got the initial handball out of the contest, Josh Dunkley, and he thought he put it into space. Then he basically stayed where the contest was, where the throw-in was. Ball comes back to him from McCluggage for a great goal. Warple was his direct opponent at that contest there. And you can see Warple, he tracks the ball rather than staying with his direct opponent in Dunkley. Dunkley then he kicks an easy goal, a snap around the corner.
The reigning best and fairest of the Western Bulldogs, now in his new colours, as Clinchy called his first goal for the Brisbane Lions. Reeves slaps it out towards the wing. The Lions are there through Robertson. Handball to Bailey, who soccers it on, and then Bramble picks it up for the Hawks. Handball to Newcomb, tackled quickly by McCarthy. And taken to ground, Lauren Borden downstairs.
Will Day's down in the rooms as well. A bit of an issue for Hawthorn. He's gone down, left shoulder issue a couple of centre bounces ago, and he decided to take himself off.
He ran into big Oscar McInerney.
Thanks, Loz. Thanks, Berkey. Warple gets the hand pass to Jarman Impey through the middle of the ground as it's gathered by Connor McDonald. Long towards full forward. Kaczynski in from the side with Bruce doing the work at ground level. He's just able to block off Harris Andrews. And Jacob Kaczynski is able to come down with the mark directly in front.
Oscar McInerney is one of those ruckmen that is very pointy. If you hit him, yeah, it hurts. That's a good mark by Kaczynski there, just drifting across the front of that pack. Harris Andrews lost his footing, but the kick was to a dangerous spot, so it made the Brisbane defenders actually have to defend.
Just a 3-goal 7 so far this season. He liked it straight off the boot. Cosby's on the board and Hawthorn answers straight back. Goal for goal here at the MCG. It's 2 straight 12 apiece after 14 minutes on ABC Sport. You're with Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
And that's where it's really important that Hawthorn win those clearances around the middle of the ground and get the ball into it was pretty much a 2-on-2 situation right in front of goal there. But if they go slow and it's laborious, Brisbane are very good to get numbers back. And I don't think Mitch Lewis and Kaczynski are going to be taking pack marks against 4 or 5 players all at the same time. So to get it in there one out, but they have to win those clearances around the middle. Newcomb just the one handball at the moment. He's one of the midfielders that can probably lift. Warple's probably their best midfielder last week, continuing his good form so far.
So goal for goal to start here at the MCG on a Saturday afternoon. Bounce back in the middle. Danaher into the ruck. He goes up early. Lands on his backside after carrying it out of the ruck. And we'll get another ball up. There are guys who are just pointy rammer. I remember a couple of years ago doing the tackling warm-up where you hit shoulders. Said this bloke, gee, you've got a pointy shoulder. Just straight on your shoulder. Not good.
You're talking about yourself?
Yeah, not me. I don't have a pointy shoulder.
I thought you would have hit the person's knee with your height.
Play taller, Rummer. Out of the middle, go Brisbane, slapping it on Wilmot. Onto it, strongly Butler for the Hawks. Handball to Amon, chopped off though by Wilmot. Away he goes. Onto the logo, long kick inside attacking 50. Looking for a mark, Rayner at the back. Marks, plays on, runs into the goal, whacks it through.
Yeah, let him go there. Sheesh.
Trading goals to start here at the G. And the Brisbane Lions, 3 straight 18. Hawthorn, 2 straight 12, 16 minutes into the opening term.
I'm just waiting for a replay here to have a look at counting the steps because he certainly ran a fair way. He marked the ball probably 25 metres out. More, and he ran to about 3 metres out. So we're going to get a look here. Bit of a shove in the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Jeez. That's a travel.
If he's only taking 1 metre steps, he's got his shoelaces tied together.
And Brandon Starcevic's tackle rammer caught your eye.
Oh, that was a bone crunching. I think it was Wilmot.
Was it Wilmot?
Was the tackle, and that that hurt Sam Butler.
So back in the middle, the Lions leading by 6 points. Warple tries to sock it off the ground, trying to move it to half forward. Rich gave it to Bailey into the middle of the ground, had to become the tackler on Newcomb. Not sure he got a clean hand pass away. Warple's hand pass to Impey, little fumble from him in the middle of the MCG, brought down by Berry and Ashcroft. Warple wins it back once more for the Hawks. Hand pass to Sicily, kicks it out to the members wing, out in front of Nash. Hand passes the Hawks inboard to Brockman, over the top to McDonald, on 50, hurries a kick inside 50, awkward bouncing ball from Meek. Dev Robinson got back but then fumbled it, had to retrieve by a hand, gave it away to Starcevic. His kick is over the head of Connor McKenna, has to try and gather at the Irishman. He cleverly chisels a kick over the top, it's too wide for Rich, lunging out, he can't take the mark. Newcomb for the Hawks at left half forward, inside 50, McDonald directly in front, was just able to take the mark, slightly off balance. He was uncontested, 15 metres out from goal.
Geez, that tested Daniel Rich's hamstrings. That Connor McKenna kick there just didn't get to him. So Connor McDonald now, who's having the shot at goal, his initial passage of play, he just didn't execute the kick. It went to the right spot, but it was just tumbled. But then he's continued to work to have this shot at goal.
From point blank range to return it to an even contest. It's goal for goal here at the MCG. 3 straight 18. After Charlie Cameron kicked the first, Mitch Lewis the second, Josh Dunkley answered for the Lions, Jacob Kaczynski, Cam Rayner, and now Connor McDonald. Goal for goal so far at the MCG. After 18 minutes, Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Will Day's just got that left shoulder heavily taped. He's run back onto the field and straight back into the centre bounces, but I'm sure he'll try and avoid McInerney's shoulders from now on.
Shot of Chris Fagan on the big screen of the MCG. Not all that impressed by the defence from the Brisbane Lions. Pulling at his hair.
Well, we met. I think it's the part of the ground that Brisbane are still most nervous about, if they've got the right combination of player down there.
The Red Sharon back in the middle. We don't see it too often anymore. There's a free kick out of the middle. Going to go to Danaher, taken high. He'll wheel around onto his left, kick a flower bag inside 50, bouncing ball a little dangerous. Able to get a handball away though, Weddle. A free kick too. It'll go to Seamus Mitchell for the Hawks at fullback. Another of the real finds for Hawthorn. Mitchell chips it short to Impey. Missed last week with illness. Hit Mitchell, and now Impey, who re-signed during the week, kicks to fullback. Hardwick marks, loops a handball over the top to Impey, who has time to kick laterally to Sicily. 3 straight 18 apiece.
The captain in the long sleeve, short to Newcomb, back to Sicily, drives him up the members wing. Kaczynski the target, it might get to Brockman. At the back he marks in front of Harris Andrews. Hand pass to Sam Butler to Kaczynski. Got a hand pass to Will Day back on the field. Hand pass to Reeves the ruckman. He awkwardly kicks into the pocket. It's sort of out in front of Bruce on the bounce. He gathers. Rich got a touch in there. Racing back is Link McCarthy. He's looking for the boundary line. Tackled by Moore. Hand pass back towards Rich. He knocks it through for a minor score. That's all legal given the pressure, given he was 10 metres out from his defensive goal. The first blemish of the match, Hawthorn 3-1-19, allows the Hawks to take the lead by a point. 3 straight 18 after 20 minutes for the Brisbane Lions.
Raymond, did you have the same rule that I've got, that never handball to a ruckman?
Definitely not inside 50.
McKenna with a long kick. Impey a big fly at it, knocks it down. Roving there is Danaher, gets it out to Berry for the Lions. A kick towards the wing. Gathering Gunston. He's tackled quickly though. Eventually gets a handball out cleverly to Dunkley. His handball releases Ashcroft. He can kick short, looking for Hipwood to lead back at him, and finds him with the kick. Hipwood 55 out, left half forward for the Lions. Pulls his kick back beautifully, and Lockie Neal marks 40 metres out. A slight angle to the left-hand side.
It's such a smart kick by Will Ashcroft. He made Hipwood come back to the ball. Hipwood was sort of trying to go back to goal, but there was just no option inside forward 50 for Will Ashcroft, so he kicked it to the space where he wanted Hipwood to come, and that was the reason Hipwood took the mark. Then turned and was patient enough to wait for Lockie Neal to find that space.
Lockie Neal to try and return the Lions to the lead. His kick is out to the right. Does draw them level. 3-1-19 apiece. 21 and a half into the first term.
A 10th disposal come out for James Sicily. Leads the way with Jarman Impey with 9. Dunkley with 6 for the Lions. Ashcroft as well. Sicily long towards Brockman. Berry back with the flight for the Lions. Knocks it down to Payne. Tackle. Didn't get a hand pass away. Spills back towards Bruce. Quick flick pass, I think, to McDonald for the Hawks. Hand pass inboard to Warple. Off the outside of the boot. Sends it towards Lloyd Meek and Mitch Lewis. Lewis got a hand to it. Tapped it to his own advantage. That was clever. Hand pass out in front of Meek. He links up with Sam Butler. Vacant goal mouth. Dribbles it towards goal. Superb finish. Deep in the right forward pocket from 35 metres out to get the Hawthorn fans out of their chairs. Hawthorn in front for the first time by 6 points after Brisbane on 3 occasions have got their noses in front. 4-1-25 to the Lions, 3-1-19. 22 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
He's actually competing well, Lloyd Meek, as that sort of... he's sort of playing centre forward. He's gone into the ruck now, but he's been resting in the forward line. So just to compete, get the ball to ground, then a little handball, and it's a smart kick there by Butler to kick that goal. But it's always questionable when you do rest your ruckman in your forward line, what impact they can actually have, because Hawthorn have already got Jordan Lewis and Kaczynski in that forward line. Then having the extra tall there, they've got to be able to at least compete and bring the ball to ground.
So the Hawks with back-to-back goals as Meek goes into the ruck, hooks down the tap, Warple soccers it forward towards half-forward. Here is Butler again, he can't gather. Able to do so, Berry across half-back for the Lions. Left-footed kick is poor. There's a whistle on the play though. Free kick will be downfield. It'll go to Robertson here for the Lions, who kicks laterally to Neal. So the Brownlow medalist from a couple of years ago, Lachie Neal, he'll chip it short. And coming up, Dunkley marks.
Let's play on.
Okay, Neal trying to wheel around the back and receive the handball. Dunkley still on the wing. He'll get the short kick now, Neal.
Just not a lot of movement for the Brisbane Lions as he thought about going short to Ashcroft. Dropped the footy. Back behind his mark, Lachie Neal sends it inside 50. McInerney's there, Danaher as well. In fact, it was Gunson at the back of the pack. Impey's hand pass chopped off though. Still a chance for the Lions. Hipwood trying to come in. Warple slow. Hand pass straight to Hipwood. Swings onto his right. It's out on the full. Couldn't quite bring it back enough. And no change to the score with the Hawks leading by 6 points. 24 minutes gone, opening term.
Carl Lamon with the free kick will go out long towards the Shane Warne stand. Trying to knock it on Mitch Lewis, picking it up. Andrews there for the Lions. Handball to Pryor. Away to McKenna. High ball back into the pocket. McCarthy's down there. It carries the pack. Pitches in play. Tumbles out. Throw in. Right forward pocket here for the Lions, who trail by 5 points. The Hawks have kicked the last 2 goals in the game.
14 inside 50s to 9 Hawthorn's way. So you'd say they've had a lot of the footy on their terms. Brisbane have had times where they've got a goal out in front. From the throw-in, Carl Lamon for the Hawks. Hand pass to McDonald. Blazed away, turned it over. Jack Payne takes the intercepting mark for the Brisbane Lions. Back into their lineup. He's 55 metres out from home. Sends it long towards the teeth of goal. McCluggage is there. McInerney brings it down. Hipwood tries to knock it out. Berry becomes the tackler. Did he push more into the ground? Umpire says no. In the middle of the back, and a ball up 25 metres out from the Lions' goal.
Up it goes, McInerney trying to hook it to the back. Rayner onto the footy, shrugs a tackle, snaps on goal. It'll go across the face and in the end bounce into the post, the behind post, so a throw in. Deep in the right forward pocket for the Lions. Lead by 1 straight kick to the Hawks late in this opening term. Reeves and McInerney, they go for a little waltz. McInerney lays it down in front. Slick hands from Dunkley to McCarthy. Flying snap. Hits the goalpost right at the top. A minor score, back to 5 points. 3 minutes away from quarter time here on Grandstand AFL.
Sicily long to the wing. It's not going to get to the intended target. Intercepting mark taken by Connor McKenna. Sam Butler was that target. Comes inboard to Dev Robinson.
No idea where Sicily was kicking that one. He had a free player outside 50, no one near him 20 metres, but he went for the long one and completely missed it.
All the way back to Danridge for the Brisbane Lions at centre-half back. Short to Jack Payne. Just in front of the AFL logo on the members' side. He sets a kick up towards half-forward. Gunston the target. In from the side, McCluggage takes the mark. James Sicilly's right on 50. Hugh McCluggage now realising he's probably within range. This has always been the element of his game, though. 3 goals, 7 so far in 2023. He veers out to the right. Gives it everything he's got. It's a flat kick, which is going to be right to the goal line. Flying in the pack was McCarthy. Spills away a blank of the Hawks. Hand pass to Moore. Chips a kick. Brockman sliding on his knees. Takes the mark. Right back pocket for the Hawks.
Brockman working high up the ground. Kicks a little bit of a mongrel towards the wing. Payne comes down with it, but handballs it straight to Bruce. Now the Hawks quickly back the other way. Newcomb's kick misses Meek. Allows Rich to mop up for the Lions at the back and kick short to Pryor. Basically on the defensive edge of the square for the Lions. They trail by 5 points. Son of Michael, he'll kick out towards the wing. No one there, and Impey is the only one there, and he's there for the Hawks, and he marks.
He looks to work it over the top to Will Day. Had some injury concerns early, but is back out there. Feeds the hand pass around the back to Mitchell. Gets it to Carl Amon. High kick inside 50. Bruce to the back. Can't get a hand onto it. And Harris Andrews was well set. Takes the intercepting mark. The leader of the Lions defence. Right back pocket for the Brisbane Lions, who trail by 5 points. Sends it up the southern wing. In the direction of Josh Dunkley. Spoiled away by Day. Neal in front position. Hand pass to McCluggage. Back to Neal. Hand pass to Danridge. Drives it down the wing. Charlie Cameron one-on-one with Sicily. It gets to the back. Sicily lost his footing. Charlie trying to get back onto it. Good recovery by the Hawthorn captain. Charlie tries to soccer it boundary side. Now he gathers. Unrelentless. He kicks inside 50 and Hipwood marks on his chest. What a great contest between Charlie Cameron and James Sicily. Exactly. The height for Sicily, the speed for Cameron.
I thought Sicily had him there for a moment, but Charlie is strong. He's very, very strong.
Hipwood wants to give it off. He kicks over the head of Gunston. And Weddle takes the mark for the Hawks. Not a good option.
The left foot, snap the ball around the corner.
So the Hawks in their back pocket. Hardwick stabs it short to Moore. Breaks the 50 and then chips short to Brockman. He'll get the handball back to Moore.
James Sicily is buggered. He hasn't moved from that other side of the ground where he had the contest with Charlie Cameron.
Wrestling's tiring, isn't it? So the quarter ends and it's a good one for the Hawks. They'll lead by 5 points at the first change. They kicked the last 2 goals of that opening term after it was goal for goal to start. So the goal kickers for the Hawks, Lewis, Kaczynski, McDonald and Butler. For Brisbane, Cameron, Dunkley and Rayner. The Hawks by 5 points at the first change.
At this stage, last week, Port Adelaide had managed to put on 9 goals on the board and Hawthorn had kicked 2, so we wondered what sort of response we'd see from Sam Mitchell's Chargers. Well, they kicked 4 goals, 1 to the Brisbane Lions, 3-2 to lead at quarter time. Great to have your company on Saturday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers.
Supporting new migrants and refugees.
Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways
we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect,
and celebrate.
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Here goes Ashcroft bursting away with the ball for the Lions. Gives it off to Robertson. He'll kick to Gunston. He marks out in front of Sicily. He's dealt with former teammates going at it. Gunston wheels and kicks into the pocket. And Charlie Cameron. Charlie bending it home beautifully for the first of the afternoon for the Lions.
Lions deep in attack. McInerney and Meek. Comes down to the front. Dunkley's hand pass to Ashcroft. Almost pinned. Got the hand pass to McCluggage. Back to Dunkley. Vacant goal mouth around the body for the Lions second.
Butler for the Hawks. Handball to Amon. Chopped off though by Wilmot. Away he goes Onto the logo, long kick inside, attacking 50, looking for a mark. Rayner at the back, marks, plays on, runs into the goal, whacks it through.
Warple off the outside of the boot, sends it towards Lloyd Meek and Mitch Lewis. Lewis got a hand to it, tapped it to his own advantage. That was clever. Hand pass out in front of Meek. He links up with Sam Butler. Vacant goalmouth, dribbles it towards goal. Superb finish.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have your company on Saturday afternoon footy. Hawthorn leading by 5 points at quarter time. 4-1-25 to the Brisbane Lions, 3-2-20. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down the boundary. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke, your experts.
Entertaining first quarter, that one. 4 goals to 3. Really contrasting styles between these two teams. Hawks have had plus 30 in possessions, but they've had 49 kicks and 71 handballs.
Yeah.
So it's really obvious that they want to get numbers around the contest, chain it out and try and get that ball inside 50 as fast as they can. So from those plus 30 possessions, they've only gone inside 50 15 times compared to 12. So they're using the ball a lot through the middle of the ground. When it comes off, it looks really good. There's been some times when it's just come off. But if I'm Brisbane Lions, I'm saying, hey, if they're going to try and do that, let's get our own numbers around that contest. A lot of pressure on that handballer, a lot of pressure on the receiver, and get the ball going back our way, because that's the way we're going to actually win this game. So well done by the Hawks. They're playing their game style, which is what we wanted at the start of the game, which not what we saw in the first half last week. So well done to the Hawks. To the Brisbane Lions, 3 goals that the Hawks got came from uncontested marks virtually. So they've got to make sure that they're not just zoning grass, they're actually getting on their player and making it tough for those Hawthorn and the forwards.
The concern right now for Brisbane is Sicily and Impey across half-back. They've both had 11 possessions each, but it's not short kicking, handballing possessions. Now, the ratio that Berkey talks about is absolutely there, but it's Sicily's had 8 kicks, Impey's had 5 kicks, so they've had 13 kicks between them in that first half for 22 possessions. So their ratio is fine there, and that's what's breaking the line right at the moment for Hawthorn to take the ball inside their forward 50 or to go through with that train of handballs that they're talking about. Sicily wants to stay high. There's no doubt he wants to play across Hawthorn's half-back line so he can read the play. Brisbane's forwards have got to take him to areas that he's uncomfortable with. Make him defend more. Try get him on the lead more. Try get him in a contested marking situation. Sicily's, I think he's only 190 centimetres, so he's small in terms of height, but he plays a lot taller than he actually is. Impey at the moment is just running and gunning and doing basically what he wants across half-back. So those smaller forwards that Berkey spoke about before the game, Rayner, Charlie Cameron, Link McCarthy, they need to apply more pressure there. They need to stop that, I guess, that run, that carry that Impey's continually providing. Brisbane around the ball are going fine. You look at the contested football there, it's about even. Clearances, they're +2 there, so they're going fine around the ball, but it's when the ball's in general play that Hawthorn, I think, are having the better of this game in the first quarter. Brisbane just looked that step behind, so I think Hawthorn have got to continue to attack the game. Give Mitch Lewis opportunity, give Kaczynski opportunity in that forward line.
So the Hawks had 3 goals from turnovers. The Brisbane Lions had 3 goals from stoppages. So it's been interesting. You would have thought, the stoppage game is such a strength for the Brisbane Lions, but clearly an area in which Chris Fagan would be keen to address with his troops at quarter time.
Yeah, he was asked in the presser during the week, the young Hawks have been pretty good around contest. And he said, I think we're pretty good in there too.
Yeah, well, they are. They're one of the measuring sticks of the competition around contest.
Second quarter underway. Hawthorn leading by 5 points at the MCG. McInerney and Reeves resume their battle. Reeves wins down the tap to Newcomb. The fend off on McCluggage. He bursts out of the middle. Kicks Hawthorn to full forward. Sam Butler trying to get a hand onto it. Spoiled away by Wilmot. It's out in front of Lloyd Meek. Hand pass looking for McDonald. Gets it away to Moore around the body. Misses to the left-hand side. Hawthorn fans would like to see more of that centre clearance work, please.
No, that's just strength by John Newcomb.
Starcevic with the kick in for the line, short to Neil.
If that went 15 metres, then Rayner ran 27.
Neil goes longer, looking for Hipwood. Day comes in from the side and takes a strong pack mark. Does it at ground level, does it in the air. He can do it always, Will Day. Now he drives it long back towards full forward for the Hawks. Looking for Meek, hands to it. Comes down for Payne. He knocks it towards the boundary line. Out of play, throw in.
What I would like to know on a 15-metre kick, is it from where the player kicks it or is it from where the mark sets? I know someone on our SMS will know the answer to that, but if it's not from where the mark sets, it needs to change to that. I'll keep the ball moving more.
Bringing it down, Reeves to the front. Now in amongst the chop, a clearing kick from Connor McKenna for the Lions, but sliding into mark. Well, for the Hawks is Meek at centre-half forward.
So the kick-ins count as stats, given you're running hot then?
No way.
Lloyd Meek, long to the pocket. Mitch Lewis, the target up. Big fly from Moore. I think he had hands on the shoulders, but the umpire calls play on. Spills away on McCluggage. Still a chance for the Hawks. McDonald shovels out a hand pass to Carl Amon. Pokes it into the pocket. It's too wide for Kuzinski. And out on the full. The free kick going the way of the Brisbane Lions. And Harris Andrews will take it.
I can answer your question, Ramix. I have asked that of the umpire. It's from where the person kicks the ball.
Okay.
So you can go 10 metres back from the player in the mark and kick it 5 metres over his head.
Yep.
Dylan Moore, I can tell you, put both arms on the shoulders of Darcy Garden to spring himself up, but the umpire must have missed that one. Joe Danaher, right half back, sends it towards Gunston in a wrestle with Blank. Blank tries to knock it boundary side. McInerney knocks it on to Link McCarthy on his back. He somehow kicked it to Zach Bailey. Driving kick inside 50. Charlie Cameron's there. Good wrestle with Mitchell. Taps down the way of Bramble. He hadn't lost it. Charlie Cameron back onto it. Finishes from 10 metres out. Cameron with his second. So dangerous one-on-one, or in that scenario 2-on-2, to eventually end up with the footy and kicks the goal. Scores level at 4-2, 26 apiece after 3 minutes, the first goal of the second quarter.
That's the part, Berkey, where you need that taller, stronger defender on Charlie Cameron, because we saw at the end of that first quarter the wrestle that he had with James Sicily over the other side of the ground, and he was able to hold his own and win that contest. Just out-muscled there. I think it was Mitchell, wasn't it? Who was it? Seamus Mitchell. Just out-muscled there, Charlie Cameron, and was able to kick a really good goal.
He's third in the Coleman medal race. Charlie Cameron up to 34 goals on the season.
Been a brilliant pickup for Brisbane Lions.
Bounce back in the middle, slapping it down Meek. Free kick going the way of the Lions. Dunkley.
I was going to call it descent then.
Gives it off to Wilmot. He'll kick into the leading lane of Hipwood. Can't complete the mark. Cameron coming through. Throws his head back after a fumble. Doesn't get a free kick. Robertson shovels it out. Coming through for the Hawks there is Bramble. Gets it on to Weddle. And Weddle's kick smothered by Wilmot, who will follow up close to the boundary line. It's out. A throw in left half forward here for the Lions. Scores level 4 minutes into the second.
He's been the leading goal scorer, Charlie Cameron, for the Brisbane Lions last 4 seasons in a forward line, even though Hipwood was out for a long period with injury, but Joe Danaher as well.
Stay was there previous years.
It's just been such a damaging small forward, one of the best the game has ever seen. Punched inside, attacking 50 for the Lions. Onto it, Sicily, almost dragged down. Lunging after him, Gunston. Hand pass put Will Day under enormous pressure, and he's going to be penalised holding the footy. McCluggage laid the tackle for the Lions. He takes it at left half forward. Inside 50, it won't get to McInerney. In front, almost the mark to Mitchell, not paid. Lockie Neal tries to spin out of traffic. Hand pass to Bailey. His shot flies off the right-hand side and misses through for a minor score. It's enough to give the Brisbane Lions the lead at the 5-minute mark of the second quarter.
Scrimshaw with the kick in. Wheel to the back pocket, take a bounce, and then look to pinpoint it short to Mitchell. Through his hands it goes, and Berry swats it away out of play. A throw in right half forward for the Lions. Just a little nonchalant there, the Hawks. Gloomy, overcast day at the MCG. The lights on. 16th placed Hawks coming up against the 4th place Lions. Reeves wins the tap down to Amon. Amon under pressure though, loses it, holding the ball. He's pinged. And then McInerney wrenched off the footy by Newcomb. Umpire Razor Ray says nothing doing. Cameron kicks into the pocket. It's chopped off by Nash for the Hawks. Gets in front of a leading Gunston in the left back pocket for the Hawks.
Nash in the left back pocket, veers out to the right, sends it long up towards the wing. In the pack is Lloyd Meek. Harris Andrews in front. In a front position, there's nowhere for Wilmot to go. He's tackled aggressively by Jai Newcomb, and the umpire will ball it up between wing and half forward for the Brisbane Lions. Lions leading by a point, 4-3-27 to the Hawks, 4-2-26. Newcomb, beautiful sidestep out of traffic, drew all the opponents. Hand pass away to Reeves, now to Nash. The Irishman kicks inside 50, not a great kick for Kajitsky. Back with the flight, Harris Andrews takes the mark for the Brisbane Lions, chips it to his fellow backman and Gardner. There's not really any urgency to move it despite no one on the mark. Chips it to the left back pocket where Starcevic takes the mark.
Starcevic looking left and right as he's positioned in the back pocket. No one comes at him. Eventually someone does, so he'll kick long towards the wing. And in best position there, Scrimshaw marking for the Hawks. Beneath the Great Southern Stand wing. Brisbane leading by a point. Scrimshaw waits a kick to Nash. He marks 51 metres out. Gesticulates at the players inside the attacking 50. At right half forward, he'll set it up towards the pocket, close to the behind line. And in the end, Gardner fists it out. Throw in, right forward pocket. Here for the Hawks, down by a point, 7.5 minutes into the second term.
They're getting enough good looks forward, the Hawks. Even numbers through the middle of the ground. You wouldn't say the game is being played in either team's forward half particularly more than the other one.
Thrown in, Reeves tries to flick it over the back, looking for Mitch Lewis. Onto it, Darcy Gardner. Can't get a clean hand pass away. Connor Nash is locked up. And the umpire will ball it up 25 metres out from the Hawthorn goal at the punt road end. Brisbane got out by 6 points on 3 occasions. Hawthorn were in front at quarter time. Mitch Lewis becomes the tackler on Will Ashcroft. There's once more nowhere to go. And the umpire will ball it up. A lot of numbers around this stoppage. As McInerney taps it down to Ashcroft. Had an arm pinned by Warple. Kick up straight in the air. Will Day underneath it. Link McCarthy the other way. Spills to Wilmot. He somehow gets a kick into the middle of the ground. And a great mark taken by Eric Hipwood.
Hipwood stops and kicks out to Gunston on the logo. The Lions with it on the members' side of the ground. He kicks back infield. Mark taken by Hipwood. He'll come further infield and just in front of the bullseye, McKenna can mark. Flares out a kick to Harris Andrews, edge of the centre square. He'll kick a high ball into the pocket in the Danaher direction. Across from the side. Good defensive mark from Lloyd Meek. He marks for the Hawks, gives it off to Sicily. Sicily kicks a low ball around the boundary line, out towards the wing, and it's taken out by Mitch Lewis under pressure of a tackle coming there from Gardner. Throw in on the wing, Great Southern Stand side of the ground. It is the Lions by a point, 9 minutes into the second.
On the SMS, Chappie and West Hobart. What do you mean, Sicily 190 centimetres is small? Sounds humongous to me. Says a 170 centimetre Chappie. Here's McCluggage. Gets it from the stoppage for the Brisbane Lions. Up towards Hipwood. Had to spoil it away from Scrimshaw. Hand pass to Bailey. Lockie Neal runs out of room and a boundary throw in. Just short of left half forward for the Brisbane Lions. Well, how tall did you say that midfielder was in the under-18s?
194.
194.
So Hipwood's 203 and Danaher is 201.
201. Yeah, Connor Nash is 198. So he's sort of like the modern-day big midfielder, but back in the day, they'd be centre-half forwards, full forwards. McCluggage lays the tackle.
Sorry.
I was going to say, not a happy Chappie.
I actually gave James Sicily 2 centimetres. He's only 188.
Oof. 188. You think of sort of guys like Sam DeConey, who are ruckman now, centre-half back. They can play any position. As Bramble looks for a clearing kick out of defence for the Hawks. Up to the members wing. Brockman gathers. Can come back inboard to McDonald. Needs to find a way around Gardner. He's going to chip it back to Sicily. Not a bad option. Possession number 14 coming up.
Here he is, the 188cm James Sicily, who kicks forward of the wing. Aim on marks. He'll drive it inside 50 for the Hawks. Looking for a target there, fisted away by Payne towards the boundary line. Andrews with a professional fumble. He's bumped as well by Lewis into the advertising hoardings, and a throw in left forward pocket here for the Hawks.
Luke Bruce, just the 4 handballs so far, no kicks.
Yeah, he's got Starcevic's company today.
Umpire brings it back in. Meek works his way to the front, tries to swat it to the back, misses it. Devon Robinson comes up with it for the Lions. Handball away to McCluggage. High ball up and down. Hipwood, misjudges it. Drops the mark, and Scrimshaw gets it back for the Hawks.
Hand pass to Warple, trying to find his way through traffic. McCluggage almost picked off the hand pass. Impey slides in, footy locked underneath him. And the umpire will ball it up.
Players will do anything these days to avoid throwing the ball on their foot and get it forward. Warple, you're under pressure, get it forward. That ball should be 15 metres out from goal to a one-on-one contest at least.
McInerney one down the tap to Ashcroft. Hand pass to Bailey. Kicks towards centre half forward. Danaher got rid of Blank and then spins out of traffic. Good follow-up tackle from Blank. Impacted the kick. Racing onto a bramble. Locked up by McCluggage. 55 out from goal. He can't get a hand pass away. His arm's pinned. He's deemed holding the footy. Wasting no time, McCluggage veers to his right, long towards Rayner. Can't take the mark over the top of Weddle. Sicily's hand pass straight away to Dev Robinson. His hand pass turned it over. Hardwick out of defence. Low for Bramble. Can't take the mark. Lockie Neal slides in. Trying to knock it out for the Brisbane Lions. McCluggage back onto it. Hand pass boundary side, and Brockman sees it out. 45 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal at the city end. It's a bit exhausting, the Lions by a point.
It feels like who's sort of going to break first in this contest right at the moment. Both teams are giving themselves opportunities at either end of the ground, just simply can't score yet because of the pressure.
Feels laborious at the moment. He's bringing it down in front. Meek Warple dribbles a kick around the boundary. Appeals from the Lions. Insufficient intent. And a free kick to Brisbane.
If it goes more than 35 metres, I reckon that's far enough. You're allowed to kick it out of bounds if it goes that far.
Gardner kicks long towards half-forward free kick. It'll go to Nash, almost like a sort of 40-20 rule.
Yep.
In the NRL, Berkey, you reckon?
Exactly.
Sicily, a dangerous kick across the face of goal. It misses Weddle and bounces out under pressure from Danaher. And a throw in right forward pocket. Lions by a point. 13 minutes into the second.
It's never got beyond a 6-point margin. 13 minutes in the second quarter. Thrown back into play. Meek trying to remove McInerney. McInerney wins down the tap. Racing on Warple. 10 metres out from the Lions goal. Sliding in Link McCarthy. Can't get a clean hand pass to McCluggage, who's now the tackler on Blank. And the umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions.
Defending well, the Hawks. It's 21 inside 50s now apiece, but they're doing really well.
Brisbane by a point. Lockie Neal slides in. Hand pass to Ashcroft. Screws it back towards the teeth of goal. Danaher flies. Can't take the mark. Onto it, Scrimshaw. Dodges the Neal tackle. Hand pass back to Hardwick. Right back pocket for the Hawks. He's looking for options. Takes a long time. Drives it as far as he can. Looking for Mitch Lewis. Jack Payne works his way to the front. Takes the mark for the Brisbane Lions at left half forward on the southern side.
Payne will set it up towards full forward. Massive pack forms. No markers there. Live footy Robertson off to Ashcroft. The classy youngster snaps it through. And the Lions get out to a game-high 7-point lead. Midway through this second term, 5-3-33. Plays 4-2-26. Adam Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke.
Well, Rama, I'm going to come back a little bit to Lewis and Kazitsky up on the half back line. Hardwick had the ball in the back pocket along the boundary line. He was looking for someone to kick the ball to. In the end, he just had to kick it as far as he could because they weren't giving him a great option. And then they were outmarked by Payne. So the defender came and outmarked the two key forwards, and that just pushed the ball back in, and eventually the dam's going to break. Repeat entries. Someone like Ashcroft Craft is going to actually get a goal. So I want more from those Hawthorn key forwards pushing up the ground and at least holding the ball outside 50 for longer than what it has been.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle. bounce spears out to the right and it'll be recalled. We asked Danny Daly, the GM of footy, whether they might have to rest the youngster at some stage. He said that wouldn't be in his options if he's the decision maker, showing the intent of the 19-year-old. He wants to play as much footy as possible, and for good reason. From the restart, Will Day gets the clearance. Kick is wide, and Mitch Lewis leading out from full forward, and Jack Payne with the intercepting mark for the Brisbane Lions.
It wasn't a great kick, but Jack Payne was where Mitch Lewis should be.
Just showing how important he is to this Brisbane Lions defence. Although Will Day will take the intercepting mark, kick to kick, as he takes it on the southern side. Centre wing, Brisbane by 7 points.
Day with his shoulder strap, injured it earlier in the game, kicks inside attacking 50. Off the hands of the pack, out the back it goes. Berry there for Brisbane. Kicks on his left back towards the wing. Hipwood gathers under pressure. Shovels out a handball. Live footy at half forward here for the Hawks. Ashcroft wants it more. Handball to Wilmot, to Pryor under pressure. Loses it. There for the Hawks is Newcomb. Away to Moore. Running by. Flying shot from Bramble. Is to the right-hand side. A minor score. Back to one straight kick. Brisbane's lead. Nearly 17 played in this second term.
Harris Andrews runs the boundary. Hand pass to Starcevic, not his best. Newcomb onto it. Great tackle, Dev Robinson. And a throw against Jai Newcomb. Gets the Brisbane Lions out of a bind. Dev Robinson out to right half back, where Starcevic takes the mark.
Had 21 tackles in the VFL last week, Dev Robinson.
It's not a bad way to force your way back in. Connor McDonald inside 50. Harris Andrews underneath it. He hangs on with the left mid. It just for a moment looked like he might drop it, with Mitch Lewis surging at him. Swings it out to the left back pocket. Pryor has it for the Lions. Up to the wing. Kick missed, Danridge. Bramble in there for the Hawks. Gathers. Runs away from Rayner. Hand pass to Newcomb. Chips his kick to Mitch Lewis, who marks on his chest directly in front. This time there was no Harris Andrews to be seen.
Well, it was really interesting there because Harris Andrews took the intercept mark. He switches the ball to Pryor, and he wanted Pryor to go straight away. Harris Andrews is yelling at him, go, move the ball, move the ball. Pryor eventually goes, but turns the ball over. So there was options aplenty inside Hawthorn's forward line.
He didn't feature for the Hawks until round 7. Mitch Lewis, he's kicked a goal in every game, including this one, from directly in front, leans back and drives it through for his second. The Hawks are up for the fight at the MCG and scores a level once more. This seesawing clash on a Saturday afternoon, 5-3, 33 apiece through 18 minutes in the second term.
Well, it's a sign of a good player, Berkey, because he's had a couple of moments in this second quarter where I think he would like to have competed harder, Mitch Lewis, but then to stay in the game, to get yourself in position inside forward 50, go back, kick the goal at a critical point in the quarter. It shows a bit of maturity. I think he's only played. I think this is his 59th or 60th game for the year, for his career. So still very young in his career.
58th game. He's kicked 18 goals for the season. This is his 7th match.
Yeah.
So he's come back in good form.
He's absolutely critical to their future.
Razor Ray tosses it into the air, into the middle. In the middle, McInerney knocks it onto it. Newcomb. Then eventually Rayner pinches it. Gives it back to Dunkley. Kicks off a step inside 50. Danaher doesn't mark. Day tries to rove. Buffeted off it there by Gunston. He loses it under pressure. Umpire lets them play. Scrimshaw over it. Still not quite held in. Eventually it is.
So that's the kick from Dunkley that I hate. So he gets the handball and he's in space in the middle of the ground, but he just dump kicks it inside forward 50.
McInerney with the tap. It's stolen there by Impey. Kicks into the middle of the ground and mark taken by Darcy Gardner for the Lions. Scores level, 19.5 into the second.
As he looks to send the Brisbane Lions long into attack, Joe Danaher sets himself, worked his way to the front, couldn't take the mark. Aim on for the Hawks, hand pass to Newcomb, squeeze the kick to Bruce. On left half back, hand pass to Nash, over his shoulder to Impey. Good transition to Warple, back to Nash. Centre half back needs an option. He chips it out to right half back. Chase after that as Jameis Mitchell runs after it, but Charlie Cameron's after him. He just gets the hand pass away in the nick of time to Bramble. He's tackled by Pryor, kicks around the southern wing. A bouncing ball in which Andrews is first onto it. Hand pass to Wilmot. Chips looking for Danridge. Bruce slides in front. Quiet afternoon for him. He sends it towards Brockman. Gardner getting back. Brockman got hands to it. Now he has to try and deal at ground level. Hand pass out to Koschitzki. He can't quite take it cleanly. And Starcevic is dumped over the boundary line.
Free kick.
The ball was probably already across the line. How will Razor Ray see that?
Kick.
Was that a free kick to Brockman for front on contact?
Out of all he's going to go, let's just throw it in.
That's what the Hawthorn supporters were calling for.
Scores level. Forward 50 stoppage here for the Hawks. Reaching over from the back, Reeves then tries to follow up at ground level. Has to apply a tackle in the end. Ball up, 30 out. Lions kicking the first 2 goals of the second term. Hawthorn the last major. Trying to gather at Dunkley. Ricochets away to Reeves. Handball to Warple. Kick smothered. Ricochets back to him. They jump on top of him. And another ball up. 5-3, 33 each of 2. 21 and a half into the second.
Toss in the air. Hawks in there attacking 50. Reeves trying to knock it down. Brewster's onto it. Trying to get onto his left-hand side. Hand pass forward looking for Warple. Starcevic. In fact, it's Wilmot who's there. Gardner provides support to lock it in. 30 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. Scores level at 33 apiece. McInerney tries to tap it down out in front of Dunkley. Can't get a disposal away. He wrestles with Connor Nash. High ball to centre half back. Underneath it, Rayner. Flying through the air was Day. Couldn't take the mark. Link McCarthy for the Hawks. Knocked on by Zach Bailey, his hand pass. But it's Hardwick for Hawthorn who gathers. Hand pass to Carl Amon on the southern side. Chips it back inboard. Brockman and the Hawks are away.
Gives it off to Newcomb by hand. Forward feed to handball to Nash. Running by Weddle. Runs into a dead end. Stops props. Kicks on his right. It'll fall short. Payne gets back. Marks in his defensive goal square for the Lions. He'll move it short to Rich, the bare 15. And then Rich on his long left leg. Long kick out towards Dunkley. Drags it in. Couple of bites at it. Marks it right half back for Brisbane. Scores still level. Dunkley short to a leading Rayner. Backward of the logo. His kick really short and bouncing there to Berry. Has time to recover. Get it off to Dunkley, who will kick to no one in particular. And Day marks for the Hawks.
He's getting involved in the game, Will Day. Possession number 11. Set it up for Scrimshaw. He put his knee up and took the mark. Dev Robinson bounces back to his feet.
Got to be better than that, Josh Dunkley. That's 2 kicks now where he's got it. He's had time and space, but it's just been a dump kick. Yep. So just that the first one inside forward 50, that one to just went straight to Will Day.
Western Bulldogs best and fairest winner Josh Dunkley last year. Weddle's long kick towards half forward. Bruce, hand pass to McDonald, the fend off for the Hawks. Hand pass inboard to Mitchell under enormous pressure. Gave it to Newcomb. His hand pass looking for Amon. He got a cool bounce. Pryor tries to slide in. It's knocked forward for the Hawks. Moore is onto it, and Moore's centering kick for a lunging James Warple, who marks right on 50 out to the right. Moore and Warple combining, and Newcomb involved as well.
I think it could be swap the boots time for a few of these boys at half-time, Berkey. A lot of slipping over happening.
As James Warple's having a really good season, back up to averaging 25 disposals a game. Was the youngest ever Hawthorn best and fairest winner since Lee Matthews in 2019. From outside 50, he sets flight. And it's across the face, just the wrong side of the left goalpost, and a minor score. It's enough for the Hawks to take the lead by a point at the 24-minute mark of the second term.
Wilmot moves it in quickly to Berry. He chips it to Dunkley. He'll be on kick watch. He goes short this time to Ashcroft. Not sure about the distance. Mark paid by Razor Ray. Ashcroft runs around, looks for Danaher. Danaher under closing pressure from Blank. Strong hands.
And there's a difference there. Will Ashcroft, patient, takes a couple of extra steps. Beautiful pass to Danaher.
Danaher hangs it with the kick into the middle of the ground. Scored away by Lewis. It spills to Bruce. He'll kick towards goal and miss the lot. It's the point post on the full. Out of bounds. An unusual miss from the sharpshooter. Lions back with it in the left back pocket.
Footy's a funny game. He kicked 5 goals last week, over 500 for his career, and then absolutely spray one inside 50 and threw his head back.
He didn't look at the goals, though. He got the ball, he ran over the 50-metre line, dead centre of the ground. He was looking left, he was looking right, he veered out to the right, and then he hurried the kick. There was no composure there at all.
They cooked 500 snags at Hawthorn training during the week to celebrate Luke Bruce milestone.
Might have eaten 50 of them.
I was going to say, that's my sort of milestone, if we're being perfectly honest. Carl Amon tries to kick it inside 50. Bruce caught behind. Wilmot's hand pass. Away to McKenna. Great run and dash from half-back. He drives the Lions inside 50. Hipwood in the box seat. He takes the mark. Will Day trying to scatter back and get a hand in there. But from the moment Connor McKenna exploded from half-back, the Lions are well situated.
We just see football played so often like this now. Turnover in your forward 50, and then it's a wave of runners just taking the ball through the middle of the ground. Your forwards haven't got time to reset, so they're running back to goal. Your defenders haven't got time to reset, they're running back to goal. Hipwood good enough to take the mark.
Didn't get a goal a couple of weeks ago against Adelaide. Tried to give one off early. Eric Hipwood from directly in front, 35 metres out to return the Lions to the lead. Just ahead of half-time. 6-3-39 to the Hawks, 5-4-34. The Lions lead by 5 points at the 26-minute mark of the second term.
It was a really fast transition, straight down the middle of the ground, and very hard to stop.
Yeah, it's just Carl Amon's kick. Sorry, Burke to jump in there and grub it along the ground, and Brisbane were able to create the turnover right on Hawthorn's 50-metre line. Then McKenna, Rich and the like involved, players that you want involved in a turnover, goes forward, kicks a goal.
And you end up with Will Day, who's a midfielder, back on Eric Hipwood. And that's the other thing that those fast transitions do. You get those mismatches in the forward line, and Eric hasn't had a huge day so far. He's just the 6-kick, 1 handball, so 7 possessions and his first goal.
3-1 the way of the Lions in the second term. Warple onto the footy after the tap from the ruckman. Clearing kick from Devon Robertson towards half forward. McCluggage bursts onto it for the Lions, looking for a leading target. Doesn't get there on the full. Scrimshaw there for the Hawks. Gives it off towards Seamus Mitchell, who gets it back. Now he handballs to himself. He'll soccer into the middle of the ground. Warple will run onto it. He'll kick long towards half forward. Rich is there. Marks the floating kick. The Warple shanked. Kicks the Lions back towards half forward. Dunkley marks, sends it out to right half forward. Neil breaks the arc of 50, eyes the goals, kicks to the line. Rayner in from the side, he marks on the goal line. Right on the goal line. And he'll go back and kick a certainty.
I was about to say, it's a huge last 2 minutes here for the Hawks. They've done so well so far.
Rayner comes in and pops it through. Back-to-back goals for the Lions. And a little bit of breathing space on the stroke of half-time. Rayner with a couple. 7-3-45 plays 5-4-34, out by 11.
It just felt like Hawthorn was sort of about to break in the last few minutes. Now to get 2 goals in 2 minutes for the Lions here going into half-time are just absolutely worth their weight in gold, because prior to that in this quarter, it's been a real arm wrestle. Both teams just haven't been able to score as freely as they were, but now you look at the scoreboard, it's 4-1 in this quarter for Brisbane. So the advantage now has been set for the Lions, that they know with Hawthorn their defenders want to push up. Sicily hasn't had the impact that he had in previous quarters, and they can get him going back to goal at the moment.
That's a big contested mark for Cam Rayner. Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport as Lachie Neale gets the clearance. Kick bounced off the chest of Charlie Cameron. He kicks inside 50. Hipwood on the lead. It's all of a sudden starting to click for the Brisbane Lions just ahead of half-time.
Probably not ideal having James Sicily on the bench either at this part of the quarter, just going into half-time. That could be now 3 in basically 3 minutes.
And Eric Hipwood having kicked his first goal of the match just a few moments ago. Chance to try and double up ahead of half-time and send the Brisbane Lions into the main break with some real momentum. Eric Hipwood out to the right, kicking from about 45 metres out. Fires on goal for his second. And 2 of Brisbane's 3 goals in 4 minutes. right as the siren of halftime sounds. Gives them a real boost heading to the main break, with the Brisbane Lions leading by 17 points, 8-3-51 to the Hawks 5-4-34. And the Brisbane Lions took control of the match in that quarter, kicking 5 goals won to Hawthorn's 1-3. After the Hawks led by 5 points at quarter time, it's the Lions who lead by 17 at the main break. Cam Rayner with 2 goals, Charlie Cameron with 2 goals, Eric Hipwood with 2 goals. Individuals to Dunkley, Ashcroft for the Brisbane Lions, while for the Hawks, 2 goals to Mitch Lewis, individuals to Koschitzke, Butler and McDonald. The Brisbane Lions by 17 points in the early match of this Saturday of round 13. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke on ABC Sport.
Well, it's late in that quarter where Brisbane get on top. They get the first 2 goals of that quarter. Hawthorn pegged one back, and then 3 goals basically in 3 minutes just to finish that quarter off. It just felt like, just watching how that quarter unfolded, you could see Hawthorn pushing like inside 50s that quarter, 17 to Hawthorn, 16 to Brisbane. So the ball really lived in both teams' forward lines there, but it's the transition, and I think who can be cleaner on the transition through turnover, and it proved late in that quarter when you're a bit tired in the legs that Brisbane were just able to do that a little bit better, and it's a sign of a really good team. Hipwood's been dangerous, Rayner's been dangerous. I think Charlie Cameron's had a really good half of football. So it's that forward line, how it functions for the Brisbane line, that seems to be working quite well. A strength of Hawthorn this year, Berkey, has been their clearance work, but 7 to 14 in Brisbane's favour in that quarter. So a really good win there for the Lions to get on top in that area that really challenged Hawthorn in that area of the game. Hawthorn were just sloppy. I just thought they were just a bit from about the 20-minute mark of that second quarter. Just started to get a bit sloppy, turning the ball over, lazy kicks, missed tackles, allowed Brisbane the confidence to go into half-time just with a handy lead. 17 points is a handy lead when it's been an absolute arm wrestle for that first half.
And to me, it's a little bit of inexperience showing through in those last 3 minutes there for Hawthorn. You take the very last goal. It was a quick kick out of the centre bounce. And it went to Charlie Cameron. His opponent, Seamus Mitchell, was a good 7-8 metres behind him. He was expecting the ball to go over their heads and he was going to turn around, but it fell short. Charlie Cameron had time to drop the chest mark, pick it up, wheel around, and then hit Eric Hipwood. That's the time of the game, late in the quarter, where you're going, I'm not going to give you an inch. I'm going to be right on you. The goal before that was a contested mark a metre out from the goal line. That has to get punched through. That has to go through the goals. You can't allow that to happen. And the other one is you end up with Will Day on Eric Hipwood because the defenders are out of position. So 3 areas that certainly Sam Mitchell would not be saying, hey, that's the way we want to play the game. But as the quarter went on, players tend to make those bad decisions, not just bad decisions with the footy, but bad decisions in where they're positioned and what their teammates have to do to actually cover for them. And they got burnt. They got burnt 3 times in a row, and that's why they're 3 goals down at 3/4 time. Up until that point, they were hanging in there. As you said, Rama, they weren't overly clean, weren't overly impressive, but their effort had them hanging in there. And you did get the feeling that dam break, the class would probably the maturity of Brisbane Lions would just take over at some point. So it's all in front of Hawthorn now. They go back inside at half-time and they go, rodeo, we learnt from that. Now let's come out, and it's a bit like, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. How do you win this game? One contest at a time. We have to keep our minds in this game every single contest, because against good sides, you lapse like you did in the last 2 minutes and they'll kick 3 goals on you. And all of a sudden we'll be 6 goals down and that'll be the end of the game. So concentration for Hawthorn. For Brisbane, they've been playing okay. I'm tipping Fagan isn't saying, hey, we're playing our game. We're not playing the way that we want to actually play this game. So let's get back to that and put this team away so we can enjoy our last quarter.
Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanauskas with their assessments to half-time. How do you eat 500 sausages? One at a time or a lot of friends? Brisbane leading by 17 points at the main break. The Lions with the last 3 goals of the half to finish with the biggest lead of the match, 17 points. On the other side of this, Ramon will tell us what happened in the NBA, given he was watching that when the lead was taking place. And we'll update you with all the other sport taking place around the country. But for the moment, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Senior Government Minister Penny Wong says she didn't have the full details of rape allegations made by former Liberal staffer Brittany Higgins before she went public with her claims. Text messages between Ms Higgins and her partner David Shiraz have been published by the Australian newspaper, appearing to show the pair disclosing details of the allegations to Labor frontbenchers before they went to the media. Senator Wong and fellow Labor Senator Katie Gallagher have previously been accused by Ms Higgins' former boss, Liberal Senator Linda Reynolds, of having prior knowledge of the allegations and weaponising it for political gain. But Senator Wong says that's not true.
I want to make clear I did not know the full details of the allegations before the story became public. There are others who did know a lot of detail, including Morrison government ministers, and they have still failed to account for what they did with that information.
The man at the centre of the rape allegations always maintained his innocence and no verdict has been made against him. 4 children in Colombia have been found alive more than a month after their plane crashed into the Amazon rainforest. The BBC's Louis Fajardo has more.
Colombians are celebrating what many see as nothing short of a miracle. 4 children, the youngest just 11-month-old, survived a plane crash and then 40 days alone in one of the most hostile environments of Colombia's Amazon jungle, a region crowded with dangerous wild animals, guerrillas and drug runners. Elite military forces found the children this Friday. Thousands of Colombians took to social media to share the first pictures of the children alive.
Details of 37 criminal charges against former US President Donald Trump have been revealed. Prosecutors are accusing Mr. Trump of mishandling classified documents. The documents include details about America's nuclear arsenal and defense capabilities. He's also accused of conspiracy to obstruct justice and making false statements, but Mr. Trump claims the prosecution is politically motivated. He's due to face court in Florida on Tuesday. Former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has quit Parliament effective immediately. From London, here's our correspondent, Alison Horn.
For months, Boris Johnson has been under investigation by a parliamentary committee probing whether he misled the House of Commons over parties at Downing Street during COVID lockdown. Mr. Johnson says he's received the results of that probe and has announced his immediate resignation while also accusing the committee of trying to drive him out. The former PM maintains he never knowingly lied to Parliament and says he's sad to be leaving. Alison Horn, ABC News, London.
French President Emmanuel Macron says the condition is improving of 4 young children wounded in a knife attack. The children aged between 22 and 36 months old and 2 pensioners were wounded in an assault in the Alpine town of Annecy. During the visit there, Mr Macron says a British girl is now awakened after surgery and a Dutch toddler is also recovering. Police have a 31-year-old suspect in custody, a Syrian man with refugee status in Sweden who's due to undergo a psychiatric assessment. The SES says 2 men found clinging to their vehicle in floodwaters in Victoria's north were very fortunate to escape unscathed. The pair, aged 73 and 46, thought they'd driven into a large puddle before becoming trapped at Seven Creeks just before 10:30 last night. The situation escalated when the car became bogged and the water level began rapidly rising, causing the vehicle to float about 30 metres downstream. John Newlands from Victorian SES says it was a challenging situation.
We were just so lucky that they were able to get a call out. The original one was just for the vehicle stuck in water and the back end was still on dry ground. It ended up changed the situation where the vehicle actually floated downstream. We just happened to have the right asset. There's a whole lot of factors that could have occurred.
In tennis, Novak Djokovic is now just 1 win away from his 23rd Grand Slam title after powering his way into the men's final of the French Open. Djokovic dropped the second set against number 1 seed Carlos Alcaraz, but then coasted to win the next 2 in the match as his opponent wilted under cramps. And Fink's most successful competitor, Toby Price, has secured first place in the car section of today's prologue event with a time of 4 minutes 36 seconds. The prologue determines starting positions when day one of the Fink Desert Race takes off at Alice Springs tomorrow, with the bike section taking place today. You're up to date with ABC News.
Your fortune awaits. Please sit down. You desire connection to your community, to be abreast of events and up to date at all times. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you up to date with current affairs, politics, and the latest conversations on your local ABC radio station. Your reading is complete. Put that filthy money away. The ABC Listen app is as free as a bird. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
McInerney knocks it on to Lint McCarthy on his back. He somehow kicked it to Zach Bailey. Driving kick inside 50. Charlie Cameron's there. Good wrestle with Mitchell. Taps down the way of Bramble. He had it, lost it. Charlie Cameron back onto it. Finishes from 10 metres out. Cameron with his second.
Payne will set it up towards full forward. Massive pack forms. No markers there. Live footy Robertson off to Ashcroft. The classy youngster snaps it through.
Pryor has it for the Lions. Up to the wing. Kick missed Danridge. Bramble in there for the Hawks. Gathers. Runs away from Rayner. Hand pass to Newcomb. Chips his kick to Mitch Lewis, who marks on his chest directly in front. Mitch Lewis, he's kicked a goal in every game, including this one, from directly in front. Leans back and drives it through for his second.
Dunkley mark, sends it out to right half forward. Neil breaks the arc at 50, eyes the goals, kicks to the line. Rayner in from the side, he marks on the goal line. Rayner comes in and pops it through. Back-to-back goals for the Lions.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at the MCG, it's the Brisbane Lions who lead by 17 points with a 3-goal burst just before half-time. 8-3-51 to the Hawks, 5-4-34. 2 goals to Eric Hipwood, to Cam Rayner and to Charlie Cameron. Well, 2 goals to Mitch Lewis for the Hawks. Matt Lynch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden's down on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke are your experts. If you missed the lead from earlier today, in which the Essendon CEO Craig Vozzo joined us, not to mention all the assessment of last night's match, where Port Adelaide made it 10 on the trot against the Western Bulldogs. The Saints with a big win over the Sydney Swans. It's all there for you under the best of ABC Sport, wherever you get your podcast from. So you can find Corbin and Ben, the lead, Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin Middlemass, not to mention the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Now that we are in full swing cricket mode, Australia at stumps on day 3, the World Test Championship from Lords, 4 for 123. So India all out for 296. So Australia lead by 296 runs, with Cameron Green there alongside Marnus Labuschagne. Green on 7, Labuschagne on 41. And it's set up beautifully for the Australians, very much in control. After this match, of course, we'll be taking you to the Adelaide Oval. It's game 250 for Taylor Walker as the Adelaide Crows take on the West Coast Eagles. So we'll bring that to you from the City of Churches. And then tonight, it's the Fremantle Dockers taking on the Tigers, which all of a sudden has a little bit of interest about it. The Dockers are starting to get their ducks in a row, trying to make a charge once more towards September. And the Tigers, well, Andrew McWalter finally got his first win. They were eventually able to win a close one against GWS last week. In the NRL today, round 15, the early match between St George Illawarra and the South Sydney Rabbitohs has just got underway. We're 3 minutes into that clash with no score yet. In the twilight, it's the Brisbane Broncos taking on the Newcastle Knights. And then tonight, the Sydney Roosters and the Penrith Panthers in action. If you are a fan of the NRL, don't forget that it is also available, like the AFL and the World Test Championship, under the ABC Listen app. Just look for the designated button, depending on what sport you're wanting to listen to, because there is so much sport taking place at the moment. I found myself staying up, Benny, far too late watching Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz. I just needed to see a bit of the French Open and watch the highlights, but I didn't feel like I'd given it enough of the attention. I thought Alcaraz could beat Novak Djokovic, and then in the third set I was like, I just got to go to bed.
Well, history suggests that when there's been such a big gulf in age between two semi-finalists, and there's often been an established champion playing a younger player who isn't there yet but goes on to become that, generally the younger has always won, except for last night. Novak reversed that trend and won over Alcaraz and now has a great chance to win number 23. It's a magical number in sport, and
he's probably out of the top three, he's probably my least favourite, but I think he's potentially going to go down as the best of a lot of them.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty common view.
Yeah.
But he hasn't just added his name to the conversation now, he's basically ended it.
Yeah, and Casper Ruud got through, chasing his first major title. So he defeated Alexander Zverev, 6-3, 6-4, 6-love. So he'll take on Novak Djokovic, who beat Carlos Alcaraz. And Iga Swiatek once more is the lady to beat on the women's side. She's been such a dominant force, really, since Ash Barty retired. She's picked up the mantle and continued to run with it. So bit of a surprise with Sabalenka being defeated. And so that will be a somewhat lopsided final. But, it's all happening at once. Cricket, tennis, Tour de France, not too far away.
Mike
NBA.
Breen, ready to go?
Around the grounds, here's Adam Romanascus with the latest in the NBA finals.
Denver 109 defeated Miami 95. So that's a 3-1 series lead now to Denver. And they go back to Denver for Game 5 and can clinch the series. So today Aaron Gordon was the man. 27 points for the Nuggets. Joker and Jamal Murray quiet. So it's been a good series without it being a great series just yet.
Is Joker the best player in the game?
I think he's close too. There's no doubt about that.
I saw a great stat yesterday that his numbers alongside Giannis were basically identical, except Giannis averaged 5 assists per game and Jokic 10.
I think when you can control a game like he does, that's when you know you're truly great. But he does it in such a humble fashion. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want the attention or the like. He goes about his business and he wins.
And Jimmy Butler, I was just going to say Jimmy Butler's talked a good game for the Miami Heat, but hasn't quite been able to be the playoff Jimmy Buckets that he would hope to be.
I'm a Jimmy Butler guy. I like Jimmy, but
I think he's injured.
Going to be.
Yeah,
I've actually switched over to the Stanley Cup, Vegas, Florida.
Ice hockey.
Yeah. So Florida pulled one out in overtime to keep that series alive. I think it's 2-1 now, Golden Knights.
I went to a Vegas Golden Knights game when I was over in the US just before the pandemic. And when the national anthem plays and the anthem says, "Gave proof through the night," they all stop and go, "Knights!" and shout that out at that moment. If you're not expecting it, it's sort of a very cool moment.
Las Vegas will be the sporting mecca of America very, very soon.
Yeah.
In terms of live sport there. So, obviously, the Raiders are there already. They're going to get the Oakland A's are going up there. They're building a stadium, so they'll become probably the Las Vegas A's or something like that. And I would assume an NBA team is there very, very shortly.
And they should change their name to the Las Vegas Aces, and they can still go by the A's, but
I think they're getting a Grand Prix.
Yes, they are. Along the strip there.
Along the strip. How good would that be?
Yep.
So you don't need to listen to Radio National. We've got every sport covered from every different angle.
I won't be going to that because the rooms are exorbitant for that weekend over there in Vegas.
Well, Vegas Golden Knights, they've been in the league 6 years. They've made the playoffs 5 years and the actual Stanley Cup playoffs twice. That's an amazing start.
They're a really interesting study, the Golden Knights, particularly if a Tasmanian team comes in, the way they were formulated with their roster. Each, as I understand it, each franchise was able to protect, 5 players? Yeah. And then the Golden Knights could basically go and pilfer whoever else they wanted, put together a roster of basic island of misfit toys, and they've been very successful since. So, interesting watch.
It's a good setup. The one reason I'm not going to Vegas is because every time I go there, it takes 6 months of my life. So, I need to avoid that place for as long as I possibly go. I think I've got 1 or 2 more trips left in me for my career.
You're definitely the live golfer, though, out of our stable, so I would have thought you're the one who can maybe make it work. Just an eye as players heading in position to King's birthday Monday. Jordan De Goey not there, Berkey, the 3 matches in which the tribunal eventually suspended him from. Were you happy that was a strong enough statement from the AFL, and knowing the way the system works, the fact that he reached out to Elijah Hewitt, that was enough in their eyes to show that he was displaying remorse.
It shouldn't really have anything to do with it, to be totally honest. You get reported for what you do out on the ground, not what you do afterwards. So, but I still think 3 was appropriate. But I don't get the leniency because you showed remorse. It's not murder.
I'd love to get your take on the Butler situation as a former...
No, you wouldn't.
MRP. Why?
Because, well, you probably would, but I'm not going to agree with the AFL. I think it was a terrible decision.
Yeah. No, that's what I wanted.
That's what you got. Terrible.
Tilly on the SMS. Can't imagine there are too many ABC Grandstand commentators for time off this long weekend. If only you knew, Tilly, the conversations around the remote. Second half underway. It's the Hawks who get the opening clearance. Newcomb feeds the hand pass to Warple. Sends him inside 50 first. Kaczynski spoiled it down against Gardner. Onto a Bruce. Vacant goalmouth. Got it.
There we go.
As it bounces through. Luke Bruce on the board. After passing that 500-goal milestone last week against Port Adelaide, finally able to kick one. Wasn't quite off the middle of the boot, but was able to steer it straight through the middle. Goal number 505, playing against his good mate Jack Gunston. And the Hawks answer first to start the third term. The Brisbane Lions lead cut back to 11 points, 8-3-51 to the Hawks, 6-4-40.
Well, it's John Newcomb around the middle of the ground again, getting that clearance. He's so strong and plays low to the ground, so very, very difficult to tackle. It's getting the ball. We've seen Luke Bruce do this 501 times now. Just gets to the front of that pack and is able to kick that goal.
6-6-6, just get it in there. Bring it to ground. Oh, hang on.
Oh, free kick here.
Against the Hawks.
Against Newcomb.
Dunkley gets the free kick, gives it off to McCluggage, who gives it off to a teammate running by McKenna. He'll drive it long over Danaher's head. Sicily drops the mark, follows up at ground level. He's tackled out. And a throw in left forward pocket. Razor Ray comes charging over. Tells them all to settle down after a bit of argy-bargy. Throwing in the pocket. Lions by 11, they led by 17 at the half.
Thrown back into play. There's a lot going on off the ball as Neil's trying to get clear. McInerney tries to tap it down to him. McCluggage over around the footy. Ashcroft's hand pass to McCluggage. Pinched by Warple. Spills the way of Scrimshaw. Pinballing around to Charlie Cameron. That's dangerous for Hawks fans. Onto the right, in the pocket for Eric Hipwood. Great vision from Charlie Cameron.
Charlie Cameron's acceleration there. He took that ball flat-footed, so he wasn't on the move at all. And there was a couple of Hawthorn defenders on the move. He put space on him, just with his burst of speed. And then the composure, just to sit the ball in front of Eric Hipwood, who should kick this goal.
There's no doubting he's the fastest player on the field. And Hipwood, who kicked 2 goals in the second quarter, a chance to add a third, and answers straight back for the Brisbane Lions. Hard out to the right, 35 metres out. Hipwood starts his approach, comes in, great off the boot, steers it straight over the goal umpire's hat. 3 for Hipwood. And Brisbane are back out to a 17-point advantage. 9-3-57 to Hawthorn, 6-4-40. 2 goals scored in the opening 3 minutes of the third quarter.
Well done by Charlie Cameron. He just thought his way through it. He ran with the ball long enough for Eric Hipwood to duck back towards goal and get himself free. If he had kicked it a little bit sooner, Hipwood would have had an opponent, but he just knew time and space. I need an extra second and a half to hang on to it, and then I'll find Hipwood. And well done by Hipwood too. That's 3 shots a goal and 3 that he's put through. So really making the most of his limited touches.
It's a big ask for Josh Weddle with the matchup on Charlie Cameron.
Yep. You wonder whether someone like a Hardwick who's just sort of more physical around the ball might be the matchup.
McInerney wins the tap straight to Neil. He's handball errant though. Newcomb wins it back for the Hawks. Handball to Warple, to Meek, tackled to ground. Handball just away to Newcomb. Handball forward now for Nash, but chopped off by Bailey for the Lions. He'll kick a bouncing ball towards half forward. Scrimshaw's there. Handball to Sicily. Handball to Waymon. Steps his man beautifully and then chips short. Mark taken by Bramble. So the Hawks repel another Lions attack. Now Bramble around the boundary line. Big fly from Brockman. Gets upstairs and takes the mark and lands like a cat. and kicks around the boundary line to Bruce. So Bruce at half forward for the Hawks.
Inside 50, Mitch Lewis the target. And he takes the mark in front of Connor McKenna. Hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket.
That Brockman mark, it's got to land, you know, you've got to fall over. You've got to get the theatrics right in that situation to make it look better.
It's been a pretty straight afternoon for all the key forwards. Mitch Lewis with 2 straight. Veers out to the right. And as soon as I said that, I thought he'd miss. Misses to the left-hand side. Sorry to Hawks fans. Brisbane by 16 points. 5 minutes gone, third term.
Luke Bruce just limping off. We'll get down to Lauren Borden.
Got a big corky
in a moment. Rich ambles to the left back pocket, then chips to a leading Berry. Got dealt with as well. Rich is down, and then Berry comes infield with his kick to Neil, receives a handball back, chips it short, and Danaher marks. Danaher goes back to Neil. Right on the defensive arc, he'll kick to his fellow co-captain in Harris Andrews, who will switch it to the right back pocket and Payne.
He looks for options out on the southern wing. Gathers as much speed as he can with a kick out towards Connor McKenna. In a wrestle with Bramble. Taps it to his own advantage. McKenna and kept his footing. Sends it long towards 50. Hipwood up against the boundary. It's out on the full. Just drift a bit too far right. Jack Scrimshaw will take the free kick for the Hawks. Brisbane by 16 points. Not quite behind his line. As he looks now to chip it inboard, and Jarman Impey takes the mark. Impey wants to switch, goes all the way back to fullback, and James Sicily takes the mark. The Hawthorn captain was on the bench, as Adam Ramanauskas has spotted when the last 3 goals of the half was scored. He then puts a bump on Charlie Cameron off the ball, Sicily. He's got to be careful with that. And Impey takes the mark. Hand pass around the back to Hardwick. Sends it out to left half back. Scrimshaw can take the mark. Feeds the hand pass forward to Warple. Looks up the southern wing. Lloyd Meek on a lead. Takes the mark and gives it back to Bramble. Good transition from half back. He bounced it and didn't come back. Slipped off the greasy turf and only came a quarter of the way back up and trickled off his knee out of play. Good build-up, disappointing ending.
Hawthorn did that quite well in the end, but they would have had, I reckon, 8 possessions inside Brisbane's forward 50. You're tempting fate too much there. Ball's got to get out of that danger zone a lot quicker.
Lions by 16. Meek brings it down, then picks it up. Handball to Moore. Handball back to Bramble. Steps around Bailey. Kicks the Hawks deep towards full forward. Payne in best position. The kick favoured Payne. And he marks in the right back pocket for the Lions and then peels off a beautiful kick out to Dunkley at right half back. Dunkley chips it over the top for the runner Bailey. Gathers on the bounce. Warple corrals him. So has to stop and kick back to half back where Dunkley can accept it. The Lions by 16.
He looks to move it forward to McCluggage. He takes the mark centre of the southern wing. In front of Bramble. Kicks laterally boundary side. Zach Bailey takes the mark. All of a sudden Brisbane's forward momentum being halted with all the Hawthorn team in front of Josh Dunkley as he looks at options. Looks to try and drive it as far as he can towards half forward. Hipwood in from the side. Almost wrestled it away from Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw on his backside. Can't get a hand pass away. And it's over the boundary line.
But the difference is there. Brisbane are playing possession football 80 metres away from Hawthorn's goal. So the risk of turnover is not as great. Whereas Hawthorn were playing possession football 30 metres out from Brisbane's goal down the other end. Really just tempting fate.
Thrown back in, McInerney knocks it forward. Will Day gets a hand pass clear to Nash, to Lloyd Meek, who cleverly tapped it over his shoulder to Warple. Back to Nash. Hand pass comes undone. Hardwick caught stationary. Pinched by Zach Bailey of Brisbane. Not 15 to Hipwood. A dumping tackle. I think it's against Jack Scrimshaw, and it's going to come back to Zach Bailey. In the meantime, let's head down to Lauren Borden.
Spot on about Luke Bruce. It's a corked left quad, so he's had that strapped and he's just jumping on the bike and now jumping off it after keeping it warm.
Connor Nash, I know he loves to handball, but there's time and a place for handball, and that wasn't one.
Zach Bailey sends it towards the top of the goal square. Danaher up early. McInerney behind, can't take the mark. Charlie dodging and weaving, and eventually it was deemed over the shoulder. I'm pretty sure Joe Danaher put both hands right onto the shoulders as he tried to fly for that marker. James Sicily will take it.
Sicily gives off a handball to Wimpy, who gives it to Mitchell, chips it short to Waymon, to Moore, sweeps a handball forward to McDonald. Hawks down the members' wing. Handball to Brockman. McKenna in pursuit. A couple of bounces. Brockman takes a third. Taps it to his own advantage. He'll kick deep towards full forward. Over the head of the target. Bounces in the pocket. Day onto it. Keeps his foot. Handball away. Now Lewis. Handball back towards Bramble, who just avoids a tackle. Gets a handball away. Live footy inside 50 for the Hawks. Moore picks it up. And he's tackled high. And he'll win a free kick. 35 out, slightly to the left-hand side.
That was good by Brockman. Right in front of us here, just really took the game on along the boundary. Connor McKenna is quick. But Brockman was just quicker, took a couple of bounces and said, catch me if you can.
What a career turnaround this has been on the scrap heap back in 2020. The drop punt here, he celebrates immediately. And the Hawks hang around in this match. It's back to 10 points, the Lions advantage, 9-3-57. Plays 7-5-47, 10 minutes into the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, the Hawks are doing what they need to do. They need to stay within striking distance there. I don't think anyone in this ground or listening expects them to get their act together and start to blow Brisbane away and suddenly be 5-6 goals ahead. That's just not going to happen. So the idea is let's stay in touch. 10, 12 points down, never let it get over 20, and who knows what happens in the last 10 minutes of the game.
They have been a bit of a bogey side, Berkey, though. The Hawks have won the last 3 against the Brisbane Lions, 2 of which were down in Tassie.
Yeah, so that's what they need to do. Just be a pest, hang around for as long as you can, and in the last 10 minutes get a couple of free kicks, get a couple of lucky goals, who knows, and you can pinch this one.
Back in the middle of the ground, it spills down to Bailey, gets it forward to Link McCarthy, hand pass, miss Bailey, sliding in Dunkley down low against Connor Nash, wins it, although the hand pass intercepted by the Hawks. Newcomb away to McDonald, chips it over the top, Butler right on 50, he runs inside, looks to centre it, it's towards, a big collision, Mitch Lewis, and Moore coming the other direction, and Dev Robinson lays the bump as the ball goes out of play. The Hawks forwards almost colliding there. And Lauren Borden on the boundary. Luke Bruce back on for the Hawks.
He is back on, so he looks right to go. He was grimacing a little bit, but he's had that left quad strapped up, and he's ready to go now.
Chance for the Hawks. Forward 50 stoppage over the head of both rucks. Picked up there by McDonald. Handball away towards Moore. He's stripped of it, holding the ball. Good tackle from Starcevic.
Yeah, not many blokes can run through tackles these days.
Players are too strong through their hips now.
Starcevic short to Wilmot for the Lions. He runs straight up the middle, loops a handball to Rich, gets it back Wilmot. Somehow gets a kick away towards half forward. McCarthy marks. 2 kicks from goal. McCarthy looks for the Lions into the pocket. Danaher's down there, big fly from Joe, hands to it. Doesn't quite drag it down. McCluggage picks it up off the deck. Gang tackled. Danaher receives it, holding the ball.
Well, that's unlucky. I think he released that ball with handball. Hugh McCluggage.
Yeah, he's pinned, and Amon with the free kick for the Hawks.
As they look to try and work it across half back, although Moore has to go back and try and re-win it. Tackle by Neal. Spills the way of Starcevic. He's bumped off it. Bruce back onto the field. Hand pass to Bramble. Chips it to Will Day. And left half back for the Hawks. Brisbane by 10 points. Chips it all the way back to the left back pocket. And the mark is taken by Mitchell. He's going to chip it to Sicily. He's hemmed in the right back pocket though for the Hawks. Trying to work it to Day, who's covered a lot of territory on half back. Just got his hand pass away as Pryor laid the tackle. Forced the turnover though. McInerney onto it. Off the outside of the boot. Hipwood sets himself and takes the mark. A chest mark with Sicily coming the other direction.
Didn't have an opponent there, Sicily. Terrific mark. And Will Day just unaware of that pressure coming from behind. But you watch where Hipwood comes through, he just drifts into that pack without a direct opponent, so lining up for his 4th here.
His best was 4 against North Melbourne in round 5. Having hit 2 in the second quarter and 1 in the third. A chance to really play a pivotal role here for the Brisbane Lions. Slightly left of centre. 30 metres out from goal. Eric Hipwood comes in and sends it straight through the middle. Hipwood with his fourth. Brisbane lead by 16 points, 10-3-63 to Hawthorn 7-5-47. So 2 goals apiece so far in this third term. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Bruce only went on for a couple of minutes after sustaining that corked quad. He's come off and has actually been subbed off. So Cam McKenzie's come on for Hawthorn. Bruce is getting some ice on his corked quad now.
Hawks mucked that one up, basically. They took the ball from one side of the ground all the way back to their back pocket, but they did have the ball outside 50. Will Day worked extremely hard from one side of the ground to the other, but just couldn't quite get the handle of the ball. Potentially a free kick for in the back, but it's a 50-50 one. But the Hawks defenders, once it went outside their defensive 50, didn't reset and gave too much time and space to Hipwood, who pretty much took a chest mark in the end.
Bounce back in the middle. Straight into the action is the sub McKenzie, who gets it on the bounce. He's bracketed by a couple of Lions, and a secondary ball up in the middle. McInerney spikes it forward, straight onto the chest of McCluggage. Somehow gets a kick away. Picked up by Moore. Aaron Handball, turnover at half forward here for the Lions. McCarthy can't quite gather it. Getting back, Moore mops up his own mess. Handball to Scrimshaw to Sicily. He'll kick laterally for the Hawks and Hardwick. Hardwick marks right back pocket. The Lions by 16 points. His kick short, away to Weddle, who loops a handball over the top for Impey. Look away handball, misses McKenzie, gets it off to Impey, who sweeps it forward here for Brockman.
It bounces in front of him, he gathers, trying to hand pass around McKenna, releases McDonald, centering kick for Newcomb. If it hits him, it works. He does, right on 50, opens up the forward 50. Mitch Lewis on the lead, marks in the right forward pocket.
Super kick.
Connor
McDonald.
McDonald.
It looked risky, and it was risky, no doubt, but it was the only option that he really had. If he went down the line, there was no Hawthorn player there, and that just opened up the entire forward 50 for Mitch Lewis to continue to lead. It was really a simple kick by Newcomb to hit him up on the lead.
2 goals, 1 for Mitch Lewis, out to the left, kicking from 35 metres out to answer back for the Hawks. He liked it the minute he striked it. Lewis with his third, and Brisbane can't quite break clear of Hawthorn at the moment. It's a 10-point ball game. 10-3-63 to Hawthorn 8-5-53. 16 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport. You're with Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanauskas.
I hope Mitch Lewis continues to remember that he has running power as a forward. And sometimes you get a big bloke like that, he thinks, I need to be taking those pack marks or sneaking out the back. 2 of the goals that he's got today have come from the ball's coming in one side of the ground, transfers to the other side of the ground, and he keeps leading from one side of the ground to the other and virtually outran his opponent. And that's how he got those 2 goals. So I'd love him to realise that, hey, I've got so many strings to my bow as a forward. I can outrun people, I can take a pack mark and utilise all those strengths.
Danaher and Meek in the ruck. Meek taps it down, but it comes to Danaher. Kicks on his left towards half forward. The Hawks are there, though. Seamus Mitchell, little 1-2 with Impey. He'll kick back to the wing. Mark taken there by Newcomb. Right on the logo. Newcomb doesn't see anything he likes immediately. So kicks long, a shallow inside 50. Off the hands of the pack. Down at ground level, Day. Gives it off. McDonald chips it into the pocket, and Brockman's on the end of it. In the right forward pocket. Deep in the right forward pocket. A couple of metres in from the boundary line.
McDonald again, really smart ball use.
It can be mercurial. Can he do something special to keep the Hawks coming? Brockman's drop punt is a fair effort. It hits the inside part of the goalpost. The left-hand goalpost. Behind, it's 9 points. Nearly 19 played in the third.
South Australian and Western Australian audiences, don't forget, after this match, we'll be taking to the Adelaide Oval for the Crows taking on the West Coast Eagles. As the Lions through Rayner, and now McKenna, hand pass to Rich, long to the wing, outnumbered. Jack Gunston a 2-on-1, and Blank takes the mark. Retreats back with a chip kick to Sicily. Possession number 23 coming up for the Hawthorn captain. Leading disposal getter on the ground. All the way back to Weddle. On the defensive 50. Switches it out to Hardwick. Trying to work the horseshoe and open up the southern side of the ground. Moore takes the mark. Inboard for Newcomb. Attacking side of the centre circles. He cuts past Lockie Neal. Drives it inside 50. It won't get to Mitch Lewis. It might on the bounce. He swings onto the left. Got it! Through a few sets of hands for Mitch Lewis to kick his fourth. And Hawthorn come alive at the MCG. 2 quick goals in succession from Mitch Lewis. And 4 for him for the match. And it's a 3-point ball game once more. Brisbane 10-3-63. So Hawthorn 9-6-60. 19 minutes gone, third term. There's a couple of Brisbane Lions defenders who wonder why they didn't get a hand onto that.
And Joe Danaher's lucky not to get a free kick.
That was Danaher, it was, in defence.
Yeah, so he's in the ruck at the moment, giving McInerney a break. But it's the power of John Newcomb back through the middle of the ground. Just break through the tackle, just brush it off. Well, he's done that on a number of occasions today where he's been able just to get through tackles. And as Berkey said, it's rare these days that players are able to do that. But he simply has the power and the step to do it.
Interesting, Harris Andrews on his way off the ground made a beeline through the middle of the ground to give his midfielders a rev up.
Here is Newcomb again with the clearance. High towering kick inside 50. Kaczynski. 3 bites at it. No mark. Dayrose chips the ball back to half forward. Lockie Neal. Diving mark at centre half back for the Lions. Neal kicks into the middle, looking for Danaher. Right there with him, Meek. Meek tried to spoil it. It falls into his lap and he marks. Feeds the handball to McKenzie. He'll kick inside 50. Unrealistic attempt from Gardner, and the free kick is going to Kozzy. Kaczynski will kick for goal to give the Hawks the lead in time on in the third.
No offence to Luke Bruce, but I think Cam McKenzie coming on is what the Hawks needed. They've got to match the Brisbane midfield or go better than the Brisbane midfield. He just gives them extra run and work rate and ball use, and I think he's going to be really useful for the rest of this game.
Mark 35 out, directly in front. Kaczynski for the lead. He puts the Hawks in front. 10-6-66. They lead the Lions 10-3-63. 22 minutes into the third term, and a bereft looking Chris Fagan in the coach's box. A couple for Kozzy.
Well, it's 5 goals to 2 now in this quarter in Hawthorn's favour, and 3 of those goals have come in the last 5 minutes of this contest. So it's centre bounce movement, it's ball movement through the middle of the ground. It's then forcing Brisbane's defenders into a one-on-one situation there. Darcy Gardner was all over Kaczynski in that contest to give away the free kick, but it's a one-on-one contest. So trying and giving your forward the space to win that contest.
Possession's 88-44 in favour of the Hawks.
This quarter, yeah.
Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. It feels like the game's just gone up a level. Rayner dumped in a tackle. Could have almost been a dangerous tackle against Jack Scrimshaw. Not viewed that way and penalised holding the ball. Jarman Impey wanted to take it, but it's Scrimshaw's free kick, and it has to be returned to him. Back edge of the centre square for the Hawks, who find themselves in front by 3 points. They've kicked 3 goals in the last 5 minutes. Sends it out to Impey, playing inspired footy. Long kick towards Lloyd Meek. He can't take the mark. Kaczynski tries to knock it on. Meek goes back in for the Hawks. Stripped of it. Still a chance, although a great tackle late on Starcevic. Eventually releases the hand pass to Ashcroft. Kicks towards half-back. Bailey can't take the mark. A push in the back. And it's a Brisbane free kick against Jarman Impey. Zach Bailey will take it at left half-back for the Lions.
I'm glad they're starting to pay those a little bit more now. It was a blatant shove in the back, so pay it.
Hawks leading by 3 points. Last 3 goals of the game. As Rama mentioned, 5 goals to 2 in the third. Long kick from Bailey. Hipwood knocks it down. Newcomb was playing a heck of a game today. Wins it, gives it back to Sicily. Just gets his kick away to halfback. Onto the chest of Seamus Mitchell, who goes for a run. A couple of bounces. Cameron chasing him. He'll kick inside 50 for the Hawks. Pack forms, no one marks. Butler stays down, roves the pack, gets a handball out. Picked up there by Day, left forward pocket for the Hawks. Handball away to Butler. Snap, kick smothered. Goal-saving smother by Starcevic. It ricochets through for a minor score.
Should have been a goal.
That was terrific by Starcevic.
Hawks by 4.
Well done by Seamus Mitchell too, getting the ball on the half-back line, just taking off and going.
All of a sudden it's the Lions looking for three-quarter time. As Rich brings it in to Gunston, working a long way up the field. He marks in the left back pocket. The former Hawk, who won 3 premierships with the brown and the gold, sends him up towards half-back. Mitch Lewis, McInerney there. McInerney flew over the back, got it down to Deb Robinson. Hand pass to McCarthy, to Ashcroft. He dribbles a kick around the members' wing. Scrimshaw for the Hawks. Hand pass to Newcomb. Clear method in his mind. Kicks it to half-back with Connor Nash. All on his own at half-back. Swings it out to the southern side. Carl Amon takes the mark. He decides against Cam McKenzie running hard to the Shameorn stand wing. So Amon's just going to chip it over the top, and Connor Nash marks it between wing and half-back for the Hawks.
Nash happy to just hold it up. 25 and a half minutes into the third. A short kick to Newcomb. Hawks out by 4 points. Newcomb retreats. His kick, misses Seamus Mitchell. He gets a hand to it. Danaher comes in, bumps him off the footy. Now the Lions arrive. Dot spits out to Sicily. Gathers for the Hawks, gives it off to Newcomb. He'll kick to the wing. Scrimshaw marks. They're out here down the members' wing. Impey receives the handball. Gives it off to McDonald. McDonald, he'll give it back to Scrimshaw. At right half forward now the Hawks. Impey looks into the pocket. Kaczynski, drops it. He should have taken it. Day's there to mop it up. He'll snap it towards full forward. The Lions get back and they fist it out through Gunston. Throw in right forward pocket. Hawks leading by 4 points.
Hawks have not only had 110 possessions to 52, they're going at 86% efficiency, so the pressure that Brisbane are applying is just non-existent.
13 inside 50s to 8. The Hawks with 5 goals. Tap to the front of the pack. Warple can't gather. McKenzie can't either. And it goes out of play.
That's kicking efficiency as well. So, the AFL average for kicking efficiency is 66%. So, 20% over that. So, Brisbane's is absolutely non-existent this quarter.
Thrown back in. McInerney got rid of Meek illegally. A shove in the back of the eyes of the umpire. And Lloyd Meek with a chance to try and extend the Hawks' lead ahead of three-quarter time.
Well, marks 36-18 in favour of the Hawks. Contested possession 30-14 in favour of the Hawks. Ground ball gets 22-9 in favour of the Hawks. The only thing Brisbane are winning are tackles 14-5, and that's only because they haven't had the ball.
Lloyd Meek, slightly right of centre. The former Fremantle Docker who returned back home to Victoria. A chance to kick a big goal here at the MCG and to continue the charge for the Hawks. Lloyd Meek with his first of the afternoon. His third of the season. And the Hawks are giving the Brisbane Lions everything they've got. They lead by 10 points. 11-7-73 to Brisbane 10-3-63. 28 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport.
And John Newcomb's had an enormous quarter. 12 possessions, 5 contested, 3 clearances, 3 centre clearances, 4 inside 50s and 5 score involvements. Now, he's been the real catalyst for this fight back and now this lead for the Hawks.
What was the free kick there, Berkey, against Oscar McInerney?
Yeah, just pushed him in the back. Rucks used to get away with it all the time, but finally they're clamping down on it. Don't push them straight in the back.
Meek had the leg swing practice before the set shot. It's the AFL equivalent of the shimmy on the free throw line, I reckon, Rammer. Meek in the ruck here, knocks the tap down to Warple. Then he gives it off to Meek, to McKenzie. Back to Warple on the logo. Runs a little U-turn. Kicks long inside 50. Lewis crushes the pack enormously. Ball comes out to Payne in the right back pocket. Newcomb runs him down. Strips him of it. Lewis gathers. Snaps the Hawks to full forward. Wilmot's there. Mark taken at fullback by Wilmot. The Hawks have kicked the last 4 goals of the game. 10 points is their lead.
6 goals to 2. Hawthorn's way in this third term. As working hard, Lockie Neal takes it from Daniel Rich. Chips it into the right back pocket. He's going to return it back to Rich. Just 10 metres out from his defensive goal into the left back pocket for Jack Gunston. He's found himself spending more time in the defensive 50 in the last 5 minutes than he has the forward 50. The former Hawk against his old side for the first time, turns it over. Can't get it to Link McCarthy. Jarman Impey takes the mark.
Impey's 10th possession this quarter, he's been enormous.
Out of contract at season's end, he's playing like a guy who wants to show his worth. Long towards the goal mouth. Mitch Lewis is there. Over the top, Harris Andrews. Newcomb had it knocked away from him. Darcy Wilmot sees it out of play. Right forward pocket for the Hawks.
Can they get another one late? Brisbane waiting to be saved by the bell. From the throw-in, Meek tries to swipe at it. Clearing kick from McCluggage. Onto a McCarthy. The Hawks dive over the top. Going in Weddle. McKenzie trying to emerge with it. And the Lions reach three-quarter time in desperate need of it. The last 4 goals of the quarter going the way of the Hawks. A 6-goal-to-2 third term. And they lead by 10 points. The goal kickers. Mitch Lewis with 4. 2 to Jacob Kazitsky. Singles to Dylan Moore. Lloyd Meek. Luke Brewster, who's been subbed out of the game with the corky. Sam Butler and Connor McDonald. And then for Brisbane, 4 goals to Eric Hipwood. A couple to Charlie Cameron and Cam Rayner. And singles to Will Ashcroft and Josh Dunkley. His first goal in Lions colours.
So the Lions led by 17 points at half-time. A 6-goal-to-2 third quarter the way of the Hawks to have them 10 points up in what should be a thrilling final term. Great to have your company on Saturday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Gruen is back for a brand new season, analysing advertising, utilising AI, CGI, GPT on your ABC.
What the?
Engaging enhanced Will Anderson technology.
Unsubscribe.
It's the future. Real intelligence, artificially enhanced.
It's already here.
No actors, AI or actual, were harmed during the making of this promo.
It makes me feel so inhuman.
Gruen, back Wednesday, June 21 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Warple sends him inside 50 first. Kazitsky spoiled it down against Gardner. Onto it, Bruce. Vacant goalmouth. Got it.
There we go.
As it bounces through. Luke Bruce on the board. Newcomb attacking side of the centre circles. He cuts past Lockie Neal. Drives it inside 50. It won't get to Mitch Lewis. It might on the bounce. He swings onto the left. Got it. Through a few sets of hands for Mitch Lewis to kick his fourth.
Neal kicks into the middle, looking for Danaher. Right there with him, Meek. Meek tried to spoil it. It falls into his lap and he marks. Feeds the handball to McKenzie. He'll kick inside 50. Unrealistic attempt from Gardner, and the free kick is going to Cozzy. Mark 35 out, directly in front. Kazitsky for the lead. He puts the Hawks in front.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
3-quarter time of the MCG. Hawthorn leading the Brisbane Lions by 10 points in a clash, 4th versus 16th. Can the Hawks score another massive upset? 11-7-73 to the Lions, 10-3-63. And the Brisbane Lions having lost 12 of their last 13 of the MCG. Their only win in recent times coming in the semi-final against Melbourne last year as Chris Fagan strides out to address his charges. Our next stop on Grandstand AFL is the Adelaide Oval. It's the Crows fighting for a spot in the 8, taking on the West Coast Eagles, and heading up our call team is Neil Cross.
Thanks, Matt. Well, it's been an interesting match because it's hard to make it sound like it's not an impossible task for West Coast. Well, really, you can't make that case. While Adelaide has clearly improved this season and sits just outside the top 8 on percentage, West Coast has suffered quite literally a horror run with injury and pretty much as a result form While the Crows have gone win-loss across the past month, the Eagles have lost 10 in a row. And just to help the Crows focus a little bit more intently on the need to put in a good performance, their former captain, Taylor Walker, of course, will play his 250th AFL game. At the other end of the experience ladder, the Eagles will debut Ryan Marrick, the 18-year-old who's been at the club less than 2 weeks after being picked up from Box Hill in the mid-season draft. The Eagles have been forced through injury and suspension to make 6 changes from last week's side. And in terms of the subs, well, Zane True is on the subs bench for West Coast and Ned McHenry for Adelaide. And as I said at the start, it's tough to make a case for the Eagles' win, but we'll have all the action from the Adelaide Oval. You never can tell. Just ask Brisbane and the current situation with Hawthorn at the MCG. Joining me in commentary will be Tom Wilson. Our experts are Stephen Williams and Rod Jamieson, and Liz Walsh will be on the boundary. Matt.
Thanks, Crossy. We look forward to joining you after this match. The poor old Eagles struggling in season 2023, and a golden opportunity for Adelaide to try and get 4 points here. And we touched on the story of Ryan Marrick in the lead, working at the supermarket only a couple of weeks ago, and now he is living every kid's dream. He'll feature in the AFL this afternoon. Hawks by 10 points. Can they go on with it, Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanaskas?
Well, I think they can if they do that again, and especially if Brisbane allow them to do that again. 119 possessions to 58, going by 85% by foot. That was a complete and utter domination, and probably started with the Brisbane forwards, actually. Impey, Sicily, Scrimshaw, they all had 8 to 10 possessions each, and it just goes to show that the Brisbane forwards were nowhere on the field. They weren't stopping the ball from going into their defence. They weren't helping on the way out, and it just enabled Hawthorn time and time again to control the footy, take it from one side of the ground to the other, and get the ball quickly inside forward 50. And I love the competitive nature of the Hawthorn forwards. They were flying at everything. They were running really hard. They were just really energetic and dynamic, and it was all led by John Newcombe and his fellow midfielders. So Brisbane, that was probably the worst quarter of football that they've played for about 3 years now, I reckon, and let's see if they can respond.
Can the Brisbane Lions respond? That'll be the question. Hawthorn leading by 10 points as we turn for home on Grandstand AFL. From the ruck tap, Nash picks it up off the deck, gets a handball away to Newcombe. Dunkley then gets it. Kadeen Coleman into the action. The Lions have activated their sub. He goes short. And McCarthy marks backward of the bullseye in the middle of the ground.
It's Daniel Rich who's been subbed out for the Lions.
Short to Neal, who gives it back to McCarthy. A high kick inside 50 in the Danaher direction. Caught behind. Has to spoil. Does so well. Dunkley roves. Handball to Rayner. Tried to slither free. Handball away. Pryor on the snap. Rattles it into the woodwork. A behind. Back to 9 points. That would have helped.
Yeah, it would have been a good start there from the Lions. Give them a little bit more confidence.
Daniel Rich out of the game. In three-quarter time, short kick in. Back to Impey in the right back pocket. 9 points, Hawthorn's advantage. Impey with a high kick towards the logo. Big fly going up Day. A hand to it, doesn't bring it down. Then a strong tackle applied. And a ball up on the great Southern Stand wing, Lauren Borden.
It's been injury substitution for Daniel Rich. He's been struggling with a bit of a right lower leg issue, so he's come off the ground now.
Thanks, Loz. Spills the way of Lockie Neal at left half forward. Kicks inside 50 over the head of Danaher. Ricocheted off the boot. It spills the way of Link McCarthy. Vacant goalmouth. He snaps on his right. Here come the Brisbane Lions. Back to a 3-point Hawthorn lead with the opening goal of the final term. Hawthorn 11-7, 73 to the Lions 11-4, 70. Link McCarthy with his first goal of the afternoon. I think it was the defensive work, was it, of Hardwick who got a boot to it, who actually set it up for McCarthy.
It was a great tap, first of all, by Oscar McInerney into space there for Lockie Neal to get it into that dangerous spot. But that's just small forward craft there by Link McCarthy. Get to the front of that contest, get the ball onto your right foot, snap for goal. But it all starts with McInerney and Lockie Neal's combination at the stoppage.
It's the first time they've been really proactive at a stoppage. They've been badly beaten by the Hawks, but that time Lockie Neal said, hey, hit it over the top and I'm going to fly onto it. And just proactiveness.
Restart in the middle. McInerney wins the tap. Down to Dunkley, who gives it back to McInerney. He's stripped of it, holding the ball. Will Day with a strong tackle. Free kick in the middle of the ground for the Hawks. Short kick away to McKenzie. McKenzie will play on with no one on the mark. He'll drive it long to full forward. Lewis is down there. Andrew spoils. Gardner, little 5-metre kick. Sets it up to the pocket. Amon onto it. Handball away to Moore. Sidestepping a couple. Handball to Amon. Tackled immediately by Ashcroft. Taken to ground. Ball up. 45 metres out from the Hawks' goal. They lead by 3. Lions with the first goal of the final term.
It's a bit better. We can see the players now. Does feel like it's got pretty cold at ground level as Connor Nash tried to spin out of traffic, got the benefit of the doubt. It spills away of Dunkley. Half past Miss McCluggage. McInerney knocks it to him. McCluggage out of defence, up to the wing. Hardwick well set. Takes the intercepting mark for the Hawks in front of Charlie Cameron. Comes inboard to Bramble. Thought about the hand pass to Scrimshaw. He's at the edge of the centre square, just short of half forward. He wants to feed the hand pass to Hardwick, who gathers 5 metres, sends it as long as he can. It's offline to the right. Flying in is Mitch Lewis and off hands. It's over the boundary line in the right forward pocket. Punt road in for the Hawks. They lead by 3 points.
Big advertisement on the big screen for one of our former colleagues, a celebration of Parko, the Hawthorn Footy Club, in weeks to come. From the tap, straight down and pop through. On the end of it, McDonald reading the tap, roving the tap, snapping the goal, and re-establishing the Hawks' advantage. 12-7-79, Brisbane 11-4-70. A couple for him. 4.5 minutes into this final term.
Just slipped over. Darcy Gardner, he was his direct opponent at that stoppage there. Misses the ball, slips. Connor McDonald, one grab, kicks the goal. It's his second for the game, and he's very excited about that. He did as Hugh McCluggage was trying to hang on to the back of his jumper. And some of these young Hawks are all of a sudden showing that they certainly have the calibre to be at this level. 21 disposals, 3 inside 50s, and now 2 goals for Connor McDonald in game number 31. The Lions being challenged at every inroad at the moment. Back in the middle. Lloyd Meek tries to flick it over the back beautifully to Warple. Kicks it inside 50. Wilmot back with the flight. Couldn't gather it. Kaczynski got him by the back of the jumper. Don't think he got a hand pass away, Berkey. It spills to Andrews. It gets it to Coleman, the sub, into the match, up towards the wing. And Link McCarthy, he thought he was shoved out. The umpire says no, as Sicily takes the intercepting mark for the Hawks. He comes inboard to Hardwick.
Hardwick, handball forward to Scrimshaw on his wrong side. Kick smothered by Dunkley. He tries to follow up, gets some help from McCarthy. Coleman coming through. He's buffered it over, leaves it behind anyway. And lots of players around it. And a ball up on the outer edge of the centre square.
I think that was definitely a throw inside the Hawthorn forward line by the Brisbane defender.
Ball up. Meek knocks it down. Over at Warple. Berry over him. Berry comes away with the footy. Gives it off to McInerney. Kicks the Lions forward of the wing. Bouncing ball. Hipwood inadvertently suckers it out. And the umpire says spin it in. Just forward of the centre line on the wing southern side of the ground. 6 minutes into the fourth. Hawks by 9 points.
Floodlights on here at the MCG as it's tossed back into play. Lloyd Meek and McInerney. Meek tries to break clear, ran straight into Dunkley. Ball spills clear. Gardner trying to race after it. Brockman over the top of him. McKenzie emerges with it for the Hawks. 1-2 with Warple. Off the outside of the boot. Kicks towards Mitch Lewis. 1-on-1. Payne came charging out. Couldn't gather. Harris Andrews gets back there. He's tackled by Lewis. Hawk fans plea for a whistle. It comes eventually, but it's a ball up 45 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. Hawthorn by 9 points. 7 minutes gone, final term.
Meek arriving late. Allows McInerney to take it out of the ruck. Coleman a little 1-2 there with Neal. Gets it back, squeezes a kick to half forward. And the Hawks are there. Weddle marks. They chip it short to Scrimshaw in the middle of the ground for the Hawks. Short to McKenzie. McKenzie will give off the handball. Running by Weddle. Arches his back. Attacking edge of the square. Driving ball to Lewis. He wrenched his opponent out of the way and gave away a free kick. Payne to get it at fullback for Brisbane.
That's just a show of strength, I think, by Mitch Lewis.
The Hawks fans don't like it. Lions at fullback.
Payne out of defence up towards Joe Danaher. He reaches up high and takes the mark against the smaller Hardwick. He wants to get the hand pass to Pryor, feigned it in the end, cuts back on his left, chips it to Neal. He marks defensive side of the wing, swings on his right up to Reynolds, sliding on his knees. Cam Rayner has it. Now as he looks inside 50, Charlie Cameron's the deepest, puts it out in front of him. Good option. He marks in the right forward pocket. And I'm not sure there's anyone who can keep up with Charlie this afternoon. Scrimshaw left in his trail.
Yeah, but the beauty of this, it's forced him wide. So, what is he, 7 or 8 metres inside the boundary, 40 metres out. It's not sort of up that middle where we were so used to seeing Charlie lead. So, it'll take one of his best kicks here.
2 goals for Charlie Cameron. The 9 disposals. Shooting hard out to the right, under the Pontford stand. Needing one of their main men to stand up. It's across the face of goal. Hipwood can't fly. It's rushed through in the end. As Lloyd Meek was there on the behind line. A minor score. The Hawks leading by 8 points at the 9-minute mark of the final term.
Scrimshaw with the kick in. Takes a bounce, 2 steps out of the square, runs to the left back pocket, kicks in the direction of the logo. Meek, or Reeves rather, goes up and brings it down. Gives it off to a teammate, running by Mitchell. He's under pressure, handball, a turnover. Harris wins it for the Lions, gives it to Cameron, stabs it short. Mark taken by Danaher. 40 metres out, directly in front.
Bad play by Seamus Mitchell there. The big ruckman had the ball. When you run past a ruckman, they're always going to handball it to you. He got the handball receive and then ran straight into 2 Brisbane players. There's making stuff happen and taking the game on, but that was just too reckless in that part of the ground. Turn it over. Danaher has an easy shot.
The big key forward to bring the Lions back into it. Tugs it hard right.
Not even close.
Back to 7 points. 12-7-79, plays 11-6-72. The Hawks lead 10 minutes into the 4th.
So Cameron with a shot, Danaher with a shot, the kick in, down low. Nash just takes the mark from Hardwick. Just a few nervous moments as he grabbed it at his bootlaces. Chips it out to the right back pocket, back to Hardwick. Hawks lead by 7 points.
Not a position the Hawks have been in a lot, or probably expected to be in. So how they handle it game style wise is going to be really interesting to see.
Up to the wings, Sisley overran it, but then later big tackle on McCluggage, who's down and not moving. Hawks take the free kick and the advantage. Warple through the middle of the ground, finds Mitch Lewis. He might be out cold, McCluggage.
Absolutely is.
Out to left half forward for Mitchell. They've got one over the top. Hand pass to Moore, trying to get it over the top. He can't to Butler. And Harris Andrews chimes in. He's called to play on. Not sure if it was touched or not. 15.
He still hasn't woken up.
Around the boundary line, Dev Robinson takes the mark. Now, if the umpires are awake to this, and we have 4, they'll stop the play because the stretcher has to come out.
Yeah, still.
I think he's just talking now.
So lying face down, Rammer.
Yeah. So he was literally asleep. And now he's finally sort of starting to talk to the doctor and physio.
And this tackle from James Sisley is going to get looked at.
Yeah, we're just waiting for a replay on the tackle.
So we're waiting for the mobile stretcher to come out. The Brisbane Lions doctor and trainers are out there on the southern side of the MCG.
So obviously every precaution is taken here with Hugh McCluggage with his neck and the like to make sure he's okay there.
So the good news is
he's sort of getting up now.
Leaning back on his knees. So he's conscious. And he will slowly get to his feet as the mobile stretcher has arrived. They will, no doubt, probably force him to get on it. And so the Sisley tackle, it was the sort of second instance where he's lying on his, or sitting on his backside, where he tried to sort of just move his weight to his right, and McCluggage's head made contact with the turf.
His neck got wedged really quite badly and was sort of twisted on his neck.
He wants to walk off, but he has wobbly knees.
It's interesting because Sicily was underneath McCluggage, and it was one of those ones where Sicily rolled him over, and as he rolled him over the top of him, then the head hit the ground, and there was a Hawthorn player ran past as he was being swung over, so whether that was an initial hit and the ground was the second one.
He also gave him a push in the back while he was lying down, Hugh McCluggage, James Sicily, which I'm sure was just part of the momentum. But, do you think has he got one to be worried about, James Sicily?
Absolutely, he does. I'm going only on what's happened so far in this season.
He's back from suspension this week after the hit on Caminiti as well. And
So it's a case of you can't sling, drive or rotate a player into the ground.
He rotated
a
sling.
That was a rotation of a player over. A sling is sort of like you fling him around and you throw him into the ground. That was more your rotation.
So because he didn't get on the mobile stretcher, he's trying to walk around the boundary line with the doctor and a trainer, and they don't want to start the game because technically
the doctor doesn't know the rules.
Yeah,
but just start the game.
So one of the
what's he going to do? Run back on the ground?
Yeah, I think it's more from a duty of care perspective, just in case the ball goes out near him and there is a collision. But he's slowly walking past the Ponsford stand down at the City end, and play probably won't be able to resume until he's down at the Brisbane bench. So this is going to be a delay of sort of 3 or 4 minutes.
The rule used to be if a stretcher came out,
you had to get on.
You had to get on whether you wanted to or not.
Yeah, I think that's still the rule.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't make him get on it, just the way that he injured his neck there.
I think the doctor may have made a blue here.
Yeah.
A couple of blues, not putting him on the stretcher. Here's the replay again. Sicily dives, grabs him around the waist, and it's a rotation.
There's not much more than Sicily can do, really.
So, and I mean, the other part is the umpire played holding the ball, as Lee from Tasmania points out. So it's holding the ball, but the player's knocked out. Care for the player, or is it not a free kick? It's going to be an interesting talking point.
So Devon Robertson with the footy at halfback for the Lions, kicks to the wing off the hands of Danaher. Might have been a little header in there too. 7 points, the Hawks' advantage as McCluggage makes his way back to the bench. Hopefully he's as well as he can be in the circumstances. On the wing, Lions with it. Exchange of handballs. Wilmot to Ashcroft, who will snap around the body. And a good mark taken. Hev Robertson. He gives it off by hand to McCarthy, who kicks into the leading lane of Gunston. Sport away from him. Scrimshaw's there. Handball to Sicily. Handball away to Bramble. Runs into a cul-de-sac. He'll kick a high ball towards halfback.
Where McDonald's there for the Hawks, it clears to the back. On to McKenzie, hand pass to Meek, wants to give off the hand pass. There's nothing there, so he fires a hand pass forward. It might work. McKenzie trying to cut past two. Coleman and Dunkley get him, holding the ball. They ran the gauntlet, the Hawks, in the end. They just couldn't quite get out. And Josh Dunkley takes it to the back edge of the centre square for the Lions. Hand pass to Coleman, the sub. He works it further afield to Berry. He gives it back to Coleman. Swings onto his left, dribbles a kick inside 50. It clears Scrimshaw. Onto it, McInerney. Gets the hand pass to Rayner. Dodges one, dodges two, centres it. It's on the bounce for Pryor. He can't take it cleanly. Who can show composure? He sends it to the pocket. Here's Charlie. He can't take the mark. In the right forward pocket at full pelt. It trickles out of play, unable to take the chest mark down low. A throw in the left forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions.
Well, he marks that. That's almost a certain goal for Charlie from that position.
Hawthorn by 7. Forward 50 stoppage for the Lions. Reeves to the front, takes it out of the ruck, loses it, spills to Berry, snaps the Lions towards full forward. Mitchell tracking it back for the Hawks. Right to the goal line, he stops, he chips, dangerously. Just finds Impey in between 3 lines, and Impey marks in the left back pocket. He'll go short today. Hawks by 7. 17 minutes into the fourth. They will wheel and kick to the wing in the Lewis direction. Nudges Andrews underneath it and then marks. Hawks with it, Members wing.
So 17 minutes gone, final turn, but it will be a long quarter given the delay with Hugh McCluggage. Mitch Lewis veers out to the right. Hawthorn by 7. Kicks as long as he can. They're well set. Darcy Wilmot takes the mark. Right half back for the Brisbane Lions. Into the middle of the ground. Didn't get to Coleman. Nash got a hand to it. McCarthy's up for it. He gathers at half back. Kicks a barrel out to Lockie Neal. I'm not sure he saw him come on from the bench, but it works superbly. He swings onto his right. Tries to work it towards Cam Rayner. Sicily's there. Gets hands to it. Juggles the mark. He turns and kicks to McKenzie. Still inside the defensive 50 for the Hawks.
McKenzie wants to switch it to right half back. Moore takes it and goes. He'll kick out in front of Nash on the great southern stand wing. He doesn't play on. Holds it up for the Hawks. Outside the logo. 7 points remains their advantage. Nash stabs a pass to Moore. Moore loops it over the top. Here goes McDonald. 55 out. Pulls the trigger. Long kick towards goal. In the goal square. Kaczynski marks. Plays on. Slams it through. 3 for Kaczynski. The Hawks out by 13. And are closing in on a heck of an upset. 18 minutes into the fourth. 13-7-85. Plays 11-6-72. Lauren Borden before Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Berg.
Just as Hugh McCluggage was coming off the field and walking around the ground, he actually stopped at the Hawthorn bench, put his mouth guard in his sock and took a step towards it before the doctor said, no, this isn't ours, and walked him back to the Brisbane bench, and he's now sitting there with his jacket on the front seat of the bench.
Yeah, well, you don't like to hear that. So that's horrible. But I'll tell you what, Connor McDonald's had a very good game today. 24 possessions and 2 goals. It's his run that I've been really impressed with. He's sort of played a bit of a mix of wing, a bit of on ball, but mainly across half forward. So he's been terrific for the Hawks. And again, it was set up Kaczynski there with the mismatch against Connor McKenna in the goal square.
Biggest lead for the Hawks this afternoon. Brisbane got out by 17 points early in the third. Kick inside 50. Gunston in front for the Brisbane Lions. Can't take the mark from the kicker Neal. And Berry over the top locks it with Newcomb underneath. 50 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal. McInerney fighting against Meek. It spills down the way of the Hawks. Hand pass. Trying to look for more. Can't gather. Neal feeds a hand pass out to Ashcroft. Chips it over the top. Lip McCarthy can't take the mark. James Sicily gets there to get a hand onto it and spoils it out of play in the right forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions. Hawthorn by 13 points. 13-7-85 to Brisbane 11-6-72. 20 minutes gone, final turn.
Umpire flings it back in. Brisbane would want one soon. Bailey trying to get it at the back of the pack. Out to McCarthy. Snaps towards goal. Bouncing. Blank. Has to reach around the post and knock it. Kind of like a goalkeeper. Wide of the major opening. 2 goals Hawthorn's lead. 21 minutes played in the final term. It will be a long quarter.
And the Brisbane fans are at the city end, so they're booing James Sicily, and then the Hawthorn fans have started cheering him.
Counted the boo with the cheer.
Sicily long towards Meek and Reeves are both there. Spoiled down in front. Dev Robinson can't get it. Brockman can for the Hawks. Hand pass to Meek to the run of day. Arches his back. Got away from Starcevic. Hand pass brought undone though as Meek tries to knock it forward to McKenzie. To Moore from 40 out. Bacon goal. Hits the right goalpost. Halfway up as racing back was Darcy Gardner. Well, halfway up the padding, I should say.
That's an easy little pass there.
It's one Dylan Moore. You'd normally expect him to kick or not find the player leading into the goal square.
Yes, Kaczynski has every right to be a little bit upset with that one.
Those are the margins. Brisbane live to fight another day. Gardner a long kick out. Mitchell roves it for the Hawks though. Handball to Brockman. Handball to McDonald. McKenzie following it up inside 50. Steals it back for the Hawks. Off to McDonald to Newcomb. His flying shot off the side of the boot. Into the pocket. Oh, nearly marked by Butler. He follows up again. And will get a ball up. Right forward pocket here for the Hawks.
Yeah, John Newcomb just apologising to Carl Amon. It should have been one extra handball.
Few apologies, Berkey.
Yeah.
You would think they're 1 goal away from sealing it. Loose footy, top of the attacking goal square for the Hawks. Free kick.
Oh, play on.
It'll go the way of the Lions, and they'll look to move it quickly. Here they go.
I think the kick too. He's got to run the ball out of here. Charlie Cameron put in front. So 2 bounces. Wilmot tries to put it out in front of Charlie Cameron. Sicily in the middle. Comes in from the side. Cameron tries to knock it on. Jarman Impey gathers to the Hawks. Wins it on halfback. 1-2 with Hardwick. They're winning all the 50-50 battles, the Hawks at the moment. Up towards Mitch Lewis. 2-on-1. Deb Robinson spoils the boundary side. Lewis knocks it across. But just look at that kick. From Wilmot. It just had to hit Charlie Cameron. He had metres of space in front of him. That allowed Sicily to come across because the kick was so high.
And it would have drawn Sicily.
Yeah.
Easy handball over the top to Gunston, but bad kick, no goal.
Throwing back in. Warple trying to lay the tackle on Jared Berry with Moore. Gets a hand pass out on the members wing to Neal. Hand pass to Dunkley. Up towards Jack Gunston. Caught behind. And Jarman Impey hugs the mark to his chest. He's at left half back for the Hawks, leading by 13 points.
Impey, backward of the logo, called to play on. Rayner's right there next to him. Eventually gets away from him. He'll kick forward of the wing. Andrews in best position. And he's paid the mark. Gives a little shove to Kazitsky. Oh, his kick is dodgy. On the bounce, it's picked up by Newcomb for the Hawks. He'll thump it long towards the pocket. Day goes up. Gardner there with him. Off hands, it's out of play. Throwing in the forward pocket.
Leaving this very late, the Lions. We've got 6 minutes of play remaining in this game. And they're going to kick 3 goals.
I'm going back to Nathan Burke at the top of the broadcast.
Upset. But Gerald has been in touch on the SMS. Fellas, pre-game, Berkey said, sound the alarm. He's a Nostradamus. My apologies. I should have known better. The Oracle. We've just got to get over the line.
Just hold your fire for another 5.5 minutes, champ.
Hawthorn leading by 13 points. Can the Lions pull it out of the fire? McInerney wins the ruck and the clearance up towards Hipwood. Clears he and Weddle, but he's taken high. And Eric Hipwood will get the free kick on the wing. No. Umpire pointing the other way.
Eric's not sure why.
So it's going the way of Josh Weddle. The round 10 Rising Star nominee turns and kicks laterally towards the boundary line and gives it to Sicily.
It's too long for this.
Yeah, got to get it forward.
Hawks by 13. Sicily, a high ball towards the attacking arc. Massive pack. Comes down for Butler. Gathers on the bounce. Knocked on there cleverly by Day. Strong to Kazitsky. Shovels it out rugby style, I reckon. It spills out to McKenzie. He's wrenched off it. Holding the ball. Harris Andrews, the co-captain, trying to lift his Lions side. 50 as well. Will this open a path to goal for the Lions? 13 points, the Hawks' advantage. 25.5 is how far we've travelled in the fourth.
He gives the hand pass to Zach Bailey, who accelerates immediately, drives it long towards Charlie Cameron, made body contact with Hardwick, races back after it. It runs out of play in the right forward pocket. A throw in with the Lions deep in attack. They have 3 on the bench, with Hugh McCluggage having been subbed off in the final term. A rotating tackle from James Sicily on the southern wing. Both sides have made their subs. Thrown back in. Danaher up against Lloyd Meek. In fact, it's Reeves doing the ruck work. And the footy stuck underneath a couple of players. And Dunkley and Scrimshaw are the last 2 to get from the bottom of the pack. Thrown up 25 metres out from the Lions' goal. Danaher can't charge his way through it clear. Sicily slides in. Footy now surrounded by about half a dozen players, and the umpire will ball it up.
Reeves trying to open palm it down. It spills out in the enter. Bailey, his quick snap on goal is across the face. It misses the lot. Out of bounds on the full. Hawthorn's lead remains 13 points. As Day goes short to Scrimshaw. Chisels a ball to the left back pocket for Hardwick. Hardwick stops and then kicks long to the wing. Running onto it, taking a nice mark. There's Mitchell.
Hardwick on Charlie Cameron has been really good.
Yeah,
he's about the only one sort of strong enough to stop Charlie getting where he wants to get to.
Mitchell short to McDonald. He'll kick around the members' wing. Pack of about 10 goes up and Kaczynski comes down with it. Hawks with it between wing and half forward. And Sand slipping through the hourglass for the Lions.
Time now starts to become their enemy as Koschitzky long towards Mitch Lewis in from the side. Payne supports Harris Andrews, Oscar McInerney, they're all there. Out to play in the left forward pocket under the Olympic stand. Hawthorn deep in attack, leading by 13 points. Chasing a 4th victory of the season. They've beaten the Brisbane Lions in their last 3 clashes. Can they hang on? Throw him back in. Meek works his way to the front against McInerney. Thumps it down. Bailey's onto it. Dodges one. Bounces into Sam Butler. Kicks it in the middle of the ground. Needing Charlie Cameron. It clears he and Hardwick. Racing back onto it is Carl Lamon for the Hawks. Hand passes to Hardwick. Out into the southern wing. He swings onto his right. Beautiful pass. He finds McKenzie. The sub 60 from home. He can chip it into the pocket. Moore takes the mark. The 30 seconds off the clock will be as important as the shot on goal.
McKenzie's up to 12 possessions now as the sub. Been really influential since he came on. Made a difference.
The 1 goal so far this afternoon for Dylan Moore. 7 goals, 11 for the Hawk forward midfield. He comes in hard against the boundary. Great kick. Turn off the lights. He's finished it from the boundary with his second. Dylan Moore. What a kick, and the Hawthorn fans are celebrating at the punt road end. Hawthorn lead by 19 points with 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining in front of 35,869 fans. The Hawks 14,892 to Brisbane 11,773, and Dylan Moore, a moment maker, trying to change this game and close out the game for the Hawks.
And again, it's just a little contest in the middle of the ground with Charlie Cameron and Blake Hardwick. Hardwick just doesn't allow Cameron to be free, to try to take the mark, to run onto the ball. Just a big one-on-one win again by Blake Hardwick.
From the restart. Day trying to get after it at ground level. Somehow it comes out to Neil. Handball to McInerney. Bumped off it. Hawks swoop. Newcomb picks it up, gives it to Moore. Low kick for Lewis. He can't quite take the mark. Starcevic goes in for the Lions. Now it comes out to Nash at half forward here for the Hawks. McDonald steps, kicks inside 50. Butler drops the mark. He's impeded. Free kick. ...20 metres out directly in front. The mark will be set about 15 in the end.
Was there a 666 warning in the middle? Because Ray actually threw the ball up rather than bounced it. I'm not sure whether they've been doing that, but it's certainly favouring the Hawks.
Ray has all day for some reason. Butler to come in and make sure it's a serving of 4 points for the Hawthorn Footy Club. 15-8, 98, plays 11-7-73. 31 minutes into the 4th. It'll be their 4th win of the season as well. And 3 for Butler.
You're just trying to think with Brisbane who are out of their team. And nobody comes to mind instantly. It's a full-strength Brisbane team. So this should give...
Dane Zorko.
Oh, Dane Zorko. Sorry, that's the only one. But this should give Hawthorn great hope for the future that they can beat these teams that are contending this season. But what the future potentially holds for these young Hawks and how they play their football. They were 16 points down at the 14-minute mark of the third quarter. And then they've reeled off 8 of the next 9 goals, the Hawks.
And they're back at the MCG, the Brisbane Lions against Melbourne in round 18. Their only other meeting at the MCG. They go to Docklands twice. Connor Nash had a long time. He's tackled holding the ball. Josh Dunkley will take the free kick. Hand pass to Ashcroft. Links up with McKenna. Tries to get around Nash. The 2 Irishmans. And Connor Nash sticks the tackle and slowly gets to his feet to receive the free kick. Nash looks out to the southern side. Kicks a high ball out for Jarman Impey. It's spoiled away by Pryor. Ricochets out to Amon. He gathers between wing and half back. He can chip it back to Day. He takes the mark at right half back, all the way back inside defensive 50. Sicily takes the mark. Flares it out to Hardwick, who marks at left half back. He takes a bounce. That looks wider still. McDonald the target. Lockie Neal in from the side. Takes the mark for Brisbane.
That's possession 10 for Blake Hardwick this quarter, playing on Charlie Cameron.
Lockie Neal with the footy. He'll kick towards half forward, and Blank comes up and marks for the Hawks.
Charlie Cameron's had 2 for the quarter only.
Blank with it. He'll kick to fullback. Mark taken there by Day. He'll go laterally to Sicily.
Will Day not only works hard, but he's smart. He knows they need someone back there, so he says, I'm going to be the bloke back here and just save things and give you an out if you need it.
Sicily chisels the ball up to the wing. Coleman tries to spoil it down. Live footy just forward to the wing. Neal emerges with it. Handball away to McKenna. Coleman trying to pick it up. Handball to Rayner. Free kick. Advantage paid McCarthy. The MCG remains a house of horror for the Brisbane Lions. The young Hawks, they win by 25 over the Lions.
We love our club and we play to win, riding the bumps with a grin and hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that draws. But for all and all for once, the way we play at hawthorn, we are the mighty Hawks.
They kicked 10 goals to 3 after half-time, the Hawks. Mitch Lewis with 4. Jacob Kaczynski with 3, 2 to Dylan Moore, 2 to Sam Butler, 2 to Connor McDonald, singles to Luke Bruce and Lloyd Meek, while for Brisbane, 4 for Eric Hipwood, 2 to Charlie Cameron, 2 to Cam Rayner, singles to Link McCarthy, Will Ashcroft and Josh Dunkley. The Hawks booting the last 4 goals of the game to run out winners by 25.
We're a happy team at Hawthorn. We're the mighty Hawks. We love our club and we play to win, riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that draws. But for all and all for once, the way we play at Hawthorn, we are the mighty Hawks.
Hawthorn winners by 25 points for their 4th win of the season. They were the mighty Fighting Hawks this afternoon. And after they did so against Port Adelaide, another dominant second quarter, or second half I should say, as Ben mentioned, with 8 of the last 9 goals of the match. They've now won their last 4 against the Brisbane Lions. And the Brisbane Lions premiership credentials take a big dent with a loss at the MCG. That's 13 of the last 14 they've lost at the home of footy.
Nice to note, just out on the ground at the moment, a big hug between Luke Bruce and Jack Gunston, the 3-time premiership teammates together, and now they're going to swap jumpers out on the middle of the MCG. They're posing for a photo, so Jack Gunston and Luke Bruce in an exchange of jumpers, which is becoming a little more commonplace in the wake of Jack Rewalt and Tom Hawkins earlier this year.
And I think it's a nice touch. Played a lot of football together, had a lot of success together, so I love that. It's one of those ones where you frame that jumper and you put it up, and I played against Luke Bruce or I played against Jack Gunston. I think it's a very special thing in sport that we should see more of.
And Luke Bruce said after he kicked the 500 goals that Jack Gunston, his best mate, they talk every day, and even though he left the club to go to the Brisbane Lions, he understood why he needed the change with his family situation, his dad passing away, and he wanted a fresh start in Queensland. But it's a massive win for the Hawks. 25-point winners, their 4th win of the season. So they beat North Melbourne in round 3, the West Coast Eagles in round 10, St Kilda in round 11, and now the Brisbane Lions in round 13. What does it say about this young Hawthorn side, Adam Romanascus?
Oh, well, I think what it says is what they're doing is right at the moment. You look today, it's a huge possession count for Hawthorn, 426 possessions, virtually 1 kick to 1 handball in that ratio. So they flicked the ball around today. They gave Brisbane enough chances in terms of here, have a look at the ball. If you want to come and get it off us, come and get it off us. They were smacked in clearances, Hawthorn. 27 to 47, so plus 20 in Brisbane's favour. But the amount of dump kicks from Brisbane just out of contest that went to Sicily, went to Impey, Blake Hardwick, those defenders for Hawthorn. It was a really smart setup. Sicily was terrific, I thought, today. 32 possessions, 12 marks, 10 of those were intercepts. Just controlled the back half of the ground. Who his opponent was, Connor McDonald, I think that's his best game for the club. 28 possessions and 2 goals as a high half-forward wingman today. It's
Donald, 2 goals. Sam Butler, 3. It's the young kids who are starting to emerge.
Yeah, Dylan Moore's another one, 2 goals, 2 today. So, they got value for money out of those emerging young players. But it's probably more the way they played. Like today, against a contender that we think's a contender, to go out and play the way you want to play and for it to work, then demonstrates to me, well, they're on the right path. Okay, last week in the first half was no good at all. But then they go and win the second half against Port Adelaide by 40-odd points. Now they're trailing by 16 points at the 14-minute mark of the third quarter, go reel off 8 of the next 9 goals. So, when they were really, really challenged in this game, it's either, okay, guys, we've either got to put up or shut up here. And to their credit, off they went. They started to work hard. Berkey called it with Cam McKenzie coming on the ground. Just changed the flow of that game. McKenzie, when he came on, he played on for a quarter and a half, had 12 possessions. Played as a half-forward, did a really good job. So we said this against St Kilda. They're going to be a hard team to play in this second half of the year, the Hawks.
Berkey John from Bacchus Marsh wants to know if you can give him the tips the next round, please. After the start of the broadcast, you sounded the alarms. You said this was a game you saw as a danger game for the Brisbane Lions. We've only got about 2.5 minutes, so give me your best snapshot of what it meant for Brisbane.
What does it mean? Well, the hoodoo continues at the MCG, and they can't escape that now. It's 2 from 13 or so. The last
no, they've only won one of their last 14.
One of last 14. That's real. That's not AI. We just don't play well down in Melbourne. That's a real thing here at the MCG, and we all know what happens here in the last game of the year at the MCG from quite some time onwards. So it's a problem. So whether it's the cold weather, whether it's the travel, who knows what it is, but they need to find a way to play this ground, or they'll definitely get to the finals and they'll go out in straight sets again. So, and that will not only put pressure on them, that'll put pressure on Chris Fagan, that'll put pressure on the other coaches that can't get their mindset right to play on this ground. So, yeah, they've got one more game here against Melbourne, I think you said during the call.
They've got Melbourne and then 2 at Docklands, but it's the issue which is here.
Yeah, they need to get the game against Melbourne right.
Something psychological, even though they only play at the MCG normally once or twice a year, so it's a disadvantage they're going to have to overcome. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year, Nathan Burke.
That's me. I'm going to start with apologies. Apologies to Lewis, who kicked 4, Cozzy 3, Butler 3. Apologies to Impey, Day, Moore, Warple, Hardwick. I thought all those guys could have got themselves.
We've got a minute to go if your apologies are going to continue.
And no, I'm going to give one to John Newcombe. I thought after quarter time he really turned the game. He had 28 possessions, 11 score involvements. 2 to Connor McDonald, 28 possessions and 2 goals, and multiple score assists. And I thought just James Sicily again, 32 possessions, 10 intercept possessions and 8 score involvements from the back line. Just set up the way that Hawthorn want to play continually. So Sicily 3, McDonald 2, Newcombe 1.
The votes for the ABC Football of the Year from Nathan Burke and James Sicily, with a nervous 24 hours for that tackle in which Hugh McCluggage was concussed and out of the game. Hawthorn winners by 25 points, their 4th win of the season. For our listeners on Queensland News Radio, you're returning to the network. And those in ACT to the NRL, to everyone else, this is the City of Churches, Adelaide and the West Coast Eagles, with Neil Cross and Tom Wilson, Rod Jamieson, Stephen Williams and Liz Walsh.